and commercial aspects of the petroleum sector on behalf of the state.
A participation of Ugandans, which we call national content, happens at two levels. One is employment of Ugandans within the sector, and the other is by contracting Ugandans to provide goods, services, and works. When we talk about employment, we are looking at 13,000 people directly employed by the sector during the development phase, and this will plateau at 3,000. Of those people, 15% are going to be managers and engineers, 60% are going to be technicians, and another 15% of people who do not really need any specific skills. There are a number of services that are ring-fenced for Ugandans. We had two studies. We had the industrial baseline survey, which identified 25 industries that can easily be carried out by Ugandans. But the national oil regulations, national content regulations, have ring-fenced only 16 sectors. And these sectors are not rocket science. They are sectors that are already serving other sectors of the economy. So they'll be very easy to do for Ugandans. The biggest challenge we may have is the capacity to be able to do all the work at the same time. So some of those sectors that are ring-fenced include security services, catering services, foods and beverages, hotel accommodation, office supplies, fuel supply, crane hire, and all those things that are required to support the oil and gas sector. We have personal protection equipment like coveralls, helmets, boots. So there is an opportunity for everybody in the oil and gas sector. But remember, you have to be registered on the national supplier database to be able to participate.
UNOC, your partner in Uganda's oil and gas sector.
A very good morning and welcome to the second day and the last day of the 7th Annual Oil and Gas Convention. We're coming to you live from Sheraton Hotel, and today, or this conference rather, for this year, we're focusing on harnessing opportunities in the oil and gas sector post final investment decision. Welcome back to the second day, a day where we're going to get into more detail regarding what was discussed yesterday. My name is Tony Otoa, and I am the Chief Executive of the Stanbic Business Incubator Limited, and at the same time, the advisor, local content at the Uganda Chamber of Mines. And with me is my co-host, Cynthia.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in for day 2 of the 7th Oil and Gas Convention. My name is Cynthia Mpanga, and I'm very excited to co-host this convention alongside Tony. I'm also a PR advisor of the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, and I also work at Standard Chartered Bank as the Corporate Affairs Manager, and I am also a past president of the Public Relations Association of Uganda. So I'm very excited and very honored to co-host this convention.
So we're going to begin the day, and as usual, we start off with a safety moment, and after the safety moment, we shall go into opening remarks by our chairman, Honorable Eli Karuhanga, which will also be a time, or that will also be the time that we start off the day with a word of prayer as a typical prayer nation. So over to you, Hakim Mwesigwa, with the safety moment.
Thank you, Tony. Good morning, everyone. I would like to share my screen. Sorry about that. Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hakim, Business Development Manager for All Terrain Services in Uganda. We provide camp management and hospitality services. I am also an advisor to the Chamber of Mines and Petroleum on matters of health and safety. Our safety moment for today is on a topic I would like to call irreplaceable, the approach to workplace safety. Well, the way ATS approaches workplace safety is by understanding that if a disabling injury or fatality were to happen to any of our employees, we would never have the capacity.
I hope we're just going to do one with the throat. I hope we're just going to do the sample with the throat. Because last time your colleague tried to...
Can we mute if we are not speaking at the moment? Thank you. Hakim, please proceed.
Yeah, sorry about that. Let me start again. The way ATS approaches workplace safety is by understanding that if a disabling injury or fatality were to happen to any of our employees, we would Yeah, I think I was muted before. Would never have the capacity to be there for their family and loved ones like they themselves can. We acknowledge daily that in their lives and the societies they live in, our employees are irreplaceable. It is based on this belief that we constantly strive to give every employee the ability to protect themselves and others in the workplace. We have empowered the people in our work environments to remove the workplace dilemma of being scared to stop unsafe work, no matter who is doing it. All employees are encouraged to watch for unsafe conditions or processes, and when it is necessary to stop the job until it can be done safely. We have, so if you are at work and you see a procedure that is not being followed correctly, or if you notice at-risk behavior going on, be bold enough to take the initiative to call a quick timeout. Discuss with your workmates to make sure everyone knows the safe way to continue. And after it all, be sure to remind them that no matter how important that job may be, they themselves are what's irreplaceable. That is our safety moment for today. Thank you. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Hakim. You're looking rather dapper for your office. Thank you so much for the safety moment. We'll now head over to the chairman, Honorable Elika Ruhanga, who will give us the word of prayer and, of course, give us the opening remarks for the day. Chairman.
Do you really, Tony, do you want me to do the prayer as well?
I believe you're a prayerful man, and it will be a great one to hear one from you.
It's a great pleasure. Okay, let's humble ourselves before God and dedicate this moment and this morning to a good, worthy cause. Thank you. Good Lord, we come before you, united in purpose, to ensure that the objectives are set up by all involved are achieved in exploitation of our oil and gas resources and getting them onto market and help us to see fast oil. I also give you, my good Lord, the panelists who are going to be talking to us, give them wisdom, give them a sense of discernment, and let their messages sink to the listeners. Good Lord, I ask this through your Son, Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure again to welcome you to this second day of our 7th annual conference, whose theme is to harness the opportunities available in oil and gas in Uganda, and as I said yesterday, and indeed in the region. Yesterday was a beautiful day. I had wanted to use the word spectacular, but that's an exaggeration. But we had over 2,000 attendees. We had incredibly excellent speakers. All of them opened their belts and their chests to us without exception. Today, we are going to have another series of speakers who are ready for you. We've added in the mix our new Minister of Oil and Gas and Mining, the Honorable Ruth Nankabirwa, who is currently meeting the speaker, and as soon as she's done, she will call us and join us so that we can introduce her to you all. Also, we'll be joined by the Land Attorney General, who is the new Attorney General in Uganda, and who is always involved in the activities of oil and gas. So we will be very honored to receive them at any time they come. Our MCs will interrupt you wherever you are to allow them in. Of course, later on in the evening, His Excellency the President will close the conference. So we look forward to a wonderful day. Let's get started. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm going to now allow my co-host Cynthia to take us through a recap of yesterday, and that will usher us into a crazy, amazing final day. Cynthia.
Oh, as a matter of fact, sorry to interrupt you, the Land Attorney General is online, and I don't know whether you can admit him to speak right now, or Land Attorney General, can you do that after the MC has finished making some introductory remarks? And then I will introduce you.
Absolutely. I will allow for a recap, and then we shall come back to you, Mr. Chairman, to introduce the Attorney General and to allow him to say a few words to us. Cynthia.
All right, thank you, Tony. So yesterday we had a very exciting day that started off at 9 a.m. With opening safety remarks, a safety moment that was led by Hakim Mwesigwa, who just did the same thing. And that was followed by session 1, which was moderated by my co-host, Tony Otoa, the Executive Director of Stanbic Business Incubator. And as part of that, we had Honorable Dr. Eli Karohanga give us his welcome remarks. And that was followed by a presentation by Mr. Robert Kesande, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. And he took us through the policy provisions for national participation. That was followed by session 2A, where we had, this was moderated by Mr. Peter Mulisa. Mr. Peter Mulisa is the Chief Legal and Corporate Affairs of UNOC. And he took us, he moderated this session that lasted exactly one and a half hours, where we had Mr. Pierre Joshua, the General Manager of Total Energies, ENP, Uganda, take us through the Tilenga field development. And that was followed by a presentation by one Mr. Zakaria Luvega, the PR of SINOC, who represented the president, and he took us through the Kingfisher field development. And then as part of that session still, we had a presentation by Dr. Michael Mugera, the General Manager, Uganda Refinery Holding Company, a subsidiary of UNOC, who took us through the Kabale Industrial Park and Refinery. And then Mr. Martin Tiffen, the General Manager of ECOP Company, concluded that session with talking about East African crude oil pipeline. As part of session 2B, we discussed level 1 contracts and subcontracting. And this was moderated by Mr. Abdul Chibuka, who is the Managing Director of Orion and True North. And he held, under there, it was a 40-minute session where we had Mr. Edrisa Quizera, who is from Total Energies EMP, and handles in-country upstream project. He's the representative of the in-country upstream project. So he talked about the introduction to the Tilenga contracting. And then that was followed by Mr. Jason Williams' presentation. Jason Williams is the Senior Director, EMEA, and subcontracting McDermott. So Mr. Williams took us through contracting and subcontracting for Tilenga. It was a very, very powerful presentation that was followed by a presentation or a keynote address actually by Miss Elsie Atafua, who is the UNDP resident representative. Very powerful presentation she made talking about the SDGs and how, and very, very, very powerful presentation that she took us through, touching so many issues and the need for us to benchmark and share best practice and so on and so forth. We then had our last session that touched on commitment to value retention. This was moderated by Mr. Jimmy Mugera, who is the Managing Director of Zoram Consulting, and also who is a member of Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. Here we had Ms. Allen Kajina, the Executive Director of UNRA, take us through the road infrastructure readiness for oil and gas development. And she touched on so many issues. I must say, Mr. Jimmy Mugera really had her go into the details of the different roads and the progress and so many issues. It was very exciting. You can also find snippets of that discussion online if you follow our hashtag of our hashtag for the day is Oil Convention 21. So that session was concluded by Mr. Alex Nyombi, who is a Director, Development and Production of Petroleum Authority Uganda. And he talked about in-country value retention, NSD capacity procurement plans, and local content strategies. So that is what we had yesterday in terms of a recap. And if you missed it, you can still reach out to Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum for presentations, or you can follow the conversation online. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. Chairman, please, your cue to introduce the Attorney General to speak to us.
I don't know whether he has been promoted to panelist so that he's on. I'm not sure. Can I see you confirm?
Yes, I've been promoted.
You have been promoted, your own?
Yes, I am.
Oh, fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Nigerian would say, all protocol observed. It is my great pleasure to introduce to this convention our Land Attorney General, whom we call fondly Mr. KK Chiriowa Chiwanuka. He is recently appointed by His Excellency the President to sit as the Attorney General of the Republic of Uganda, which in the Constitution means he is the principal legal advisor of government. Government cannot enter into any contract without his approval. He's a very key player in this industry as a matter of law. Honorable Kirio Akiwanuka is a relatively young man compared to some of us. He has grown from the private sector wing. He has sat on the side of private sector for a long time. He has created his own law firm and grown it to be one of the most successful law firms in Uganda. He is a sportsman. He is a golfer and been chairman of the golf club and captain of Entebbe Golf Club and Kampala. He is a football fanatic and fan and comes with a long history of football in his family, who created the Express Football Club, which is one of the top clubs in our country. And he is currently the chairman. Sorry about that, Mr. Agura Shaba, chairman of Kampala City Council Football Club. Mr. Chiriowa Chiwanuka has a master's degree in petroleum law from Dundee University in Britain. He has been a long time board member of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, coming from the private sector, appointed by government, by president, approved by parliament. He, as a lawyer, he is up to scratch. He's one of the leading litigators in our country, and we will be having an attorney general that will be appearing in court representing government. He is someone that I have always cherished as a lawyer, And when he was appointed on a Twitter, I was quick to respond to say that if I had been given the opportunity to ask me who should be the Attorney General of Uganda, he would have been my first choice. And I am happy really to tell you that we have an Attorney General who understands the meaning of the word balance sheet, who understands the problems of private sector, who understands what cash flow is, who understands very well the meaning of procrastination and indecisiveness and time management and decision making. He knows how it pains private sector to function in a bureaucratic government institution. He is one of us, one of the private sector players, a great guy to have on our side in government. And he is trustworthy, he is confident, he is believable, he is someone who is going to be a great asset to the Republic of Uganda and to the government. He's an excellent choice of an Attorney General at an excellent time, at the time when we want to have our first oil out. He understands the Gantt chart. Let me welcome to you, to introduce you to our friend, KK.
Thank you very much, Eli, for that flattering introduction. I am greatly honored to have been appointed Attorney General of the Republic of Uganda, and I can only pledge now, here and now, that I will do my very best, and I will remain available to provide the advice in the best way I can. But now, today, we talk about the oil and gas sector. And the oil and gas sector is not young in Uganda. Personally, I started out by representing the oil and gas international operating companies, some of which were actually involved in the find of oil way back. I was then appointed onto the board of the Petroleum Authority, where I've sat for the last 5 years. And because of that, I stopped representing the private sector. I actually originally was supposed to be part of the oil and gas group that Honorable Karuhanga leads. But when I became a member of the Petroleum Authority, I decided to stay away so I can have an arm's length view of what is going on. And now I've been appointed Attorney General. Again, I will continue engaging in the sector. The journey of oil and gas in Uganda has had its ups and downs, as you all know. And we are now at a very pivotal stage in the progression to this, to first oil. And a journey starts with one single step, and we did start a step. Success is a journey. And if you want to participate in the sector, it's extremely important for you to understand the journey that the industry has gone through. It is always a pleasure to see the private sector engage in the oil and gas sector, because government cannot go it alone. And therefore, at this stage at which we are, where we are now discussing actual development and the final journey to first oil, it's extremely important that we remember that this is a finite resource. Oil and gas is a finite resource, and it will at one point get finished. If I can speak our Ugandan English, it will get finished. And therefore, it's extremely important that we do manage it, manage the affairs of the oil and gas sector in a responsible and sustainable manner. And therefore, all of you listeners and all the people who are participating in this sector, it's extremely important that we all put all our boots on the ground and understand this industry and develop it for sustainability. I would like to request and caution members that the oil and gas sector is a very, very sensitive sector. And therefore, what we speak and what we say and what we tweet and what we do in social media is extremely, extremely important that we measure it. And therefore, I'm calling upon the public and obviously the public institutions, Petroleum Authority, we have been very responsive. If you have any questions, please ask. Let us speak from the same, let us read from the same hymn book and be sure that we are sending out the correct message to the whole world. Now, as the Attorney General, I will remain available to both the private and public sector to engage in this area on oil and gas and any other matters that may come up. And we will use an open door policy. So please feel free to contact me on phone, on email, on Twitter, and we can always engage. This is a collective responsibility for all of us. And I pray that we do actually do this for the benefit of our motherland, Uganda, and even the future generations to come. And as I close, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, we are sitting in a very difficult time now with the COVID situation. I pray that you all stay safe. Please kindly follow the SOPs as has been given by government. Follow on the advice that has been given by the president. Like he said, everything has been said. We have been told what we need to do. We need to just stay safe. It is going to be a tough couple of months as we go through the lockdown, but we will survive. And when we survive, we will be able to do this. So if we do not stay safe, we will not see our oil and gas industry take off. So I'm wishing you the very, very best of deliberations. Yesterday I was able to follow bits of it, and I will continue to follow as we get along. And I pray and hope that we have as a wonderful day as we did yesterday. I wish you great deliberations today and remain available to engage always. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Attorney General Kiriwa Kiwanuka. Chairman, I'll hand over back to you to introduce the Minister for Energy, Mineral Development, Madam Ruth Nankabirwa, to also speak to the attendees of this amazing conference. Chairman.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony. Just a quick one on the Attorney General. Thank you, Attorney General. Thank you for responding to our request at such a short notice. And I want to assure the listeners that even the Deputy Attorney General is a young man with a lot of interest in our industry and has been Deputy Attorney General in the last government, and he has been reappointed. It's going to be a wonderful team at the Attorney General's office. Thank you. Now it is my pleasure. I don't know whether I can ask Dr. Ruth Nankabirwa to put on her face so that people can see you. It's my great pleasure to introduce to you our brand new Minister of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas, and in charge of our energy as well. She is Dr. Ruth Nankabirwa. She has a long history of leadership. I think she became a minister 22 years ago and has been a minister. In 1999, I remember, if I make a mistake, please feel free to correct me, because I was associated with you in Parliament. So I remember, I didn't ask you your CV, I just remembered that in 1999 is when you were first appointed to cabinet. And I think you were the one who ruled us as Minister of Defense from 2001 to 2009, while the civil war between us and Kony was going on. You fought that battle to its logical conclusion as Minister of Defense, and you saw the end of that war. I really want to congratulate you for that great achievement. She was in Constituent Assembly in 1995. I was pleased to be with you there to draft the Constitution of Uganda, 1995 Constitution. And I think that's when we really interacted very closely. And thank you for being a grandmother of our Constitution. Recently, the last government, she was the chief whip of the National Resistance Movement party in parliament. And you know what a chief whip is in democracy. Somebody who holds a whip and aligns troops of his party or her party to discipline. It gives her a very senior position in the movement, government. And she is a member of the Central Executive Committee of our party, meaning politically, she is a senior member of the Politburo if she was Russian, or if she was in the Communist Party in China, she would be in that very secluded place of leaders. She now has been given the portfolio of Ministry of Energy. As a person, Dr. Ruth Nankabirwa is a very, very nice person. And anybody who knows her knows that I mean what I say. We have a nice person whose door will be always open to you, and with a smile, with a big smile. But do not take that smile and niceness for granted. She is a tough cookie. She takes her decisions, she stands for them, and she will defend our industry to the hill. And she is fearless. She is strong. She is a well-groomed, all-round leader, and she's a female. And she brings that femininity in our industry. We have a good team ahead of us as we start our journey to Fast Oil. Allow me, with those few words, to welcome my great sister, I call her, to speak to us.
Thank you very much, Eli, for that elaborate introduction. Good morning to you all. First of all, I must begin by thanking my president for having entrusted me again to serve in this very important portfolio, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Secondly, I want to thank you, Eli, personally, for having encouraged me to appear, to bring my face here, because I've been in transit since 9th June. We went to Kololo for swearing in, and then yesterday was takeover of office and handover to the new government chief whip. So I thought I was not fit enough to participate in this very important conference, but you encouraged me to at least bring my face and pledge my commitment. What you have not mentioned in the introduction is that I am energetic. So in the Ministry of Energy, I will put my energy in it to make sure that we push, to make sure that we beat time frames. I am a quick, precise decision taker, and I am a politician who would like to deliver services to the people. And I respect my manifesto, and this portfolio I'm holding has got a lot in the NRM manifesto. So we have to deliver. I am happy that you are telling Ugandans and beyond the opportunities that we have to harness, especially in the petroleum, oil and gas sector, especially after the final investment decision done. And I know that people are listening. I also know that all does not go without putting in place regulations, policies, laws in place, and that is going to be my work. Whether we need amendments to whatever legislation that has been done, I will be able to do it. I know that we will interact with the population. Some of the projects we are doing involves disrupting the population. I am a good mobilizer. I will sit down to the people, with the people, to make sure that we are not delayed. Sometimes we get delayed when information has not been outlaid properly to the people, to tell them the benefits, social benefits to themselves and to their country. So I am here at your service. I am a quick decision taker, and I love learning. I'm a good learner. I last did physics at A level. I did physics, chemistry, and biology. That's where it ended. Now I'm going back to school to learn a few things regarding physics and chemistry. So I am excited, and will see my excitement. I don't want to spend a lot of time, but just to say thank you so much. This is the Ruth Nankabirwa Centum, your Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, very anxious to serve you. I wish you good deliberations. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, Ruth. I want to add that in the ministry, she has a wonderful team. One of the ministers in charge of mines and petroleum, the Honorable Peter Lokalis, has been in that ministry the longest time I know. And he understands the industry very well, and he's got a master's degree in marketing. You have a wonderful team down there at Amber House, and we know that you understand the value of our investors, and they will be treated very well. What a team. It's a glorious morning today, and I know you are going to Gulu. Try and listen in to one of the incredibly gifted speakers just about to unleash their brilliance. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
I can't thank you enough.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And now we can proceed with the conference. I think we now see that the right people who are going to support the industry have acknowledged this conference, and it is one of a kind, very unprecedented. The number of people that are on this conference or in this conference is also unprecedented. So we shall begin our day's program, and I will just allow for our next moderator to start getting himself ready. Our next moderator will be looking at ring-fenced goods and services, national content provisions, and of course, it's a very interesting panel of which he will introduce himself. Our next panelist is Agri Ashaba. Agri Ashaba is the General Manager of GCC Services and also sits on the Council of UCMP. Agri, please take over.
Energy is life. We all need it, and it's a source of progress. So today, to contribute to the sustainable development of the planet facing the climate challenge, we are moving forward together towards new energies. Energy is reinventing itself, and this energy journey is ours. Our ambition is to be a world-class player in the energy transition. That is why Total is transforming and becoming Total Energies.
Good morning, all our listeners today, both in country and those that are joining in from the different parts of the world. I'd like to thank the MCs, Tony and Cynthia, for a job well done, especially yesterday, which was fantastic. And we hope that today we shall continue the pace and be able to deliver to the standards that Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum is known for. My name is Ashaba Agri. I am the General Manager for GCC Services, but I also am an advisor of the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. Today we will be speaking about one of the main issues around the oil and gas sector, which is the local content or national content, as others call it, but also because it's very important in the bigger scheme of things and the strategy of the country, because the aspirations of the country is that the mineral resources should be able to benefit its nationals. And we believe that through cooperation and participation between those who have been exploiting these resources across the globe for many years, and Uganda, where it is just nascent and it's just starting, we can be able to forge ways and partnerships to be able to deliver both on the objectives of getting fast oil, but also for national participation. And national participation can be broken down into different phases. That is employment, supply of goods and services, works, succession planning, technology transfer, any of those that will be included within the greater scheme of the packages that will be delivered by the different contractors. We believe that Ugandans should and must be able to participate in the sector. It is not just because it's the requirement of the law, but it's also good business from the companies that will be exploiting these resources to actually give a portion or parts of their contracts to Ugandans to be able to participate so that we can grow our economy and we can be able to get the technologies and the competences to even be able to do things across the continent. Obviously, it's more as the minister and the Attorney General and the chairman have highlighted, Uganda is now at a critical stage. And just to give you quick numbers, 32 billion GDP, median age is 16. We have about 3,800 Ugandans turning the age of 18 every single day. That's about 1.3 million Ugandans being 18 every single year. So it means that the government, the country, and everyone who is engaged in any economic activity needs to plan of ways and means to make sure that all these people and the young people are absorbed, because 70% of the population is below the age of 30. So it's just as good and as important for every one of us to be able to create an environment that allows the young men and women of this country to be able to participate and businesses to thrive so that we can be able to deliver social services to our people and to the greater good of the country. During the exploration phase, about 30% of the money spent was spent in country. Out of the about 3 billion, 30% is about $900 million was spent in country, which was quite a sum. And this is to consider that this was a new industry in Uganda and not so many people were aware about what is happening. And I remember some of our conferences would have 150 people and you have like 25 Ugandans attending. But I'm glad that today we have about 900 people attending and you'll find almost 600 to 700 of them are Ugandans, which shows you that there's been enough work done by the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, but also the fact that Ugandans have begun to appreciate that there is an opportunity in this new industry. So with me today, we'll be tackling national content, but also some of the goods and services that have been ring-fenced for Ugandans. But that's not still a limitation to how much Ugandans can be able to participate, because you can also do some participations through different joint ventures, employment, and the different other goods and services that can be supplied to the sector. With me, I'll have two distinguished gentlemen. One is a seasoned lawyer, a friend of mine, Ellison Karuhanga, who will be presenting to us the legal framework under which the aspirations of the country were captured in what national content contains and what it should be to Ugandans. And then also we'll have Mr. Rafael Gerito, I hope I have the pronunciation correct, the Director of Strategy and Marketing from Slumberger, who will be joining us also. Then we'll have a bit of support from Nicholas Tuma, who is the Human Resource Manager for East and Southern Africa for Slumberger, and Mr. Matthew Mugaga, who is the Procurement and Supply Chain Manager for East and Southern Africa, also from Slumberger. And we will also be honored to have again Mr. Jason Williams, who presented yesterday from McDermott for Europe, Middle East and Africa, Senior Director, but he will be on the question and answer session. So he will not be presenting because the same presentation that he did yesterday, he will not be doing today, but he will be available to take any questions based on what opportunities and how they are willing to address national content obligations and some of the ring-fenced services. So Ellison, if you're ready, I'd like to hand over this to you so that you can take it away. Ellison is a seasoned lawyer with the Masters in Oil and Gas. He's also been a state attorney with the government of Uganda, and he sits on different boards, and he's very passionate about national content. Ellison, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Agri, for that very generous presentation. Greetings to everybody who has joined us. It's an honor to be speaking to you, particularly to the new Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, to the new, my learned friend, the new Attorney General of the Republic of Uganda, the Chairman of the Chamber, the members of the Chamber, and everybody who has joined us. I will try and be very quick with this presentation. Let me share the screen. I hope you can all see that. I hope you can all see that.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Okay. Presentation mode.
Sorry, just slightly challenged. Presentation mode is here, I think. No. There.
Yeah.
So, I am, that is me. I'm Edison Karuhanga. I'm a partner with Kampala Associated Advocates. We are going to go through the issues of local content. And I was asked to speak about the legal provisions for local content. And I will say straight off the bat that there is regulation for local content in Uganda. There is law, both in the upstream and midstream sectors of the petroleum industry. And I will go through the law mainly. So that the presentation may be law heavy. You'll forgive me for that, but I think it's important to clarify the legal position right now, such that the other panelists can go into the rest of the presentation. But as a starting point, I'm sure many of the participants know these terms, and I will, however, go through them just for some who don't know. Upstream. Upstream refers to the exploration, development, and production of oil. It is basically getting oil from the ground, from the center of the earth, from the deep blue sea, and bringing it right up to the wellhead. How you explore for it, drill for it, appraise the wells that you find there, and produce from the field. So the oil coming up is called the upstream side of the oil and gas industry. It is where you have licenses, it is where you have the PSAs, it is where you have the JV partners. In the case of Uganda, we have Total and Sinok. And yesterday, the general manager of Total informed us that actually UNOC has now joined and is a partner of Total, Sinok in the Ugandan oil fields. So you have the oil fields in the Albertine Graben, those fields where you drill and bring the oil up. That part of the oil industry is called the upstream oil industry. And it's governed by the Petroleum Exploration, Development and Production Act. It involves regulation on how you drill for oil, how the oil comes up, and how you manage the fields. And when the oil is finished after a few decades, how you close them, decommissioning as well. Then there's the midstream sector. In Uganda, this refers to refining, conversion, transmission through the crude oil export pipeline in the case of Uganda, and midstream storage. And that is governed by the Midstream Act, which is the Petroleum Refining, Conversion, Transmission and Midstream Storage Act of 2013. Now, for local content purposes, both the upstream and midstream acts have local content regulations, which are called the National Content Regulations of 2016 in both those acts. There is a third sector, which is downstream. That is where you get your distribution and marketing. So like the petrol station where you go. That is governed in Uganda by the Petroleum Supply Act. We're not going to focus on that here. Why we are talking about upstream and midstream is because in the case of Uganda, what we have, the project we have in the Albertine Graben is what we call an integrated project. You cannot produce oil from the oil fields unless you have where to take it. The Ugandan oil fields are what they call, some clever person said that our oil is abandoned, that it is in the middle, someone said it's in the middle of nowhere. Of course, we all know that where it is somewhere, but some clever person thinks that somewhere was nowhere. But the point is that the oil fields in Uganda are at least 1,443 kilometers away from the port in Tanga. So you cannot talk about developing the oil in Uganda upstream unless you're also talking about the midstream. You cannot do the pipeline unless oil is being produced. And you cannot produce oil unless the pipeline is built or a refinery is built. So the oil needs an exit point. It needs a final destination to be refined or to be exported. Uganda having neither a refinery nor a pipeline means that developing its upstream requires Uganda to develop its midstream as well. So it's an integrated project. They move together. The one cannot move faster than the other. It will be bad for both. So in discussing local content, we are going to look at local content. We are going to leave out the downstream sector, and we are going to look at local content in these two sectors. Now, of course, the goal of local content is that there must be lasting value to society. There must be employment of Ugandans. There must be the money produced and made from this industry must, at the end of the day, be shared in this economy. The knowledge that is there must come. When the oil is finished, it must be behind development. You cannot wake up when the oil is finished and then say, we are worse off than when the oil came. Oil in Uganda is an opportunity for Uganda to develop. And the government of Uganda has put in place local content regulations to ensure that not just the government doesn't just take its share of the petroleum, because the government has a large share of the petroleum, but to ensure that the population, the businessmen, the people who live and ply their trade in Uganda, in manufacturing, in services, in IT, that these people also benefit from the spend that is going to happen from the oil, from the investment that happens. So the purpose is to create value in a lasting manner. Now, I'll go straight into the local content provisions in upstream. I have thrown the provisions of the law there. Now, it's important to understand that the Upstream Act, the law governing exploration, development, and production, the Petroleum Exploration, Development, and Production Act of 2013, has a very explicit provision on local content, and it's a very interesting local content provision. Section 125.1 provides, as it says on the slide, you can see it there, but there are things which I've highlighted which I think are very important. That preference must be given. So preference must be given to goods which are produced or available in Uganda. So if somebody is manufacturing in Uganda, his goods must be given preference. Now, it doesn't talk about his nationality. It talks about goods that are either available or produced in Uganda. Then it talks about services that are rendered by Ugandan citizens and companies. So if you're going, for example, to deal with consultants or people who are not incorporated, you must deal with Ugandan citizens. And then it talks about Ugandan companies. And then where the goods are not available or the services are not available, then they can be provided by an international company, provided, this is 125 subsection 2, the company has entered into a joint venture with the Ugandan company, and the Ugandan company has at least 48% in the joint venture. It's a very interesting provision of the law. Now, it's important to note, I want to break down that section, and also the regulations, but I want to mainly focus on that section. But before we do that, the act, now one of the big challenges is that in Uganda, if I can just go back. One of the big challenges is that in Uganda, many people will see those sections and say, if you impose Ugandan industry on the oil industry, you will compromise quality and standards. Because Uganda has not yet reached that level of manufacturing, has not yet reached that level of development, which is required in the oil and gas industry. Now, to cure that, Parliament inserted sections 125, subsection 3 and 4, which provides that the Ugandan companies and the JVs with the Ugandan companies must meet the quality, the health, the safety, and the environmental standards required in the oil industry. So being Ugandan must not be an excuse for poor quality, must not be an excuse for delayed delivery, must not be an excuse for failure. The purpose, of course, of setting such high standards on the industry and on Ugandans is because of the very special nature of the Lake Albert graben. The Albertine graben has been called by some studies an ecological treasure chest. 50% of birds, 39% of mammals, 19% of amphibians, 14% of reptiles and plants found in all of Africa are in that region. A large chunk of nature and humanity rests in that region. And the challenge in the Ugandan oil industry is to simultaneously exploit the hydrocarbon resources and protect the ecological diversity of the Albertine graben. And because of that, there can be no compromise on quality. The oil industry on its own is qualitative, is difficult as it is, but in Uganda, extra care must be taken. Now, we go back to 125. Goods produced in Uganda, if we just go back to 125, goods produced in Uganda, services rendered by Ugandan citizens and companies. The big controversy is, what is a Ugandan company? Because to the joint venture where the goods are not available, the joint venture must be entered into with a Ugandan company. What is a Ugandan company? The law, of course, has not defined Ugandan company, but it has empowered the minister, and the minister is available. The minister has been given power to set out the criteria for ensuring local content is complied with. And the minister has already passed the local content, the upstream regulations. Now, the upstream regulations say it must be incorporated under the Companies Act. The Companies Act is a very interesting act. The Companies Act defines a company as a company formed or registered in Uganda. Now, that's a very simple definition, can have so many meanings, because for us lawyers, we are interested in many meanings to simple things. A company incorporated under the Companies Act is in the regulations, but in the Act, the Companies Act talks about a company formed and registered. And I will leave that controversy hanging. But we must then comply with the rest of the 6, provide value addition, use available raw materials, employ at least 70% of Ugandans, and exist on the national supplier database. So if you're a Ugandan out there listening to me right now, and you have a company that is not registered on the national supplier database, that doesn't employ a majority of Ugandans, please be informed that for purposes of petroleum, you are considered a foreigner. So the first thing you should do is go and register yourself on the national supplier database. Now, in understanding, there will be a lot of controversy. Is this a Ugandan company? For example, if a company is registered in Uganda, has been in Uganda, is incorporated in Uganda, has been in Uganda for 30 years, but is owned by a person who is not a Ugandan citizen, would that company qualify as a Ugandan company? So if a company is owned by a Ugandan, but there are all these controversies that arise from the definition. And it is important that in handling all the issues which arise, because many issues arise. If Total, for example, you'll be forgiven for using that example, or put out a tender and people bid and they're not yet Ugandan, international companies bid. Are they allowed, for example, just to bid? Are they allowed to be included on a bidders list and then come and look for Ugandan partners as their bid is being processed and come and update their bid? In handling issues of local content, PAO is mandated to be judicious, to be fair, to ensure the intention of Parliament in protecting Ugandans is enforced, but at the same time, that investment is not stifled. So like I said there, they must be as wise as a serpent, but as harmless as a dove. They must be wise to maneuver through the many challenges, but harmless to ensure that whatever decisions they are taking do not have lasting damage on our sector. But this is not just the requirement of the regulator, the licensees and the subcontractors as well. Now, the Midstream Act is different. And the Midstream Act has Section 53. And Section 53 of the Midstream Act, which is the local content part. Now, the midstream part is, for example, ECOP. If you're doing ECOP, if you're doing the refining, ECOP is the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, which, by the way, will be the longest heated crude oil pipeline on earth. So we are, the Honorable AG and the Honorable Minister are coming in at the time to make history for Uganda and on earth. Now, the Midstream Act provides that priority must be given now to citizens. This one is very clear: citizens of Uganda and registered entities owned by Ugandans in the provision of services. The language is slightly different from what you're seeing in the upstream side. The midstream side also says priority must be given to the purchase of local products and services from Ugandans wherever they are competitive in terms of quality and timely availability. Now here, while Ugandans are given priority, their goods are required to be competitive. And if it's not available in Uganda, then the joint venture can be entered into with a Ugandan company. There is no limit on the shareholding of the joint venture in Section 53, subsection 4. While in Section 135, there is a 48% requirement for Ugandan companies in the JV. Here, in the midstream sector, it's left to negotiation. And of course, the definition of Ugandan company applies mutatis mutandis. Of course, there's a difference is that in the upstream sector, the government of Uganda is the largest shareholder of the oil and gas that will be produced in Uganda. It is, and the government, the cost oil is what finances the sector. So the government actually, at the end of the day, all the costs for the production of upstream oil will be met from cost oil, which would have been otherwise been the government's share of the petroleum. It gives out, it pays the costs. And therefore it determines things like, we want the bulk of this money or a large chunk of it to remain here. And then why it's a flexible issues of citizenship is because that sector is characterized by very heavy investment, long lead times, high risk, price volatility. I mean, just imagine oil in Uganda was discovered in 2006, and we are talking about first oil in 2025. That is longer than any fixed deposit you can be offered. If you have to invest your money there, you have to have an astronomical amount of patience, for which we are very grateful that some of the members of the chamber have that patience. Training and recruitment, there must be a recruitment plan that's submitted. For work permits, in this sector, the requirement is that you must issue a work permit. You must have an understudy, someone must be there to see that when you are when you're working, you're training in Uganda, and the work permits are not just issued at the Ministry of Internal Affairs. You must get a recommendation from POWER. If you get a person in this sector and you want to take him to get a work permit from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, from the Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration, they will tell you where is the letter from POWER. So please ensure that work permits is a very big issue, and ensure that there's compliance in that regard. Then there is ring fencing. The government of Uganda, through the petroleum regulations, has said that certain sectors must be ring fenced for Ugandans. So you cannot, I'm sorry, they're all there. I don't want to read through all of them, but things like comms, things like drilling and production, things like clearing and forwarding, fuel supply, HR management, foods and beverages, hotels, civil works, waste management, there are a number of areas in the upstream regulations that have been ring-fenced. Now, you have a situation where a lump sum contract has been given to a company, and after the lump sum contract has been given to do the EPC for Tilenga, for example, or for Kingfisher, and yet in that lump sum contract, there are many aspects of it that are going to be ring-fenced. It is important that the EPC contractor takes note of the fact that there are ring-fenced services, some of which may have been given to them, and then they go back and they ensure that those ring-fenced services are subcontracted to companies that qualify. International companies cannot do clearing and forwarding, cannot do fuel supply. You can't just a company in Dubai and come here and say that you're going to be supplying fuel, or that you're going to supply cranes, or that you're going to do surveying, that you're going to do land surveys. You said you have a great surveyor in this. Yes, can you hear me? Yes?
Yeah,
can you hear me?
You have 2 minutes.
Okay. So ring-fencing. The 2 minutes are a lot. Anyhow, now, one of the ways in which the petroleum, there's a local content policy. And the local content policy, in one of the ways to encourage Ugandans to participate more in the industry, is that larger contracts should be unbundled. If a contract is worth $200 million, it will be difficult for Ugandan companies to properly compete and get those contracts of $200 million. So the policy is that such a contract should be unbundled, and you have maybe $50 million. $50 million may be easier than $200 million. If you have a $50 million contract, it may be easier to do $10 million contracts, and then it will be easier to compete. But in all these things, the unbundling, the ring fencing, everything must comply with the express provisions of 125, which are no compromise on quality. So that's why it's very good to have Tony as our MC, because Tony basically tries to help us all get quality full time. Now, in summary, local content is like, let's say you own a nightclub. The locals should not just be bouncers. This is not about tokenism. But similarly, the law requires that we bring ourselves to the required standard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ellison. That was quite comprehensive. But I also think that a few people still need your services to completely interpret the provisions of the law. But what comes out strongly is that the local content law provides opportunity for Ugandans, but it is not an obligation if Ugandan companies cannot be able to uptake some of these opportunities, but also be able to deliver to the right standards and to the right quality, and having the capability to be able to do that. But it also provides a provision to say that if you have minimum capacity and minimum standards, you should go into a joint venture with someone who has already done this work before and can be able to bring that experience, and you leverage what the law gives as an opportunity for Ugandans for you to be able to upscale yourself to be able to partake these opportunities. Thank you so much. Please hold the line, because we'll be coming through back with a few questions. A couple of them have come through. At this juncture, allow me to introduce Mr. Raphael Gerito, who is the Schlumberger Marketing and Strategy Director for Offshore Atlantic, based out of London, the UK. His 20-year experience in oil and gas, of which with Schlumberger exposed him to a variety of technical and functional managerial positions across different geographies. Following an initial 5-year reservoir engineering experience in North America, he spent 7 years in Southeast Asia developing and managing software, information, integrated operation solutions for the upstream E&P. He then moved to Egypt in 2012 as the HR Director of East and Mediterranean Operations, and he's currently the Strategy Director for Europe, Middle East, and East Africa. Mr. Raphael, I hand over the mic to you Please, you have 10 minutes to do your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, please confirm that you can hear me and see me right.
Perfect, perfect. And the presentation is also perfect.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Look, my name is Rafael Guerrito. As I was introduced, I am the Marketing and Strategy Director for a region that we call Offshore Atlantic. Now, you might say landlocked Uganda is not precisely offshore Atlantic, but what this means is in this region, we cover our activity offshore North America, Central and South America, and Europe and Sub-Saharan Africa. So we look after the interests and the operations that takes place in Sub-Saharan Africa. I would like to first start by thanking the audience, the honorable ministers in the audience, the esteemed officials, and my co-panelists, and really state and restate that on behalf of our executive committee in Somager, we fully measure the privilege that we have in taking part in this great adventure. We understand this is an ambitious project, and we'll do our best to make sure that we create as much in-country value as we get involved in this project. Now, we're not entirely strangers to Uganda, as we took part initially in some of the services and operations during the exploration phase. And now we intend to be involved in a number of services associated with the upstream aspect of the Tilenga project, specifically around drilling, what we call upper completion, artificial lift solutions, and then surface wellhead solutions. So our involvement will be quite significant. Now, we'll be focusing today on aspects of our philosophy and approach to national content development, but I'll be talking a fair bit also about the sustainability, which was really stressed on and emphasized on by the Attorney General previously this morning. Our commitment to national content development is deep. It is in fact an absolute mandate in everything that we do wherever we operate. We will be joined also this morning by a couple of colleagues who I've worked closely with in the past, Mr. Nick Tuma, who is our HR business partner, but also our local content coordinator and who is based in Kampala, and by Matthew Mogaga, our procurement and supply chain manager for East and Southern Africa, and who is currently based in Mozambique. Now, both these gentlemen are Ugandans. They're with me today, not just because of the living proof of our commitment to capacity building and development of Ugandan professionals, but more importantly, because of their functional expertise. Now, allow me to please introduce very briefly, or reintroduce for those of you who may not be familiar with Schlumberger, the company Schlumberger. Let me introduce who we are effectively. We are the leading provider of technology to the energy industry, and our focus has very much been around deploying technologies and operational excellence in everything that we do. To give you a general sense of our size, we are about 85,000 plus employees globally. That is 160 nationalities. We operate in close to 90 countries with access to expertise in 120 countries. And we are organized broadly, globally, as 5 basins, of which Offshore Atlantic is one, and then 4 divisions. These 4 divisions are reservoir performance, well construction, production systems, and then digital and integration as an overarching theme. Our vision is very much define and drive high performance sustainably. And you will see that sustainability aspect that underpins just about everything that we do in our philosophy and our approach. And we think it'll be extremely important to live these values in the project here in Uganda. And our purpose is to create amazing technology that unlocks access to energy and for the benefit of all. Now, I talked about technology briefly. We really were created around and through innovation, initially close to almost 100 years ago. But a critical aspect and a cornerstone of our value is very much our people. You can see from the numbers above the diversity that we have. You will find in any country that we operate a wide variety of nationalities. And the purpose of this is we, in fact, focus very specifically on developing these nationalities in order to be able to inject that expertise back in these countries as and when a significant development takes place. And that's precisely here the story for Uganda. A quick word on sustainability, which, as I mentioned previously, really underpins everything that we do. and we have a comprehensive ESG program that underpins our strategy. Now, broadly speaking, this is split out into 3 ways. There are 3 building blocks to our approach to sustainability. First of all, a global stewardship program, which is implemented with some level of governance everywhere we operate. And our intention here, through social sustainability, environmental sustainability, and corporate governance, is to ensure that we do indeed have the right community impact and really bring in the environmental leadership that we believe our industry critically needs, and that we live these values and implement these programs everywhere we work. The second aspect, and this is a topic that we see increasing amount of headlines in the news today, is very much around decarbonization. Now, we fully measure the fact that delivering and unlocking access to energy and affordable energy is a key priority to many of the countries that we operate still. But this doesn't mean that we should be reckless in the way we develop these resources. So our focus on decarbonizing oil and gas production is very real, and a large majority of our portfolio is in fact qualified as transition technology portfolio, which allows us to drive for the country and the operating company the right business outcomes, but more importantly, more affordable energy and with less carbon. This means that we strive to achieve as low a carbon intensity for every barrels that are produced, and this will benefit the community and the environments where we operate. And the third aspect is our increasing focus on new energy. So you can see here the core portfolio of capability that Schlumberger has been growing through from its very early days around oil and gas, which has been almost exclusively our focus all of these years. But we have established over the past few years a number of partnerships and ventures to in fact take leadership positions in a wide variety of these new energy forms that we will experience in a transition, from hydrogen to geoenergy, geothermal, bioenergy, lithium, and also carbon capture and sequestration, which we believe will be quite critical here in Uganda as well. So our focus from a sustainability standpoint is really to deliver the right community impact and environmental impact, to ensure the right technologies are deployed to lower the carbon intensity of upstream resources that are extracted and exploited, and then transition with the industry to new forms of energy. Now, let me focus a bit more around the stewardship aspect, which, to put it simply, is effectively what we consider to be our license to operate. We do not operate without specific focus around stewardship. We talked about the 3 different components or building blocks of that global stewardship approach: the social sustainability, the environmental sustainability, and the right degree of corporate governance. Now, our actions are very much driven by UN Sustainable Development Goals that you can see here, and you can see broadly which of these goals in fact guide our actions and inform our actions wherever we operate. I would like to reemphasize, first of all, on the timeline that you see at the top right here, around our commitment to what you may be familiar with as net zero, even as we will continue to help all of our customers and host countries to develop as cost effectively and sustainably the resources that they sit on. We have made a very ambitious and broad commitment to, in fact, decarbonizing the industry and reaching net zero on the full scope 1, 2, and 3 by 2050 with minimal reliance on carbon offsets. So we believe that we're really, from the oilfield service sector, are leading with these ambitions, and you can see here the nature of our ambitions and each of the milestones that we're talking about, starting with a 30% reduction in our direct emissions and electricity consumption for our operations by 2025. And then here are a few snapshots of expressions of stewardship in action, which is very much driven, first of all, sponsored by all of our managing directors on the ground, but very much values and actions that are lived and driven by our employees on the ground. And you can see some aspects right here where a lot of our actions typically are going to be guided by investment in people, providing access to quality education, building up capacity, transferring technology, transferring knowledge, but also bringing our specific focus around safety and employee well-being to the communities around which we actually work. And then aspects around the environmental sustainability from the routine aspect of participating in cleaning up the environment where we work and around where we work, but also bringing about some new capabilities that allow us to also participate actively in emission reducing actions, specifically around climate change. You can see that example here in installation to solar panel in many of our facilities where we operate. So these are expressions of stewardship. And I would like to finish this presentation now with more specifics on the target impact summary that we aim to have. And this plan will be taking shape in its execution over the course of the coming months as we evolve towards FID. Obviously, we're deeply involved right now in all the preparation work associated with this. So things are very much in motion today. But if you focus to the left here of our national content development, this will give you a broad view of our philosophy as a company and our approach. And we, in fact, tend to be quite consistent in all the different countries where we operate in. I used to be based in Mozambique before, in fact, looking after East and Southern Africa for SOMAGE, and we deployed the very same approach in many other countries that we operated in. The first building block and cornerstone of our philosophy for national content development, which fits under our global stewardship program, is around investing in people. I stressed in my opening slide on the importance of people. You know, we consider people to be the pulse of SOMAGE and the spirit of SOMAGE. So investing people is indeed a first priority and remains a priority throughout the time where we operate. This goes from ensuring we have a local presence, facilitate the right level of job creation, that we hire a number of qualified personnel, that we proactively partake in technology and skills transfer. We hook up and develop deep relationships with academia wherever we operate. And then really the programs fit under a capacity building approach. And increasingly, we bring our leadership around digital enablement to make sure that the workforce that we contribute to building, the expertise we contribute to developing is indeed digital savvy, which will be a critical skills for everybody tomorrow. So some of the impacts around that cornerstone specifically, we'll start with developing that deep relationship that we already have with some of the universities, but really 2 target universities at a minimum that we will partner up with for engineering graduate hirings. These are highly skilled force. Typically, we hire a lot of field engineers, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, chemical engineers, petroleum engineers, all kinds of engineers. And they are the ones who are effectively becoming our managers of tomorrow. The Nick Tumas that I talked about previously, the Matthew Mugaya that I talked about previously, but also on the functional side. And I would like to in fact, share with you that our head of legal, or legal counsel for Sub-Saharan Africa, East and Southern Africa today is Irene Onapito, also a Ugandan individual. Diversity and inclusion guide many of our actions. We live it inside SOMAGE, and we want to promote that also outside. So as we go about and recruiting on our recruiting approach, our target is to hire a minimum of 50% Ugandan female recruits. So this is something that we want to implement, and we work deeply with our partners on the academia front to achieve that. And then a key measure of the sustainable aspect of what we do from local content development is through the national personnel ratio. Simply put, how many of our crews in the field, how many of our people operating under a specific program are indeed local nationals, in this particular case, Ugandan nationals. And our objective by 2025 would be, indeed by first law, that 90% of our personnel involved in this project will be of Ugandan nationality. So this is quite an ambitious program from a capacity building standpoint. The second aspect is around in-country value creation. So that's very much about what we talked about previously. We talked about ring-fenced services, specific sectors that are ring-fenced. So here we've got also a broad expertise and a specific process and program for engaging local suppliers for goods and services, creating economic opportunities for local businesses. We will start by a broad screening of in excess of 500 Ugandan suppliers for initial screening for these goods and services. These numbers may evolve as we indeed develop, but our planned spend on Ugandan suppliers specifically for these services, so this excludes the overall spend when it comes to compensation, expertise, and other programs and technology transfers, that's specifically the spend on Ugandan suppliers for these sectors will be in excess of $40 million for the duration of the project by 2025. And then we will create a number of new categories, that is indeed creating new opportunities around a number of different fields in excess of 10 new categories from the supply chain standpoint by 2025. And then the sustainability of our initiatives, because we could inject some people, we could spend a little bit here, but really what matters at the end of the day is by the time the project winds down or first phase of the project winds down, is that the impact we've had is indeed sustainable and allowing that transfer expertise to be reused, with greater autonomy after we might be winding down our operation. So to give you a bit of a sense for how this will be evolving, out of the total spend, we will have with third-party companies for our operating costs. We will start from year one with 25% and aim to reach by year 3 of the project in excess of 50% for these supplies. Now, we have to understand that some of the capabilities we have to inject are very specific to upstream oil and gas, but when we look at the kinds of sectors that we're talking about for this $40+ million spend and 50% of third-party spend with Ugandan companies, we're talking about anything from logistics to construction and engineering, material handling, equipment, rental, talked about accommodation, HR management, office and camp, but also specifics around chemicals, around products that could indeed be seeing a brighter future for second and third phase of the project down the road. We'll be seeking to source as much of this locally, but also for machine shop, inspection and repairs, things like nitrogen, and then a number of spare parts that will be resorting to the local supplier ecosystem. That is in fact an advantage for us, and that's an absolute mandate for us. And in doing so, we'll also be seeking to develop the growth of a number of different companies on the ground. And a target we've got for this is around the development of what we would call semi-skilled staff, where we, on the top line here, focused on engineering capabilities, injecting that on for more semi-skilled staff. We'll be indeed seeking to develop this with local partners once our local entities, in fact, registered in Uganda. So I would like to leave you all with this. I believe I probably ran over my time here, but I would like to thank you very much for your time. And again, restate our excitement, the fact that we feel very blessed and very proud to be part of this project. And we really seek to reach out to all of you to ensure that we have as positive an impact for the country and for our customers here in Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Raphael. That was very comprehensive. You could please hold the line because we have a couple of questions coming through. We'll do a quick question and answer probably for the next 5-10 minutes, and then we can allow you to leave. I know you have support from Tuma and Mugaga in case there are any questions that may need their attention. So I ask that they also can now log in because a couple of them are coming through. Obviously, the first question I will pose is, Jason, are you with us? Jason?
Yes, I am with you. Good morning, and thank you again for the invite.
No, not audible. Jason, you're not audible.
Can you hear me now?
No. Yes, there is a bit of feedback.
Let me try again. Can you hear me now?
The network is quite poor. But we can start off. First, Ellison, you have a couple of questions here. And I think the first one is about the measurement of local content and enforceability. Where does it, someone was asking here, where does it say in the law how local content is supposed to be measured and how it can be enforced? And an example that was given is that you'll find a company hiring maybe 1,000 Ugandans and 5 expatriates, but the cost or the pay for the 5 expatriates is enough to pay the 1,000 Ugandans. So they are earning probably $15,000, $20,000, $30,000, and the Ugandan is earning $100,000, rather $100 a month. So who is there to manage and monitor that local content is actually being realized and it is meaningful and it is respectful and dignifies the Ugandans?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Andre. The Petroleum Authority is there as a regulator. And the requirement is that 50% of management should be Ugandan. Also remember that expatriates are regulated using work permits. And the skills gap and the pay gap, there are realities, they exist. Of course, they exist because also of certain commercial realities. I mean, if somebody is, take Schlumberger, for example, if someone has been working in the oil fields for 30 years and he's given a contract to come to Uganda for 2-3 years, certainly he brings with him a certain wealth of experience that is priced at a certain level that someone coming out of their program at Makerere may not be able to qualify at the same level. That does not necessarily mean there is poor local content. I think that the real value of local content is that as you rise and as you work, cream rises to the top. I mean, I'll give the example of Schlumberger again. We've had Irene Onapito, for example, a Ugandan lawyer, a contemporary of many of ours, head of legal for the entire group. If she's taken to Ghana, they can't simply say that this expatriate is earning 1,000 times more than us. So it's a fine balance, but the point is a fair point, and I think it's a point that the regulator must look into. I'm certain the regulator looks into that point and improves that point, but you must make that balance. The fact that many Ugandans in this oil and gas industry have risen to even become expatriates. I see many of them as attendees here. So the balance must be there, but who monitors? There's a regulator called the Petroleum Authority, and that is and the Petroleum Authority enforces, and the Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration is a further check with regard to the issue of work permits.
Thank you very much. Raphael, a couple of questions for you. From your presentation, you've highlighted the opportunities that would be due for national content or to Ugandans, but they have not been detailed. So someone is asking, what kind of skills are you looking for the people you want to employ? What jobs are available? What goods and services will you be looking at? And how are you going to do the pre-qualification? Are you going to consider the national supplier database, or you have your own pre-qualification, or you're going to the press or the media to advertise the opportunities so that people can start to prepare for them?
No, very good. Thank you for the question. I will ask for Matthew to in fact come online, and both Matthew and Nick to address both these different aspects. Matthew, are you online? Yes.
Yes,
Maybe
I'm online. Yeah.
The process typically, but and provide us slightly more insights, but on this, Matthew. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for this opportunity. I will take the question on how do we pre-qualify suppliers. So maybe to start off with, it's important to express and really, stress that Schlumberger is committed to maximizing the opportunities afforded to national suppliers and contractors as a result of operations wherever we do work. So we do cultivate and engage local suppliers and ensure that all qualified suppliers are afforded the same opportunities that are offered to other supply chain participants. Now, in this regard, and in today's competitive global economy, we know that strong relationships with our suppliers are more than important than ever in our abilities to meet not just our own, but also our customer needs. Now, our preferred suppliers. So our preferred suppliers are those that work with us in a professional, ethical, competitive, and cost-effective manner consistent with the Schlumberger policies, procedures, and business objectives. I also want to highlight that while all my previous, actually I think it was the Attorney General that mentioned this, that the National Supply Database is there to help as many as Ugandan companies register and avail themselves to the different stakeholders in this industry of what capabilities they're able to provide. However, in evaluating these potential suppliers, Schlumberger considers a number of factors. One of those is delivery the price, the reliability. A number of my previous speakers have mentioned on ESG, which is health, safety, environment. How do we make sure that in all our activities, we are safe, we are delivering a quality product, and we are responsible? So operational costs, after sales support services, and many of those are things we shall consider in pre-qualifying suppliers. So the avenue really, if I were to guide to one specific one, it would be the National Supplier Database. I encourage all companies to make sure they register themselves. This database is widely available to all of us. We, as much as possible, will refer that as the first line of supply identification. In terms of categories of spend or potential areas where we intend to have services, apart from the ring-fenced services, which are mostly logistics, construction services, PPE, safety services, machine shop services, it's a number of them, accommodations, real estates and management, material handling, but as well as the project really progress further, I think what some of those services that we intend to see that today may not readily be available in the industry or in the market in Uganda, services such as maybe well site API certifications, etc. We intend to work with the different suppliers locally in developing their capacities to try to bring them up to speed in that regard. So I don't know if I've rightly answered you in terms of those opportunities that we shall see other than just the ring-fenced ones, but I hope I've tried my best on that one.
I think you've done well, but I think the question you did not touch is how do people, because registering on the National Supplier Database, they have been there for a couple of years. But how do they know when you've come to the market and when do you come to the market for them to be able to prepare themselves?
That's a good question. So we intend to use the media, the newspapers. We shall try to run a couple of tenders or expressions of interest as much as we can, at least in the initial phases of the preparations for the project, and try to use that to really, again, demonstrate and communicate what those opportunities we shall be having in the project life will be.
Thank you very much. Jason, are we okay now?
This is a test. Can you hear me now?
Super. Super.
Great.
Good morning.
Good morning to you, and thank you again for the invitation this morning.
And thank you for sparing your time to answer a couple of questions. I think the same question that has gone to Slumberger comes to you. Question here asking, when does McDermott intend to do a pre-qualification and how will they do it? And in terms of planning, when will that be happening?
Thank you for the question. The truth is that the pre-qualification has started already during the proposal phase, and we have received many tenders in putting our proposal together towards Total to get to the point that we are already today. The pre-qualification of new contractors will be ongoing, and to be honest, will probably go on for the remainder of the project. We need to have that option open for anybody based on the requirements that we might have between now, first oil and beyond. So the answer to your question is that pre-qualification is open. We will use the information that we receive to try and see how we can, as we use the word bundling, to unbundle some of these to try and create more opportunities towards the local contractors. But to answer your question, as pre-qualification is an ongoing process and it has started already.
Thank you, which then brings me back to Ellison. Another question for you, which you had highlighted in your presentation, that the procurement process took into consideration certain companies, which ideally some were not already on the National Supplier Database. And like Jason has highlighted, it was used as part of the pre-qualification process or the bidding process. What then happens for companies which have been registered on the National Supplier Database that were not considered during the bid process?
Is that for me?
Yes, for you, Ellison.
I think Jason is much better placed to answer that question than myself.
No, because it was something that you highlighted in the legal provision that all companies that need to be to do business have to be on the National Supplier Database and have to be the so many elements that you had highlighted.
Yes.
Ellison, I'll be happy to give a little bit of background and maybe you can support. I think Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The truth is that we have a core document, which is our Exhibit J, which is our bidders list, but that is subject to change, and working with Total, the client, that opportunity does exist. So we develop bidders lists for each one of the subcontracts that we have then developed using our strategy for EPC execution. And that is an opportunity to add new bidders. There, of course, is a very stringent requirement, and one of those requirements is to make sure that they are registered, as Ellison has spoken about earlier. But the opportunity does exist because we need bidders list approval per subcontract that we'll go out to, and that needs to happen in the next from now for the next certainly 12 months will be the timing where we have most of our subcontracts then starting from bidders list and ending in award.
Ellison, you want to add something?
Yes, I think the fundamental thing, I think the point which I had raised is that even for future contracts or anything, you must be registered in the National Supplier Database. It is a requirement, and companies would be well advised to register. I don't know if that answers the question, Andrew.
Okay, maybe let me rephrase. The question was, so in the bid process, maybe there were companies that were not yet registered on the National Supplier Database, maybe because the law was not clear to them, but they are part already of the process and they register afterwards. What happens to companies which had been already registered and were not given opportunity to be part of the process?
Oh, so I think that comes from my presentation about the bidders list.
From your presentation?
Yes, I think the argument was simply that the requirement is to get the contract, you must be on the NSD. If someone has the best price, has the best local content plan, is fit and proper, but had not registered at the time of bidding, would it preclude him from being awarded the contract if he registers after he bidded? Now, straightforward procurement, if, for example, I was procuring for tonneau paper at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, the procurement officer would put out the terms, who qualifies in a bidding document, and I'll be disqualified. I think the argument I was making is that there must be a wider appreciation, is that you cannot award the contract to me unless I am on the NSD, but if I respond to a tender and I have not yet gotten on the NSD, I was making the argument that the regulator should be more flexible with how it handles its bidders list, such that you can be able to have the best quality and the best standards coming on. Now, the good thing is that the NSD is now open. At the beginning, if you recall, the NSD used to be open periodically. They would open it twice or thrice in a year, which would certainly disadvantage people. But right now, the NSD is open throughout the year. So as long as I can qualify to be on that NSD, that requirement, I was making the argument, should not be used when counseling people from bidders lists. Now, what happens to those who had been on the NSD? I think being on the NSD is a requirement for you to be able to get a contract. But being on the NSD is not a silver bullet. You must qualify. You must convince the person from whom you're seeking business to be able to give you business. And if you're not on the NSD, you cannot be contracted. Now, I was saying that we need to be flexible. It's an argument that I was making. And I don't think that argument affects those who are already on the NSD. The point is, be the best.
Okay, thank you. There is another question in regards to that exactly. Someone is asking, Tier 1 contractors, and this probably also goes back to Jason and Raphael, provided their proposals with certain subcontractors. Does that now exclude everyone else that was not part of that process?
Sorry, I'm not quite with you. Can you just repeat the question?
Okay, someone says that Air One contractors bid with some companies that are local as subcontractors. Does this completely lock out other local companies that did not bid with them during the proposal stage?
I'm going to answer the question to say that we will run a competitive tendering process. Just because a company is local doesn't mean that they will be up against other local or international contractors. So just because they're registered will mean that they get the opportunity to tender, but it doesn't preclude others from also providing a bid.
Okay, so there is still opportunity for those who are not part of the proposal stage to be able to participate in the bids going forward. I think that's
to answer that question. All of our work will be retendered from the proposal stage. So we utilize the proposal stage to develop our estimate, but we have made a decision that all of our packages will be retendered for now the execution stage.
Thank you very much. So I think, Mattia, you had the opportunities are still available. You just need to keep abreast of what is happening and be part of the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. You will be able to have this information as it comes through. Back to you, Ellison. Someone was asking, and probably Jason can come in and Raphael to help. Who sets the quality standards for oil and gas?
Matthew, do you want to go first, or do you want me to?
I'm happy to chime in on this one. So when we say the quality standards, it's a very broad question. Can you be more specific on that?
That is how it came through, but maybe I'll try to unpack it. Probably what they were asking is that the standards for oil and gas. Yes. Who decides them? What are they, and who is responsible for them?
No, okay. I think it's a very interesting question, and frankly, I think this is a subject of an entire panel discussion. But I'll take a quick stab at it. You know, if you recall the few slides I presented, the emphasis on sustainability. We talked about global stewardship, responsibility. I think these are values that are absolutely fundamental, and I would say in particular. In a place like Uganda, we talked about the natural reserves, the sensitivity from an environmental aspect. These are values that need to be clearly reflected in everything that we do, right? As a collaborative team. Let's put it this way. Now, when it comes to quality standard, I think you'll have many. I would rather talk about attributes of sustainability. How environmentally sound are things? How safe are the operations? And how safe, therefore, are the variety of services and products that are procured in support of the operation. So this, as Matthew explained, will be critical aspect in the selection process and screening process. Compliance to the ESG standards that we define, that is an essential aspect for our supply chain. And obviously the qualifications for the expertise and the goods that we procure. Ultimately, this is a collective. We can define specific standards. Certainly, we will be imposing these as we go through the screening process. But ultimately, I would say that the country of Uganda, the authorities and the operating companies will be the ones upholding these values and ensuring that all these subcontractors live them. Right?
Raphael, if I can add to what you've already said, I think, and it's just adding to what he said is, I think also working on oil gas projects has very specific engineering standards and client-specific requirements, not only required for the safety and quality of what we're building, but also for the longevity and to make sure that what we are building can withstand the pressures, the heat, and the temperature requirements for the process itself. So a lot of the standards that and the quality requirements really will be dictated by Total, but also by McDermott technical and engineering standards.
Thank you so much. Since we are running out of time, I'll give a minute to each one of you to just wind up and then we can go into the next session. I'll start with Raphael.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Look, I will not take too long. I would like to thank you very much for your time. And you know, personally, I've seen you know, aspects of this project taking shape over the past few years, and I must say that I'm so pleased and proud to see the stage that we've reached so far. And there's been tremendous progress. I thought many of the talks this morning were extremely inspiring, and I can see that it's really the degree of responsibility and ambition that really makes us very proud and privileged to be part of the adventure. So I'd like to thank you very much, and we look forward to being of tremendous value to the people of Uganda.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you. I'd like to, first of all, just compliment Ellison on a very good presentation. For us at McDermott and Sinopec in our consortium, it was a very good lessons learned and also some very important facts that we need to abide by in terms of our national content plan and going forward, specifically in terms of ring-fenced goods. So I'd like to thank Ellison for that presentation this morning. On our side, I think we're on the start of a journey. I did enjoy the comment yesterday to say that we are the new kid on the block, and our commitment is to utilize as much as possible and practical Ugandan services and goods. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Jason. Ellison?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jason. Maybe I should send you an invoice. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Agri, to speak this morning. I think that it's been a fantastic conference. I thank especially the people who have participated. I particularly thank the Honorable Minister of Energy and Mineral Development and the Land and Honorable Attorney General. I think I agree with Raphael, the enthusiasm with which the government side has come to this conference is commendable. And we are always available at the service of the chamber. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ellison. Thank you, all panelists, and thank you so much. Just to say finally that national content is good business. It's responsible business. It's dignifying, and it's the right thing to do to bring in place different people from the communities where the company is operating to be able to benefit from its mineral resources, but also because Uganda is a developing country, we need to be able to partake part of the opportunity to develop our country. And like I said, we have almost 1.3 million Ugandans turning 18. All of them need work. They need a nice home. They need decent education and decent health. We can only do it if we as Ugandans take the front foot and be able to participate in the oil and gas space. Thank you so much. I'd like to hand over to the MCs, Cynthia and Tony. Thank you so much and have a good morning.
The oil and gas producing nations of the world. This is a venture that is rich, heavy, of high return, highly regulated, very technologically intensive, and of high risk. But we knew that. What you need to know now is that the insurance industry has increased their knowledge and understanding of this sector, studied the risks, and steadied her capacity. And yes, now we know that we have the strength to cover all the high-risk projects now underway in the oil and gas sector. We are the Insurance Consortium for Oil and Gas Uganda. With 16 companies and counting, we will use our expertise to offer every project access to oil and gas insurance plans from the world markets. If it is a project, it is our risk. If it is your business, let us worry about it with the geological explorations, movement, and mounting of the oil rigs and heavy machinery, laying of pipelines and other infrastructure. We can cover construction, all risks, property, and liability risks. It is about Uganda, and managing the risks involved in this venture will be of benefit to all of us. We are here at the start and will be here to the end.
Welcome back. If you've just joined us, I want to remind you that you're attending the 7th Annual Oil and Gas Convention under the theme, Harnessing Opportunities in the Oil and Gas Sector Post-FID. And I would like to encourage you to continue, please, sharing online under the hashtag OilConvention21. Please keep sharing what you are listening to so that the rest of the general public can be plugged in and they can be able to find this information later after the conference. Thank you very much. So in the previous session, we had Agre Ashaba, who did a fantastic job, and his panelists. Thank you so much, Agre, for that engaging moderation. And thank you, Ellison, Raphael. Thank you, everyone who's participated in this, in the first session. And moving on, we've been hearing local content, you know, all these questions, how do we get involved, and so on and so forth. And at some point, I think Agre mentioned you have to be a member of Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. So what does that mean? I think most of you would have, you know, of course, that the Chamber of Mines and Petroleum is organizing this conference, but do you know what they do? So I thought I should just throw some light on that and how to become a member. And quickly, I'll just mention that the Chamber, of course, represents the mining and petroleum industry, and it tables issues to government and other relevant bodies on behalf of its members. So by virtue of that, it helps lobby and advocate for its members, and it provides great networking opportunity by organizing workshops, events like these, networking events, visits, it does surveys, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of value you can get by becoming a member of Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. And they just have 3 categories of membership. The first one is the diamond membership, which requires payment of a one-off annual fee of $6,000. Then they have the gold membership, which requires payment of $3,000 a year. And then there's the silver membership, which requires payment of $1,250 a year. So all companies that are intending to participate in the local content and need representation, and I think that is all companies really, need to subscribe to Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, and you can reach them for further information by emailing them on info@ucmp.com, and they'll be able to assist you. So the next session will take only 15 minutes, and it's really building onto the first session and all the previous sessions on local content. So we are going to hear more on leveraging partnerships and joint ventures to enhance capacity. And to do this for us, share a case study is none other than Mr. Ronnie Musoke. And I would like to introduce Mr. Ronnie Musoke by reading his bio. Mr. Musoke is the Chief Executive Principal Officer of Uganda Reinsurance Company, and he has over 26 years of experience in the insurance industry in the areas of underwriting, claims management, risk management, brokering, and reinsurance. He also serves as an executive committee member of Uganda Insurers Association, and until recently was a member of the governing council and chairman of that Uganda Insurers Association, and he's also been chairman of the examinations committee and member of the audit and compliance committee of the Insurance Training College of Uganda. So prior to joining Uganda, Uganda Reinsurance Company, Mr. Musoke served as the operations manager at UAP General Insurance Company and Grass Savoy Uganda Insurance Brokers, which is now Willis Towers Watson, as general manager and chief executive. So Mr. Musoke, you are most welcome to this discussion. And I would like to now hand over to you to take us through the case study in just 5 minutes. Over to you, and you're welcome.
Thank you, Cynthia. I hope I'm audible enough to everybody.
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for that introduction. And I'd like to start off by thanking the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum for organizing this convention, which, like the chairman mentioned yesterday, it had aborted on, I think, 1 or 2 occasions, courtesy of COVID-19, which has negatively impacted all of us in our respective businesses. However, good enough, you've managed to pull it off, and I must say it's going very well, judging from how it went yesterday, and also how it has started off today. I'll add my voice to the previous speakers, and my sympathy goes to all those who have lost loved ones, courtesy of this pandemic. And let us all please stay safe and observe all the SOPs and presidential guidelines as given. I would like to highlight to you that in the chairman's remarks of yesterday, he emphasized the need for joint ventures and partnerships for all Ugandan entities intending to participate in the oil and gas space. So you'll find that in almost all the conversations that are going on, there's an emphasis on partnerships, joint ventures, or consortiums, if you like. So to also note that from all the presentations we had yesterday, it was clear that the projects we're all excited about to participate in for the various sectors, they are huge. This is in terms of scope, in terms of complexity, and in terms of value. So it will therefore be very difficult for any one single entity to expect to go about these projects on their own. So the advice that we've been getting from almost all discussions that we've been having with various stakeholders is to see that we engage in joint ventures, in partnerships, in consortiums, so that we can pull together all our resources and be able to approach the opportunities that are before us in a much better way. So in line with that, let me focus on the sector that I've been serving for the last over 26 years and demonstrate to you how we've managed to do this. And what we've done is, as an insurance sector, you would know that there are several insurance companies and they all write different kinds of businesses. But for the purposes of oil and gas, what we've done is we've pulled together our resources again in line with the partnerships and joint ventures that have been advocated for in this space. And we have formed what we have called an insurance consortium for oil and gas. If you recall, in the convention, which was held in 2018 in Speak Resort Munyonyo, that is when we actually launched this insurance consortium. And in that presentation also, there was encouragement for all the other sectors who are intending to participate in this oil and gas space to also emulate what the insurance industry had done and also form consortiums. What will happen is, if you look at, say, other sectors like, say, logistics, if you look at, say, provision of maybe foodstuffs and the like to the oil companies, you will find that the requirements are so huge that just one company cannot be able to provide, say, all the trucks that are required, that they may need to partner with others who are able to do, to also supply the similar types of trucks that are required to be able to meet the needs of the oil companies. So from the insurance point of view, what we've done is all the insurance companies who are providing non-life services have actually come together and put together this consortium, which consists of 29 life members. And in this, what it means that for the key risks, and the key risks here, I'm talking about the construction, I'm talking about liability risks, and I'm talking about the importation of equipment. You'll find that these all have to be written through the consortium. It should also be noted that the consortium may not have all the capacity to write these huge risks. So what we do, again, probably to mention that the way insurance works is on the principle of spread of risk. So one company will take on a risk and only insure what they're able to up to their capacity. And then the rest of it, capacity will be sought from other entities. Now, for the sake of oil and gas, the other entities we're talking about here are the captives of the international oil companies, because we're aware that they also have their own captives, and so they should be able to participate in insuring these risks. Secondly, we also have the regional reinsurance companies. And then thirdly, we have the international reinsurers. So all these combined will be able to provide all the capacity that is required to insure the risks in the oil and gas space. I should also mention that in putting together this consortium, it wasn't just the players working on their own. We have worked with experts out there who have been involved in similar risks, and also for countries which are beginning this journey of oil and gas like us. And these are consultants based in UK, going by the name Total Risk Solutions. In addition to that, we have also worked hand in hand with our regulator, who sanctioned the formation of this insurance consortium. So whatever we've done, it has been done very properly, very well. And we've followed all the guidelines as we've received them from the various stakeholders. And also, I should mention that any risk that is going to be insured, we have to demonstrate to the insurance regulatory authority that it has been fully reinsured. So meaning that all the stakeholders, government, oil companies, the ministries, will not be exposed by the local companies taking on these risks on their own without the involvement of the other parties. So by doing all this, we're demonstrating that we're working in a partnership. We're coming together and pooling all our resources. All the stakeholders involved in this case, I've already mentioned all the insurance companies, the reinsurers, the captives of the oil companies. So combined, we're able to provide all the capacity that is required to be able to insure the oil and gas risks. I thought I should also mention something about capacity, because in all the engagements we've always had, there's been a question about capacity. But I think I've already demonstrated this by talking about how insurance operates on the principle of spread of risk. Spread of risk means I will take the business as one entity, and then I'll only insure what is to the extent of my capacity, and then I involve other parties who have also experience in the similar risks until the risk is fully placed. So that way, it means that the capacity is available, not only with that one entity, but it's a combination of all the other entities who are also able to provide support. I should also mention that we have already received support or guaranteed capacity from several reinsurers, and this they've been guaranteeing on an annual basis. To date, I could say we have capacity to the tune of about $500 million US, and this is guaranteed capacity. But there are several other reinsurers out there who are willing to come on board and partner with us when we start writing these oil and gas risks. So in a way that should give comfort to all the stakeholders, the partnerships that we put in place will not expose them in any way, but rather ensure that all the risks they're exposed to are adequately covered. I would like to leave it at that for now. And I'll be available to respond to any queries that may come through. But I wanted to just demonstrate that as insurers, we have put together a consortium and would urge all the other participants in the oil and gas space, all the other internet service providers to also emulate what the insurance sector has done. And maybe one other thing I would also comment on is, again, to demonstrate partnerships. When you look at the local brokers, they have got partners. That is the international reinsurance brokers. So it will also be necessary that those international reinsurance brokers identify partners on the ground whom they will be able to work with, being that the local brokers on the ground and are able to give information a lot faster as is required by them to be able to secure terms. So I thank you so much for listening to me, and I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Msoke, for that submission. It's very well received. I mean, we can't emphasize how important insurance is to help us guard against the unknown. So it's very recommended, of course. So thank you so much. And you reminded me when you were speaking of the adage that says, if you want to go far, you go with someone, but if you want to go quickly, you go it alone. So I guess partnerships are important. And so it was great hearing how you've gone about creating a consortium. So moving on, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the next two presenters, and I'm sure in a short while you know why. I have this smirk on my face. So the next speakers are going to talk about financing solutions, which I am sure you'll be eager to hear about, as businesses that are trying to penetrate the oil and gas sector. Of course, the key issue that everybody is always talking about is access to finance, access to credit, you know, and so on and so forth. So to speak to us, we have two speakers from Absa Bank Uganda Limited. But I want to put a disclaimer that at this point, I'm speaking as the PR advisor of Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, as I introduce Mr. Albert Byaruhanga, who happens to be a colleague of mine, because we worked together at Standard Chartered Bank at some point. And we are also alumni, actually, Heriot Watt University. But to quickly take you through Mr. Albert Byaruhanga's bio, Albert is a seasoned banker with 18 years experience in corporate and business banking. Previously, he held the positions of relationship manager and head of commercial banking in Absa Bank Uganda. Prior to joining Absa, Albert worked for United Bank of Africa and Standard Chartered Bank as senior corporate relationship manager and commercial relationship manager, respectively. He holds a bachelor's degree in commerce from Makerere University Business School, a postgraduate diploma in financial management from Uganda Management Institute, and is currently pursuing his MBA from Heriot Watt University, Edinburgh Business School. Albert will be joined by his colleague, Mr. David Tigere Mparuta. Albert, I hope Mr. Tigere is with you. He's the head enterprise.
Yes, he is on the call.
Oh, great. So to quickly introduce Mr. David Mparuta, he's the head of enterprise and supply chain development, corporate and investment banking, Absa regional operations. As head of enterprise and supply chain development for the Absa regional operations, David is responsible for defining and implementing the ESD strategy, which looks to leverage corporate partnerships to improve access to finance for suppliers in corporate value chains. This strategy has a particular focus on financing small and medium-sized entities with corporate offtake agreements, while also ensuring the SMEs develop adequate skills to manage and grow their businesses sustainably. Before his current position, David held various roles in risk and finance across the bank. And prior to joining Absa, he worked on the credit hybrids desk at JP Morgan in London. He also has experience in audit and consulting from PricewaterhouseCoopers and academics from the University of the Northwest in South Africa, where he lectured accounting. So David is a qualified chartered accountant and holds a BCom honors degree, a postgraduate diploma in audit, and has recently completed a World Bank certification for banking executives through George Washington University. So those are our two speakers. Albert and David, you each have 5 minutes, so you have a total of 10 minutes. So I'll hand right to you right now to take off with this. Over to
you.
Thank
you. Thank you very much, Cynthia. I feel very much at home that I'm being introduced by you. I don't know whether it is a coincidence or it was intended, but a pleasure. And I salute the previous speakers and panelists for the presentations that they have done. The only issue that I have with you, Cynthia, is that you have given me only 5 minutes to address such a huge topic, but I will give it my best to cover the key areas. So look, for anyone that is affiliated to the oil and gas sector, I must say that this is a very exciting time for all of us, and I will tell you why. Before for the last couple of years, I think the Uganda oil and gas sector has been some sort of colleagues have been making a joke out of it for quite some time, and FID had become such a cliche where whenever you would mention FID the questions would come, but this is a moving target. When is it actually going to happen? So the excitement really is around the fact that, since April 11th, we have seen milestone after milestone. And for me, I think this is where you want to pay tribute to people like Honorable Eli Karuhanga, who I like to call the grandfather of oil and gas in Uganda. And why do I say so? Unfortunately, I missed it when he was being introduced yesterday. But I like to mention that Dr. Eli Karuhanga was part of Hardman. And I think the biggest milestone in our oil and gas sector happened in December 2005, or I think early January 2006, when at Mputa 1, commercial oil was struck. And Dr. Eli Karuhanga and the people that he worked with, these are the forefathers of this sector. So we must take our hats off for people like him and those that have played a key role within this sector. I think at ABSA, it is also we are very proudly associated with the sector for the kind of support that we have been offering to our key clients for the interventions that we have seen. And of course, our commitment is to continue, given the recent developments, to see how far we can play with regard to supporting this sector. So if I could go straight into the presentation that we've prepared. When we think about the oil and gas, financing the oil and gas sector, from the finance or banking perspective, we like to break it down in three key segments, which is the upstream, the midstream, and the downstream. And I will not, since I have a very short time, I will not take so much time to go through what happens within each of those stages of the value chain. The preceding speakers, Ellison Karuhanga did a very good job breaking down, what is upstream, midstream, and downstream. But what I would like to pick from his presentation is the fact that he's talked about the integration, the integrated approach that our upstream and midstream, sort of overlap because of the way our sector is being developed. So you cannot easily draw a line between what is upstream and midstream. But within each of those stages of the value chain, that is how we identify what solutions are appropriate in each of those stages. So in the upstream and midstream, for instance, when you will have your EPC contractors, but below those EPC contractors, and this is where now the local content comes in, you will have your subcontractors who will mostly be providing services like like logistics, moving both people and equipment to the oil fields. You have got provision of housing, you have got maintenance services, environmental services are required. So there is a whole range of services at this point, and most of this overlap between the upstream and the midstream. So when we think about financing for each of these spaces, if you have got your EPC contractor like McDermott or Schlumberger that just made a presentation earlier on, Schlumberger will come looking for maybe corporate finance at that stage, or they will be looking for solutions to take care of the volatilities related to foreign currency. Foreign currency volatility, or even interest rate volatility. So as ABSA, we are in that space. But below those EPC contractors, now you will have your local content providers. So if someone like that has got a contract that has been provided, that has been issued by Schlumberger or McDermott, and they're looking for financing of that particular contract, that entity will also come to ABSA and will be able to provide a solution for that. I will give you, an example of, and this is not just textbook stuff, but we have provided services and support to most of the contractors within, within that space. Someone comes with a contract and they will say, I have been awarded a contract to provide evacuation services, and I need to purchase an aircraft to be able to move people from one place to another. Those we have been able to do, logistics, providing trucks and other related services. So that is where is where ABSA comes in to try and fill that void. But I think the presentation for today focuses a lot more on what we are able to do for those local content providers. And moving on to, to my next part of the presentation, as far as local content providers are concerned, we have invested very heavily in trying to understand the requirements and concerns of the local content providers. And we, out of the so many, concerns that we picked up, there are three that we choose to focus on. One of them is access to financing, where, certainly when you obtain a contract, you need to be able to provide, to obtain funding for you to be able to perform on that particular contract. The other is, the other key concern is about collateral, because most of the financial institutions will require that for you to be able to get that $5 million or $10 million, you bring a collateral that is more or less equivalent or even more than the value of the contract that you have obtained. The other aspect is about supporting businesses, through business development skills. So on the back of those challenges that we identified, we came up with with a solution which we call enterprise and supply chain development, and that is what Barusa will speak to just very shortly. And let me just talk about what this is about.
Albert,
so enterprise, yes, please.
You've actually used 8 minutes, so kindly wrap up so that we give David the 5 minutes to also do his part.
Excellent. So David, you can come in, very shortly. But I think, in trying to wrap it up, talking about enterprise and supply chain development, it is a solution that will take care of number one, providing the financing that you require, but most importantly, making sure that you do not have to run around looking for a collateral to provide, when you're coming to the bank. And how this works is that, you'll be able to come up with a closed loop structure where, as a bank, we look at the cash flows that are coming from that particular contract that will then accrue to make sure that you meet your obligations as and when they fall due. So, under that arrangement, we've been able to, to support quite a number of entities. But I think I will just leave it right there and let David, just come in to use maybe the remaining 2 minutes, and I will request Cynthia that maybe give it another 3 or 5 minutes, because this is such a huge topic that that you find very difficult to cover within the very short time that you have allocated. So David, please take over from here.
Good morning. I'm just checking if everybody can hear me okay.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Good morning, Cynthia. Thank you very much, Albert, for giving me a very short time to speak. Good morning to everybody who joins us from everywhere across the world. I suppose Albert has highlighted, the function that we offer under enterprise and supply chain development. But maybe, if I can just take, a step back, from that, as ABSA, we do have a specialist oil and gas team that's based out of Johannesburg as well as London. They're responsible for managing relationships with key international oil companies, as well as executing transactions on behalf of those companies. We've done various transactions over the past couple of years, both onshore as well as offshore activities. The financing that we've offered has been, anything from project finance to debt financing, advisory, all the way through to transactional banking as well. And I think Albert alluded to that. But, in the interest of time, I just wanted to maybe emphasize on the fact that, we are not only concerned with, financing the large international oil companies or IOCs, but we have a specific focus on financing into their value chain, be it their suppliers as well as their contractors, to ensure that there's adequate financing into into the entire ecosystem. And I thought maybe because of the lack of time, maybe let me just talk about one transaction which we have just finalized out in West Africa. And this transaction, we had actually provided what we call a reserve-based lending facility to the International Oil Company. We did that about 3 years ago. That specific IOC then issued a contract for an offshore support vessel. And that contract was issued to a local contractor. That local contractor was required to own his own vessel. And the cost of that vessel was $12 million. And that local contractor did not have the collateral, to raise that financing on a standalone basis. And through enterprise and supply chain development, what we've effectively managed to do is enter into a partnership with the IOC concerned, where we looked at, the terms of the contract. We looked at things like the tenor to ensure that, the tenor of the contract gave the contractor sufficient time to be able to pay back on that facility. We looked at things like cancellation clauses to make sure that they were not too onerous. So we partnered up with the specific IOC. We also partnered up with various local insurance companies to ensure, we got adequate cover and guarantees. And interesting that there was a gentleman from the Uganda Association of Insurance speaking early on, really to just, get a partnership structure around this particular facility, so we could actually advance the $12 million that was required, to this local contractor. We did that transaction on a 100% basis, so we actually managed to finance 100% of that facility, and we would not have had the ability to do this if we looked at the contractor on a standalone basis. So maybe this is just an example which really talks, or which really brings enterprise and supply chain development to life, where we're really working with large international companies, international oil companies, as well as other partners such as insurance companies, to be able to ensure that we can actually finance the large capital investments that local contractors will require to be able to participate in this space. So I've had to rush through it very quickly, Cynthia, but hopefully that gives more of a flavor as to how we go about financing local contractors via partnerships with the large off-takers, which are international oil companies. So I'll leave it there in the interest to see if we can take any questions in the last couple of minutes.
Thank you so much, David, and thank you so much, Albert, for sharing with us the financing options that are available at ABSA to the sector in the oil and gas sector. Thank you very, very much. And we won't be taking questions at the end of this session, because that's not something we'll do right now, but later on, if there are any questions, we'll be sure to forward them. So I'd like to now hand over to my colleague, Tony Otowa, to introduce the next session. Tony, over to you.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. The next session is going to be really having a look at the regional outlook. As we all know, this project is not just a Ugandan project. We have the pipeline that is going to go through 2 countries, 1,400 kilometers of a heated pipeline going through Uganda and Tanzania. And in the next session, we shall be looking at the region, having a regional outlook, looking at private sector readiness, cross-border opportunities, and enablers of value retention. It's very important for us to understand that if we are to discuss this as a region, there's going to be a lot of conversations around collaboration and within the same area, utilization of the community in terms of the customs regime. This session is going to be moderated by Humphrey Asimwe. Humphrey Asimwe is a very interesting gentleman who doubles as the general manager of Multi-Lines Uganda. Humphrey Asimwe is a human resources he's the head of human resources at Multi-Lines International Limited. At the same time, he is also Multi-Lines Uganda Freight Limited, a transport company that has been in operation for the last 19 years, and also works around the East African region. Multi-Lines participated in the exploration phase of the oil and gas sector as a logistics provider for both regional and international cargo transportation. Humphrey Asimwe is also a board member of the Uganda Freight Forwarders Association. He's also a member of the East African Authorized Economic Operators Association, as well as a trainer at the East African Customs Freight and Forwarding Practicing Certificate course. Before joining logistics, Humphrey previously worked in the insurance industry for 6 years and 9 years in the NGO world. Humphrey holds a master's degree in management and human resources from the Uganda Management Institute. Humphrey, I'll allow you to take over, introduce your amazing panel, and let's get this show started. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony. I hope you can hear me well. Thank you for that introduction. And yes, we are continuing with the sessions for this convention. It's an honor and a privilege to have the panel that we have today. I have some 3 very interesting gentlemen that I believe we all would want to listen to. And we want to be talking about the regional outlook. Like Tony mentioned and the other speakers also mentioned earlier on, this oil and gas in Uganda has got to be looked at from a regional perspective because, for example, the pipeline does go through 2 countries, Uganda as well as Tanzania. And then we also do have the fact that Uganda happens to be landlocked. And being landlocked or landlinked, like others would want to put it, we have to go through, to take our cargo through lots of kilometers from Mombasa up to the oil region. And so we have to, whether we like it or not, do business with Kenya. And so we want to be able to look at a number of factors here that as a private sector in Uganda, are we able to look at this from a regional perspective? Are we able to participate regionally? And so in this session, we're going to be discussing some of those issues. We're going to be looking at what opportunities exist in a cross-border setting. And so to just get ourselves started, I want to introduce our first panelist, who we all very much know, and I do believe is very stout in these issues, Mr. Patrick Muhire. He was the regional MD or CEO of Standard Bank Group, East Africa. He's also the vice chairman of the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. Patrick Muhire is a regional group managing director and a regional chief executive officer of Standard Bank Group. Prior to his regional appointment, he was the chief executive of Stanbic Bank Uganda, the largest commercial bank in the country, with assets in excess of 6.1 trillion. Mr. Muhire joined Stanbic Bank Uganda in 2012 as executive director and head of corporate and investment banking, with over 15 years of investment banking experience, 9 years of which were spent in Merrill Lynch and Co. in New York, where he worked as a director, investment banking, and executed numerous mergers and acquisitions and financing transactions. Prior to joining the Stanbic Bank, Patrick worked as head of investment banking for Africa, for Renaissance Capital based in London and Nairobi. He holds an MBA from Harvard University, Harvard University's Graduate School of Business. Patrick, you're welcome. And want to hear from you regarding this whole issue of the regional outlook. How can the private sector harness these opportunities? How can the Ugandan private sector work to be able to participate, to be able to link up regionally, to be able to benefit in this project, and while looking at it from a regional perspective? Over to you. I want to give you just about 8 minutes. Over to you, Patrick.
First of all, I want to position that the fact that East Africa is a very connected region and the linkages run deep. They go back to 1967 when the East African community was set up. They've also put together customs union in 2010. We have the same common law, common language, and the governments have been coordinated on all the large infrastructure projects. As you know, they haven't met as much during the COVID environment, but prior to COVID, they were meeting quarterly to coordinate, SGR, port investments, etc. So there is even talk right now coordinating monetary policy by 2023. So the central bank governors actually meet quarterly to see how they can harmonize with the ultimate goal of having one currency.
So from a political will and coordination, I think it's very clear that the region is very coordinated. I'll give you another statistic. In terms of trade, East Africa is the most integrated in terms of trading amongst each other, even more integrated than SADC or ECOWAS. So for example, Uganda exports 47% of their exports to Kenya, and Kenya exports 33% of their exports to Uganda. So just about that integration. So there is no escaping the fact that we're linked and very, very well integrated. The other thing I would share as well is, as a region, there's been huge amounts of improvement in terms of FDI investment into the countries. In 2000, FDI as a percentage of GDP, that's foreign direct investment, was only about 14%. It now stands at about 30%, almost 52 billion. So you can see that there's confidence in terms of investments coming into the region. So it's not we also look in terms of GDP growth. Our numbers show that Uganda's GDP is going to double from about $30 billion to 70 billion by 2028. East African GDP will double from about 200 billion today to 400 billion by 2028. And the population will grow as well significantly. So that's the first positioning. So at a political and at a sovereign level, there's huge coordination. Now at the business level, there's less collaboration. And I think partly driven by this narrow view that it's a fixed pie and it's a zero-sum game. So if you allow a Kenyan or Tanzanian company to do business in Uganda, a Ugandan company is losing. And I think we have to remove that fallacy. When you have $15 billion of investment coming into a country, which is almost 50% of GDP, there is no country that can cope with that locally. So we must begin to start to reach out from a regional perspective. And you know, there are a lot of efficiencies and skills that have been gained across with our sister countries. Kenya, for example, has huge geothermal drilling capability because their power source, 60–70% of it is geothermal. So they've developed over time that expertise, fabrication, welding, etc. And the point is that it is much better, and this is a message I would like to give to all the contractors as well as to the business people. Given this integration that we have regionally, if you can't find it in Uganda, of course, we want to first find the services and the skills in Uganda. The next place to check is in the region because of the multiplier effect that it has. Because if you spend $10 million for a regional client, it has a much, much higher value than if it was given out to a foreign contractor. So Uganda first, region second, then we can go internationally because of the linkages and the multiplier effect that it has. And as a chamber, we've been doing a good job of trying to make this matchmaking happen, to introduce Kenyan, Ugandan, Tanzanians. We're going to be hearing from my brother from the Tanzanian Chamber of Commerce as well. And I hope you will touch on this, on how we can continue to bring this. And then, so again, you touched on this, Uganda, landlocked country. And I think we heard from Martin Tiffin, the ECOP GM, who highlighted the process of procuring steel to be shipped via Dar es Salaam and then transported to a coating plant in Tanzania. Similarly, upstream, there's going to be huge amounts of stuff that's going to be moved from Mombasa. So it's a logistical challenge that requires coordination. And again, the governments have shown, and both the technocrats in Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania have shown the ability to collaborate. Why can't we emulate that as a business? We should start to think that there's synergies that come together when we collaborate regionally. So we'd like to continue to push that. If you look at the trade corridor, that's being created between Uganda and Tanzania, I stopped thinking about ECOP as a pipeline. Initially, it's a pipeline, but if you stop thinking about it as a pipeline and think about it as a trade corridor, you start to see all the synergies that come out of it. They're talking about bringing gas back to Uganda. There's talk about putting a data cable line as well, attach it to the pipeline. I've actually driven that route, from all the way from Hoima down to Tanga. So I can tell you there's lots of, and forgive me, my Tanzanian brother, there's lots of sleepy towns that are not going to be so sleepy anymore because there's going to be a lot of activity. In fact, we're looking at places where we can open branches on the Tanzanian side with our colleagues. And then just finally, just to talk about on financial services. We as a bank, we're the largest bank in Uganda with about $2.5 billion in assets. But we even, in the terms of thinking about the financing opportunity, we feel that the pie is much larger for Uganda. So we're looking at it from a regional perspective because we have about $8 billion of assets when you think about regionally. So we don't think Uganda business can cope on its balance sheet with the opportunity. So we're trying to think regionally, and we've started to think about how we book in Kenya, book them in Tanzania, etc. So if from a financing perspective, I'm telling you that we cannot cope with the largest bank, we have 2 billion of assets. Why isn't it possible or relevant for smaller businesses to think about this from a regional perspective as well, to reach out to other bigger businesses in the region so that you can cope with the asset? And then finally, I would also like to talk about skills transfer. Like we said, and we've talked about this again with local content, and we've asked our contractors, McDermott, to do the skills transfer. There's also regional skills transfer that needs to happen. There are a lot of skills that are sitting in Tanzania and in Uganda. How do we harness, and in Kenya as well, how do we harness and provide that opportunity for skills transfer to happen? Because this is a 30-year project. It's a $15 billion project. It's going to outlive most of us. It's huge. It's tremendous. So let's think big. Let's try to think out regionally. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Humphrey. Happy to take questions at the end. Bye.
Thank you very much, Patrick, for that. Let's think big. Let's think regionally, because it is not possible for us to just, to be selfish and think that we can handle it by ourselves. But if we work together as a region, you have raised some very key things. There are different capabilities, regionally. Our Kenyan brothers, for example, have gone a few steps when it comes to the oil and gas industry. And so they have certain things that they know, certain things that they've done, that we as Ugandans, we are catching up, especially as the private sector. We do well to work with them. We do well to learn from them. We do well, like you mentioned, the issue of skills transfer, to be able to leverage on some of those skills that are seated here and there. But I would want to turn to Tanzania. In this whole oil and gas industry, we have one key element, which is the pipeline. And a big chunk of the 1,450 kilometer heated pipeline is going through Tanzania. And whether we like it or not, our Tanzanian brothers have got to be part and parcel of this conversation. Now, it's also interesting to note that there are a number of private sector players seated in Uganda wondering, fine, how do I get involved in the pipeline, and part of which is going through Tanzania? And so we want to talk to somebody there. We want to talk to Honorable Abdul Samad Abdurrahim. Now I have his permission to simply call him Honorable Abdul, so that we don't have to go through the whole, a highly respected and successful entrepreneur, patron and public speaker for various platforms, including investment, trade, and oil and gas conference. He serves as the founder and chairman of the Association of Tanzania Oil and Gas Service Providers. He is a diplomat as Honorary Consul of Brazil in Zanzibar. He's the chairman of Ocean Business Partners Group, and he serves in various boards of directors, including the Tanzania Private Sector Foundation and board director for East African Business Council. Honorable Abdul is highly respected. He's an effective individual with high distinguished record of ethical leadership and diversified experience in various industries, including oil and gas and trade facilitation. Now, he's among the pioneers of the East African crude oil pipeline. He is one of those people who came all the way from Tanzania to convince His Excellency the President that no, Tanzania is a better route than Kenya. Kenya is shorter, but Tanzania is better. Maybe he'll tell us how we got through that. But he's also a founder of the flagship annual world-class Tanzania Oil and Gas Congress, which brings more than 1,000 regional and international delegates and investors around the world. Honorable Abdul, you're very, very welcome. And thank you for allowing to join us at this convention. We are interested in knowing, as Ugandans, how can we work together with our Tanzanian brothers? Now we have gone the step further to say, look, let the pipeline go through Tanzania, but can we work together on this? Can a local Ugandan company be able to look your direction and say, how do we match make? That is a word I'm borrowing from Patrick. How are we able to match make so that we all benefit? We're looking for win-wins. Honorable Abdul, I want to give you some 8 minutes. We are out of time, so please, just 8 minutes. Let's have you make your presentation.
Thank you very much indeed. First of all, I have to greetings from Dubai. I've landed all the way from Qatar to Dubai just to ensure that I am ready for this event. Big congratulations to the organizers, especially to my brother, Eli Karuhanga, for hosting such I've been monitoring this event since yesterday. So a big congratulations to the team and everybody involved. But without forgetting our leaders, His Excellency President Museveni, for a tremendous effort that has led us to be here today. Equally to our late President, President Magufuli, may his soul rest in peace, as well as our Mama Samia Suluhu, who has been championing in making sure that the wheel is turning and things are moving fast. As for the readiness of our what we call a private sector readiness within the region, this is not new to our region. Tanzania, particularly, and Uganda have worked together in a number of business collaboration. Tanzania has also been in various projects that has linked the region. For example, we've done a Tazama pipeline from Tanzania to Zambia. We've done a biggest pipeline for 542 kilometers from Mtwara to Dar es Salaam, Songo, and gas distribution. And now we have, of course, the standard gauge railway, which connects to all the regions to ensure that people within the regions are doing business. In an effort, of course, to ensure the private sector readiness in the oil and gas sector, as for ourselves in Tanzania, and I'm sure recently I have seen the Uganda Chamber of Commerce have done the same, was to ensure that our people between Tanzania and Uganda, as well as the region, are really taking part in this. We have done a number of initiatives together, from a self-audit to evaluate the businesses and to be able to give them opportunity to evaluate the businesses. But also we've done a survey to understand the readiness and availability of the goods and services that are required for this project. Equally, you will recall that we've also done what we call an industrial baseline survey, which was conducted by Deloitte to assess the availability of the local service industry goods in Tanzania and Uganda, as well as regional. So when you talk about readiness, yes, we are ready. When you talk about the regional integration, I know my brother mentioned before that we are not really doing business as it should be. The regional bloc itself, it needs to do more business. There is a lot of non-tariff barriers that needs to be eradicated so our people can do business. But one thing that I have to comment is that recently I have seen the Ugandans and Tanzanians really adapting the joint venture mechanism to ensure that they're working together as a joint venture partners. So that is something that I am well informed, and we have a number of companies that are working. Now, when you look at the, I've been monitoring all the discussions from McDermott to Total, all what private sector needs between Tanzania and Uganda is basically transparency in tendering, transparency in awards, openness of giving information, and sharing of information. This is something that I have to be very honest, and I will be very clear that we need to be open and honest to our people. We need to have a serious commitment, especially when it comes to EPC contractors. I'm told they are the Chinese and there are other foreign EPC contractors. Again, when we look at the oil and gas, of course, we are still an infant. We are not there yet. But all these EPC contractors have the obligation to ensure that they are adhering to local content implementation. There were a number of things that were discussed, including ring fencing of local services, but it's not just about the talk, it's about doing the work. Yeah? Transparency between the government via regulators, whether it's the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, TPDC, EURA, UNOC, with EACOP is very important, especially on the tier 1 contractor to assess the local content proposal for each tier 1 contractor. And of course, to insist that each contractor be awarded to a tier 1 contractor with the highest local content proposal and with track record of having successful and variable implementation of local content. That is what we want to see. We do not want to see all this singing and talking and all that. We want serious engagement, and we want these companies to be able to ensure that all these things are implemented. If we are talking about regional collaboration, if we're talking about a transfer of know-how, in-country value, this has to work. There are still, I've been watching some presentation, there are still uncertainty on what is actually happening with regards to the pipeline tendering process, the information with regards to specific and precise project implementation schedule. I saw it yesterday with regards to Tilenga, but yet to see from the Tanzanian side. There needs to be an efficient time frame between what we call an intent to award and the project commencement. This is something that needs to be looked at. We do not want to make ourselves look good in front of the screen here, portraying ourselves, everything's okay. These are the burning issues that our people need answers today. This is due to, of course, when you look at the time frame, it's very important because we have a scarcity of resources, manpower, equipment that are needed to serve this project of this magnitude. Tanzania possesses, of course, number of issues with regards to the level of manpower and all these what I mentioned. There is no clarity of the current status of the construction works of the main EPC contractor. That is something that we need to debate on. None of the EPC contractors that I have seen so far have shown a seriousness in engaging with local company. Normally by now, you would have given a magnitude of, obviously when you look at this project of magnitude, you'd have seen an MOU being signed with the local companies, which will provide these kind of assurances, including scope of work, volume of work, and so forth. But due to the scarcity of resources, and available within Uganda and Tanzania, we need to seriously look at it. So I'm talking transparently, and I'm talking on behalf of my fellow Ugandans and Tanzania. Inadequate of public awareness of health and safety requirements in the industry is very problematic. We need to address this. Poor safety culture across domestic and industry within the region needs to be addressed. And when you look at the EACOP project, it requires potential sample contractor to have sound financial status in order to participate. And yet we have our governments, we have some contractors who are not paying the contractors to for the work that they've done. So there's a lot of things. There's a VAT refunds that the government needs to return to the contractors so that they can participate. So there's a number of things that we need to put it into perspective here. There is raising a finance issue. I've been hearing earlier, but also banking, collateral issues when you have banking now with so much what we call red tapes. This will not help our people. Access to affordable finance, high interest rates, borrowing, and collateral, which is killing our people when we have foreign companies with zero-rated interest rates, when you have no collateral being given access, how can our people participate? So these, ladies and gentlemen, if we need suppliers, if we need stakeholders and our people to participate in the EACOP and the regional bloc, it's time we need to stop all this nonsense and talk straight. And what I'm saying here today is we need to work together to ensure that we work seriously. EPC contractors, transparency, accountability. We want action, not poetry. And there was a say from Martin Luther King, if I'm not mistaken. He said, we must learn to live and work together as brothers, or we will perish as fools. So that is my my part on the discussion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Abdul. Thank you. I think the issues that you raise are key. The need for transparency and openness. And I think one of the reasons as to why we're having this convention is so that the message comes across on both ends, that the private sector players, the contractors also get to hear that, look, this is what is required, and also to be able to hear from the contractors, this is what we are looking out for. I do believe that over time, we have been able to, there is movement in terms of building capacity. There's been lots of supplier capacity building sessions to be able to assist them grow in those areas. You touched on QHSE, you touched on the financing. The previous panel was about financing, and they were talking about their readiness to give financing and be able to support the local private sector. However, they still have some work to do. From what you're talking about, there are things that they need to be able to look into. I mean, interest rates and all that. There is a discussion that needs to go on, and so the discussion goes on and on. But thank you so much, Honorable.
If I may just touch on one or two things, which is very important, I'm sure, and something that I have not heard. There's only a minute. We have this gas pipeline from Tanzania to Uganda that needs to cross over, and then we have, if we are talking about regional collaboration, we have a gas pipeline from Tanzania to Kenya via Tanga through Mombasa, pipeline from Tanzania to Rwanda and Burundi, and the Tazama pipeline. All these opportunities are there to work together, but our people will be marginalized if those openness, transparency, and inclusion are not there. We should not be taking our eyes off. EPC contractors is where, and the local content that needs to be looked at.
Very true. Thank you very much, Honorable Abdul. I think the issues you raise are important, but the challenge is also for us as private sector players to be able to work together, to be able to see how can a private sector player in Uganda work together with a private sector player in Tanzania to offer value. And not just to think, look, I am in my own corner, I will go it alone. And I think that message is coming through across as well, very, very much. Now, I just want to let you know, Honorable Abdul and Mr. Muhire, Patrick, that there are lots of questions in the Q&A in the chat. Some of them are directed to you, and because of time, we will pick out a few, but I want to encourage you to just log in there and be able to respond to some of them. There are some we'll be able to bring to this session. But I want to move on to our next panelist. This is a gentleman who will be talking about utilizing the East African Community Customs regime to facilitate cross-border business. As you're all aware, the East African community is considered as one customs regime. One customs area, sorry. And the gentleman I want to invite is Mr. Charles Mwebembezi, who is the Customs Relations Manager for Bolloré Transport and Logistics. He has a lot of experience all the way from in the 1990s when he was in Uganda Customs and Excise Department. before it became Uganda Revenue Authority. So he understands the customs issues on the side of the Revenue Authority, but then now in the private sector, having been in Bolore for quite a while from 2000, and then in Interfreight Panalpina before that. Mr. Charles Mwebembezi also happens to be the vice chairman of Uganda Freight Forwarders Association. And we are talking about how ready are we as a region? How can we work together as a region? How can a private sector player in Uganda be able to plug in the region? We have the logistics is one very, very big area that we are looking at, because I mean, 81.8% of the cargo, transit cargo through Mombasa, which is in Kenya, is actually coming into Uganda. But now with oil and gas, that is going to increase astronomically. And we need to be able to work together with other private sector players in Kenya to be able to continue with this, with the whole logistics. We also need to understand, for example, that in this customs area, we have no choice but to be able to work together. That a clearing agent, in as much as clearing is ring-fenced, that a clearing agent in Uganda must be able to work with one at the port of Mombasa in order to be able to clear cargo as fast and get it moving. So I want to invite Mr. Mwebembezi to just talk us through just 8 minutes. Just tell us about, how can we utilize the customs regime in order to be able to facilitate cross-border movement, cross-border business, because whether we like it or not, we are going to have to do business across the borders. Over to you, Mr. Mwebembezi, just 8 minutes. Let's hear from you.
Asim, as I was saying, thank you very much for the introduction. I was asking the Secretariat if they can bring out the document, the presentation.
Okay, the control room.
As they do that, I could start by saying, okay, like you have introduced the topic, East Africa as a whole is now actually ready because we are already working together under the East African Community Protocol. And under section 7 of the protocol, there is, they introduced a fundamental operational principle which put in place a single customs territory. The single customs territory can be summarized at the stage of full achievement of the customs union attainable by the removal of duties and other restrictive regulations. And this one, the aim is to minimize internal border customs controls on goods moving between partner states with an ultimate realization of the free circulation of goods. So yes, we are ready because we already have the framework that guides the goods clearance within the EAC states. Now, under the single customs territory, there is a principle of destination model. The single customs territory presupposes that once cargo reaches the port of Mombasa and is destined to Uganda or Rwanda or Burundi, it is deemed to have actually reached destination. What that means, clearance can start as soon as cargo reaches the port. What does that mean? That means that the destination country can start clearing the cargo as the goods are still at the port, to the extent that by the time the cargo leaves the port, all the clearance shall have been completed, and the cargo will move directly to destination. And why this single customs territory, and why was it brought up? Why did the East African community think that the single customs territory was important? This was prompted by the challenges that were being experienced before the single customs territory. One of the challenges was the difference in application of the customs law and instruments. Then there was the duplication of procedures whereby you would, for instance, capture an entry for the goods to move from Mombasa up to Maraba. Then you capture another entry for the goods to move from Maraba to Kampala. If the goods were going to Rwanda, then you would make another entry from Katuna to Rwanda. So there was a lot of duplication. Then also security bonds. Before single customs territory, you would need 3 bonds to move cargo from the port to Rwanda and vice versa. But under the single customs territory, you use only 1 bond from Mombasa, for instance, or from Dar es Salaam up to Bujumbura, or up to Kampala, or up to Kigali. Then also there were weak enforcement mechanisms, but all of these have been tightened under the single customs territory. Why I'm saying that, you would look at now the position, the current situation would favor free movement of goods. It would ensure that there are no delays. And as you know, in business, whenever there is delay, then there is a cost associated with that. Then also, before the customs union was introduced, the single customs territory, there were also congestion at the post, for instance, because of the delays that would be experienced. And also there were complex clearing mechanisms because of the different agencies doing their work separately. But under the customs single customs territory, all the agencies are supposed to work together. The single customs territory is supported by other mechanisms that have been put in place, like the single window, then the one-stop border clearance, so that all the agencies that are involved in clearance, for instance, Uganda Customs, there could be police, there could be Uganda National Bureau of Standards and National Drug Authority. All of those come together under the single window, under the one-stop border post, and they sit together so that they can expedite the clearance of goods across the border. Now, under the single customs territory, like I had said earlier, only 1 entry is made, and it is made when the cargo is still at the port. And when it is made, the cargo can easily move. And as a result of that, there has been a reduction in the time to use it to take for the goods to move, for instance, from Mombasa to Kampala, whereas it could take 7 or 8 days. Currently, it takes between 2 and 3 days. So that's the reason I should be comfortable to say that in as far as customs is concerned, the clearing of goods and for oil and gas in this, in particular, I think we are set. And the advantages now is that there is a seamless flow of goods in the East African community, lowering clearance costs of goods within the EAC, because when you take a shorter time, then of course you are reducing the costs. There has been removal of physical controls because there is electronic cargo tracking system. The cargo is tracked electronically. You don't have to run after the trucks to ensure that they arrive where they are going. Then there is also easy coordination between the agencies responsible for clearance. Then there is enhanced compliance through regional-wide mechanisms. So to answer the question again, you can see we are set. But again, as I conclude, I want to highlight the areas that will need to be improved upon for purposes of facilitating the movement of goods that are supposed to be used in the oil and gas sector.
In half a minute, Mr. Mwebembezi. We are out of time, so in half a minute, yes.
Yeah, so one of the areas, as I conclude, is harmonization and updating of the exemption regime for oil and gas. Because as we go full blast, we shall need an exemption regime that is all-inclusive and is very easily understood, so that when cargo is coming, the importers know exactly what is the exemption regime. Then another issue that can be looked at is about the verification of quality, PVOC, pre-export verification for conformity. There is a need to engage UNBS and other agencies to make sure that the oil and the gas cargo is fast-tracked because of the sensitivity of the industry. Then I think there is also a need to ensure that all the service providers in the oil and gas sector can proactively invest and improve their true HSE compliance. Because the more important compliant you are, the easier you find it to clear goods across the border and be able to deliver the goods to destination.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mwebembezi.
I want just to conclude by saying that I would want to encourage the operators to think of forming consortiums for ease of clearing their goods. Because if you are in one group and you have a consortium, then you will benefit from economies of scale. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mwebembezi. I think you have brought out the issues that bring confidence that the fact is the East African Community Customs is ready. The East African Community Customs environment is harmonized, that now goods can be cleared even before they get into the port of Mombasa, even the port of Dar es Salaam, on their way to service this all-important industry of oil and gas. I think we are running out of time, and so what we need to do at this point is just to be able, I want to give each and every one of us just 15 seconds to just your parting shots. I'll start with Mr. Muhire, and then Honorable Abdul. Mr. Muhire, if you're there, just 15 seconds, just your parting shots on how we can prepare ourselves as the regional private sector to be able to tap into the opportunities that are across the board. Just 15 seconds, and then we'll be able to close. We'll start with Patrick.
No, I think we should just leverage some of these chambers of commerce and the Chamber of Oil and Gas between Uganda and Tanzania. There's so many regional bodies of business people that have been set up in the countries that I think we can leverage and start to continue to do the matchmaking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Abdul, short and brief, how do we be able to work together so that we can all gain, all of us working in this sector?
Upholding openness, transparency, share information, ensure that local content is adhered to, and if we are talking about ring fencing goods and services, stick to it. EPC contractor, subcontractor must be pinned to ensure all those what I've said are implemented.
Thank you very much. I think the message is loud and clear. Mr. Mwebembezi, briefly, how do we get to move forward, to work together, a local player in Uganda and other players in Kenya, in Tanzania, how do we harness the regional opportunities, especially that oil and gas opens up to all of us? Just briefly as we close.
Mr. Singo, what I want to say is that there should be mutual recognition, for instance, of the agents in all the 5 East African states, so that all are reading from one page as per the single customs territory regulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mwebembezi. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for listening to this panel. I think the challenge is ours. For the contractors, the tier 1 contractors and tier 2, I think you've had. The most important thing is let's be transparent, let's move forward. We have the capabilities in country and in the region in order to participate. I think the challenge is also for us as private sector players. We can work together, we can meet the standards, we have the ability to be able to participate and to participate gainfully. We have experience, good experience from some local companies that have participated before and other companies that are willing to do whatever it takes to be part and parcel of this. So thank you very, very much. Tony, I want to hand back to you and thank you very much for the opportunity. Tony Otoa, over to you.
Thank you
very much, Humphrey. Thank you very much for that very amazing regional outlook to this convention, and also, you know, kind of saying why it's important for us to really continue these conversations on local content. And I guess we now know that it's going to be very important for us to share as much information as possible to make this thing happen. We're going on to the next session, ladies and gentlemen, and the next session is going to be one that is focusing on turning opportunities into value retention. This session is going to be moderated by Pamela Natamba, who is a partner at PwC. Pamela is a tax partner at PwC with over 15 years experience in tax consulting and advisory services, both in Uganda and the UK. She has provided tax advisory services to a number of multinational clients in a broad range of industries, including oil and gas, banking, telecommunications, insurance, manufacturing, energy, and utilities, and she leads the oil and gas practice at PwC Uganda. She is also a member of the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, currently chairing the tax committee and previously chaired the local content committee. Pamela, I hand over to you for the next session. Good day.
Thank you so much, Tony. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, allow me to add my voice to the previous speakers and moderators to thank the Chamber of Mines for organizing this conference at a very timely season where we all need to be thinking about how we want to play in the sector. This session is one that is focusing on how do we turn opportunities into value retention. We have listened to a number of speakers that have shared updates in terms of what's going on in the sector. We have listened to the opportunities that are available to both the Ugandans and non-Ugandans. And really for us, it's to hear from some of the people that are already playing within this space or have played in the oil and gas sector previously to tell us what their experience has been, and also to give their thoughts in terms of what we should be thinking about from a player's perspective, but also from, you know, insurance perspective, financing perspective. What support do the players or prospecting players in the sector expect, and how can we make sure that ultimately we participate in a manner that retains value for us as Ugandans and beyond. So I have a couple of panelists on my panel today, and I'll start off by introducing two gentlemen. One is Mr. Robert Bob Humphreys, who is the Chief Commercial Officer at Aon Construction Global Broking Center in London. Bob spent 20 years in different overseas locations, including South Africa, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain. While he was in South Africa, he managed the construction insurance program for the Anglo-American Corporation, and he's since built up considerable expertise in managing major client accounts, particularly in the energy sector. He has acted as a broker for some of the largest construction projects in the Middle East, including $20 billion Sadara complex, which is, I think, the largest petrochemical project built in one phase, and it remains the world's largest project finance deal, and more recently for the new Dangote refinery in Nigeria, which is the world's largest single train refinery. Bob is going to be making a presentation together with Mr. Morris Amogola. I hope I got that right, who is the CEO of Minet, Uganda, Pan-African firm specializing in insurance and risk management plus human capital solutions. Morris is an associate of the Chartered Insurance Institute of the UK. He's a chartered insurer, as well as an associate of the Chartered Insurance Institute of Uganda. And he's been the past chairman of the Insurance Brokers Association of Uganda, as well as the chairman of the Insurance Institute of Uganda. He has over 30 years experience in insurance. So the two gentlemen this morning are going to be talking to us about how to get the best from the local and international insurance markets on major infrastructure projects. Particularly, they'll be talking about the insurance market and what the owners and contractors need to do to get value out of their insurance arrangements. So without taking much more time, allow me to invite Bob and Morris to take the floor. Over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Pamela. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are very, very glad to have this opportunity to speak to you about value addition from an insurance perspective. If you could please put up the slides so that we can go through them from the desk. If not, we'll try and do it from my end.
Morris, you can see the slides?
Okay, yeah, if we could start from the beginning. Our topic this mid-afternoon is how to get the best from the local and international insurance market. Minet is an insurance consulting and risk management firm. We are operating in the African market in 10 countries in Africa. We have a very, very strong collaboration agreement with Aon, which is one of the biggest global risk management insurance and risk management firm in the world. So we will take you through some of the how to harness the opportunities within the local and international insurance market. If you could roll over, please. Now, there was that very big pie chart showing the opportunities in the oil and gas sector. And this starts from the big leaders like Total, CNOOC. There will be the contractors, there will be the subcontractors, and then there will be other service providers that will partake part of this investment, which is worth 20 billion shillings, out of which every single client or participant has an opportunity also to have their risks managed. As you know, currently, we are grappling with the major risk of the COVID pandemic. And this is a worldwide challenge which we are going through. Now, the way we manage it also reduces the risk for all business groups so that we can do in the normal business of this investment. And one of the other risks that is currently also facing a lot of corporate world is the cyber risk. And cyber risk also challenges, and of course there are quite a lot of losses. And you will find that out of your insurance solutions, equally the issue of cyber liability should be taken care of. So some of these classes, which has been on the right side of this particular slide, can be placed in Uganda. But knowing the nature of oil and gas, and alluding to what Ronnie mentioned, Minet collaborates with Aon to provide you first-class solutions to the risks that you face as we go about developing the oil and gas sector in Uganda. Of course, this requires a very planned approach to be able to secure the terms, and requires us to also appreciate what information, the quality of information, the history of the contractors, subcontractors. These insurances start right from the beginning. Even the farmer who is producing food can also be insured. In Uganda, we now have agriculture insurance. So even the farmer can also get insured, so that at the end of the day, the value chain and all the players in the market are taken care of. Let's move on to the next slide. The insurance, of course, market remains tough. There's been a lot of losses internationally, and the market has hardened. So many markets have withdrawn, but some markets keep on are still there, very resilient. And insurers, of course, are always looking at their portfolios, and of course, they would want to make profit. So through the risk management, through the collaboration with your insurance consultant, then we are able to look on your behalf, look at the markets, benchmark for you, and be able to provide for you terms that can resonate with the risk, and of course, competitive terms, noting the volatile nature of the market, and also look out at the reinsurance market to make sure that we are able to give you the best in class terms. Bob, if you can take over from here now.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Pamela, and everybody for organizing this event. It's been fascinating so far. Thank you. So thanks, Maurice, for giving us a little bit of background there, and the way we work together as your international partner. As you said, the international or the insurance market generally remains difficult at the moment, and in many cases unpredictable, particularly in areas such as professional indemnity insurance, but also as regards constructional risks, the main classes of insurance that you buy for major projects. So insurers, what's happening with the international reinsurers, which is reflected back through to local markets, they're looking very closely at their portfolios. We are actually seeing some of the insurers moving away from the business. So in order to get the very best terms from the market, you have to differentiate your risk. You've got to get their attention. So the basics, I mean, and I'm sure you're well aware of this, many people on the call, whether you be owners or contractors and so on, depending on who's taking responsibility for insurance. But you need to understand the risks yourself. You're the best placed to understand your risks, to quantify them, to know how you can mitigate them and how you're going to deal with them, understand your own risk appetite and so on. So these can be broadly classified as the physical damage risks to the assets itself, financial, and that may be losses as a result of delay in startup, so business interruption and so on, liquidated damages for contractors, third-party liability exposures, whether that be surrounding properties, pollution, contamination. There's any number of risks that can arise out of this sort of project, especially with pipelines going through different areas and over 2 countries. And of course, your own employees, taking care of them, making sure that they're as safe as they can be, but obviously ensuring any residual risk. And then within the whole process, we understand in these arrangements, there will potentially be lenders. Of course, there will be other stakeholders. And it's important to know right from the start, what will their requirements be so that they can be adequately addressed. And before you go to the market, just work with your advisor. Plan what your desired outcome is. You know, what kind of covers do you require? Make sure that they're broad, they're flexible. You need to have limits. You need to assess the exposures, quantify the exposures, make sure that the sublimits and so on are in line with those exposures. And with projects, what we're seeing all the time these days is that there will always be delays for one reason or another. And so it's kind of inevitable. We all do our best. We have our best ambitions to complete on time, on budget, and so on. But it's quite likely that there will be challenges. And you need to work with markets that you are comfortable that will be around for the long term. Many of these projects are going to go on for many, many years. And you need to build those relationships. which is the key here. So, you know, building relationships with the local insurers and the pools. You heard from Mr. Ronnie Masoka earlier, and it's great that that capacity is being built up. Involve them, and we as Aon and Minette have been involved in training sessions in Kampala when we've been able to travel down there. So provide regular project updates. I've been involved in insurance for many years, and I can assure you that building relationships with insurers, rather than sending them a tender or whatever it might be out of the blue, will pay dividends for you. You gain their trust, you gain their interest in the project itself. So work with the local insurers, the local pools, the international markets, because they ultimately will drive the terms and prices, terms and conditions, and so on. And work and, you know, do your homework on the insurers and reinsurers who can really add value. You know, look at their local experience. What have they done in Uganda and Tanzania and in the region and so on. Your advisors can help you benchmark their claims experience, because you know what you're buying here is a promise to pay in the event of something unforeseen happens in the future, and it could well save the project. So it's important to work with somebody who's going to provide you with the benefits you need. Look for knowledge transfer so that you can build up your own insurance marketplace, whether that be with regard to risk management, and I see some of my colleagues are going to talk a bit more about that later, and technical training. Build all of that up in country. Information is key. The quality of the information is absolutely essential, and it's got to be, we heard from the Abdurrahim, Honorable Abdurrahim, about the openness, transparency, and so on. That's absolutely essential. Can we go back a couple of slides, please? That needs to go into the submission to the market. If there's any gaps in the technical information, because where insurers these days are looking much more closely at the quality of technical information. If there's any gaps, if the insurers can't get the answers, or if they feel something is missing, they will simply price it in effectively and increase the cost of the insurance. So we encourage you to work with your insurers and your brokers. Be transparent, be open, encourage them to be involved in regular surveys. If you're going to carry out tenders to engage with insurers, then make sure you know what your expectations are. Because as I say, the nature of construction insurance is that you are forming long-term relationships with your EPC contractors, subcontractors. And it's the same thing with your insurance companies. You want them to be around in 5 years' time, and you want them to be as keen as you are to succeed with the project and its outcomes. Next slide, please. So, you know, that's it in a nutshell. And I could talk for hours about this, but we encourage you to work with qualified brokers, consultants, and so on that know your business and can add value. But work with brokers that have experience around the world, in the region, that have seen these projects, that have seen the things that can go wrong, that know the lessons learned, and can really help you. And the key to the whole thing, like everything else in life, pretty much, is that planning and partnership are going to be key to differentiating your projects and make sure you get the best deals, both in terms of pricing, terms of cover, and also these long-term relationships that add so much over the period of the project. And that's it, Pamela, from my side, but just a very short overview, and I'll be very happy to take questions at any stage.
All right, thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Bob, for that presentation. And I guess, you know, given the inherent risky nature of the industry, it's very important that everyone that's planning to participate in the sector thinks about insurance ahead of time. And especially in a market where the uptake of insurance is quite low, I guess as Ugandans and other participants, it's important to take note and realize that identifying or anticipating the correct or the right risks ahead of time is going to be critical for the successful participation in the sector. I will encourage participants to post questions in the Q&A text. If time allows at the end, I will put them to you. If it doesn't allow and you're able to log in there and respond to some of the questions as they come through, then that will be great. So thank you so much for those presentations. I will move to our next presenter, who is Miss Juliana Kerunji, who's going to share her experience as a contractor that has been working in the oil and gas sector. Ms. Juliana, I hope you're online, but briefly to speak about her, she holds an MSc in environmental science and a BSc in zoology and environmental science and geography, all from Rhodes University in South Africa. She is a qualified environmental consultant and possesses over 15 years experience in conducting environmental and social impact assessments, environmental audits, and resettlement action planning and implementation for large-scale infrastructure developments with a specific interest in the extractives industry. Juliana, please take it on from there.
Thank you, Pamela. Let me just share my screen. Please confirm that you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Pamela. Thank you to Uganda Chamber of Mines as well for putting this together. So mine is a simple but also slightly difficult task in terms of providing our experience in the oil and gas sector. I'm going to keep it as honest as possible as we go along. So the first message that I would like to pass on is balancing pressure and safety. We've had so many toolbox talks around SOPs and so many safety moments regarding vaccination, social distancing, ensuring that we follow SOPs. But I want to try and touch on something deeper, and that's the opposing forces that pull on us, especially as contractors, as we try to work safely. So it's about how do we balance the pressure to get work done on time, within budget, and to deliver to the highest quality during the COVID-19 crisis, but all at the same time trying to ensure that we keep the staff safe and we also keep our stakeholders safe and respect them. So my safety moment really is a reminder for us, particularly those in positions of leadership positions, to remind ourselves that risk assessments are not robotic. Under pressure, we tend to become more tolerant to risk. I know that each time, when we have staff, it happens that maybe do test positive. Sometimes the first thought that we have is what's going to happen to the deliverables, but that shouldn't be the thought. The thought should be, is this person going to be okay? So I just wanted to pass that on, especially to the leaders and the managers and the teams on the ground, that we need to remind ourselves that safety of the staff and the personnel we work with is the most important thing. Just because we have SOPs in place does not mean that COVID is going to go away. The systems have to be rules-based and behavior-based. So that's just a message that I wanted to pass on from this side of the table in terms of making sure that we take care of everyone that we deal with. So the structure of my presentation, I'll tell you a bit about Atacama Consulting, our experience as contractors in the oil and gas sector, and then how we've turned opportunities into value retention linked to national legislation, international best practice, health and safety, and then quality performance. I'll also give you a bit about the lessons learned and the opportunities that we think are available for collaboration. So Atacama Consulting is basically an environmental and social advisory firm based in Kampala, Uganda. And our key mission is really to provide cutting edge services. Our key core values are centered around excellence, integrity, reliability, commitment, but most importantly, teamwork. These are just a slide showing some of the personnel that, some of the clients that we've had in the past that we've worked with. And specific to the oil and gas sector, we've been in the oil and gas sector since 2010. We had about 4 staff when we started in the oil and gas sector. So most of our work was being subcontracted out. And I'm happy to report that including our project staff, but excluding the subcons that we used, we've got a staff of over 100 people today. So we've done work for right from when Dominion was around, Total Energies, Talos, Sinop, Enviroserv, Tetra Tech, RINA, and then the Albertine Graben Refinery Consortium in partnership with DNV. At the moment, we're involved on the social and resettlement services for Tilenga, the environmental and social impact assessment for the Albertine Graben Refinery project, and then also the construction of the monitoring on behalf of RINA Consulting of the Kabale International Airport. So I'll discuss Tilenga as our case study very quickly in terms of what we've done there. It's basically a resettlement project and entails resettlement planning and resettlement implementation. So the main thing is that we need to conduct the project activities in line with national legislation and international best practice. And because of the sensitivity of the project, we need to make sure that the project is defendable and can stand up to public scrutiny. So we found, at least for Atacama, that when we got our integrated management system in place, it made things slightly easier for us in terms of working in the oil and gas sector. We've got a quality management system, and occupational health and safety system certification, and environmental management systems. So because the systems were already in place, most of the requirements of the oil and gas sector players were easily met because we already had those systems in place. Yesterday, I had a number of people trying to ask how they get into the sector. We found that the ISO certifications help a lot in terms of positioning you to meet the requirements of the sector. Then the most important thing is to make sure that you hire the right team, and you must have a plan in place. So for example, each time we're planning, we have our project management plan, our HSE plan, our logistics and transportation plan, as well as stakeholder engagement plans. And these plans have to be implementable as well. There's no point in having a plan, a very good plan, that you're not going to implement fully. We then also make sure that we have quarterly and sometimes biannual performance reviews of our team. We report daily on the field work that's happening, which allows you to handle matters as they arise, and then also regular audits. So what have we gained from the oil and gas industry? We've gained some mileage in terms of being on these forums. We've built some very good partnerships. Most important for our team is capacity building. For Tilenga project in particular, we partnered up with for the RAP implementation in particular with Maki Forest Consulting, that has been very helpful in terms of our skills development and capacity building. We do not want to partner with an international if we're not going to learn anything from them. So in terms of partnering up, we have to be able to learn something from you. Otherwise, there is no need to partner up. So we're very cautious about that. And then also, we've been able to work on significant projects of economic and national importance through this process. In terms of the challenges that we face, and there are challenges, and I'll be open. Edrisa was online yesterday and talked about his schedule. Now, some of the challenges are centered around the fact that from where Edrisa is sitting, he's got his schedule, and we need to adhere to his schedule. Oil and gas projects, because they tend to have critical points in terms of the planning, it's very difficult to influence the schedule. So to some extent, sometimes your hands might be tied. Then it's also important, especially to make sure that you're on the same page. So the planning team might have things that are changing depending on what's happening that we don't have visibility of, but we need to make sure that that communication is there so that we can have visibility of that. because we're handling a sensitive project, sometimes in terms of facts, it's very difficult to be in terms of criticism, especially when a key stakeholder maybe is hearing one side of the story. But that doesn't mean that we don't that everything is perfectly executed. It's very good to actually learn as we go along. And then also in terms of contracting, we're considered a soft skills contractor. So our contracting in terms of the work style and the model would not be similar to that of the EPC contractor, for example, in terms of how the contract is going to run. And so sometimes there's a need to adjust those bits and pieces for the soft skills contractors. So basically, in a nutshell, you need to believe that you can do it. That's the first thing. Start where you are, use what you have, do what you can. People are your most important asset, but it must be the right people, not just having enough people. Then we've also learned that nothing is perfect, so continuous improvement is very important. You need to learn as you go ahead. You must invest in HSE. You cannot work in the oil and gas industry if you do not invest in HSE. I'll refer you to this. Basically, if it doesn't work, then you need to leave one thing, but you have to invest in HSE. It will cost you money at some point. Everyone discussed this yesterday.
Juliana, if you can just wrap up your, sorry to interrupt you, just wrap up, please.
Yes, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Thank you, Pamela. So a number of people talked about funding. It is quite expensive. We were lucky that Stanbic Bank believed in us and actually extended quite a bit of funding to us. And then also just be committed to continuous improvement as you go along. This is my last slide. We wanted, in terms of opportunities for collaboration, to point out that it might be a good idea to have contractor group quarterly meetings, mainly linked to lessons learned to prevent reoccurrence, and then also to remember that what affects one contractor affects all the contractors. So having that platform where everyone can discuss what's happening together would actually be very, very helpful. These are just words of encouragement in the bottom line. And thank you very much for listening to me on behalf of Atacama. Thank you very much, Pamela.
Okay, thank you so much, Juliana. I do hope that for those that are listening, you've picked a few lessons in terms of Juliana's experience working with the sector, some of the do's and the don'ts, being able to report regularly, being able to audit yourself, keeping in touch with the entities that have provided contracts is very critical. So our next speaker is going to be Shivan Hatton, who is the head of MASH specialty in Africa. And the subject being tackled is project and contractor risk management. So Shivan has worked with MASH both in Dubai and South Africa, and he brings over 15 years experience in specialized insurance industry experience. Over to you, Shivan.
Thank you, Pamela. Let me share my screen. Can you see that, Pamela?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. So thank you. And thank you to the Chamber of Mines and Petroleum for inviting MASH to participate in this convention. I'll spend a bit of time to discuss project risks and insurance solutions during construction. There may be some duplication with other content during the convention, but I'll aim to go through some 5 key elements, really. The contractual arrangements during construction and how that can bring risk to a project company and to contractors. How risk is allocated in construction contracts. Some of the main risks involved in any construction project. How insurance can support to mitigate those risks. And finally, the process of procuring a fit-for-purpose insurance product. Every project is very different. So the themes that I'll run through are what we see kind of on a typical basis. At the outset, any project has kind of some very similar objectives to be successful: be on time, be on budget, and ultimately be fit for purpose, i.e. do what it's intended to do and at the quality required. And then there are several risk aspects that can impede the execution of the project and can result in the failure. Things can go wrong in many ways. Poor execution leading to delays, poor contract interaction leading to additional risk being carried by the contractor, and policies when, if worst happens, there's not adequate protection for that loss. In terms of a typical contract structure, effectively you have a project where you have some kind of supply and some kind of output to which the customer is paying something for that output in the way of consideration. Alongside that, there may be multiple shareholders, in which case there's a shareholders agreement and equity into that project. And there may also be lenders that are providing financing and financing agreements. And then kind of fitting all through the project phase, you've got an EPC contractor where there's an EPC agreement and potentially other contractors involved as well. Throughout this phase, these several interactions, there are risk at various elements. Let's just take a quick look at some few examples. In the lenders phase, the lenders are keen to ensure there's adequate insurance in place to protect their lending, i.e. repayment of the debt. From a cost of purchase perspective, any delays in the project can impact on revenue, and further delays in the project phase will impact that future revenue source. And then finally, I'll focus a little bit more on the EPC contract in a bit more detail. This is the relationship between the project owner and the contractor. Or subcontractors beneath there. So just as a very quick run through, the construction contract is a legally binding agreement, and it typically sets out the technical scope, the contractor's responsibility, the owner's responsibility, what the costs are, and the payments, the warranties, and a number of other items. But what we really want to focus in on is the risk allocation between the owner and the contractor via various clauses, typically through indemnity clauses. And then the insurance clauses are a way to enforce certain mandatory coverages to be in place between both by the owner and the contractor. It's not necessarily that all risks will be incorporated into insurance clauses, but some of the key elements will be. And how is the risk allocated? Well, there are a number of allocation metrics, and we've seen, and I've highlighted some of the typical considerations for allocating risk between owner and contractor. The industry practice is quite often the starting point, how things have happened historically, and that's usually underpinned by the opposite corner of this allocation, in that it's linked to the party that's best able to manage that risk. So, for example, if the contractor is responsible for their own equipment, then because of that, the contractor is probably best placed to manage that risk around that equipment. Project finance is a key element. There will be some key requirements from lenders around the risk of financing, and there will be some very specific insurance clauses that dovetail to those financing requirements. The project scope and the legal environment in that territory in which the project applies could also dictate risk allocation. And then I suppose at the end of it all, there's a commercial element to it as well. There's risk reward. There may be an aspect where taking more or less risk will impact the reward element of it. And that's kind of ties into some of the market forces as well, in between the owner and the contractor. Just as supply and demand impacts the pricing of a contract, it also impacts other elements, and particularly in terms of the risk allocation between owner and contractor. Primarily, risk allocation is through the indemnity clauses, and then the responsibility for purchase of insurance is then also detailed in those clauses, or separate to those clauses. So in any project space, what kind of risks exists? Broadly speaking, we can split it into two elements: damage risks and non-damage risks. On the damage side can be an array of perils: fire, explosion, subsidence, natural catastrophe risks like earthquake, flood, cyclone, all sorts of elements, and then around faulty design and defects as well. On the non-damage side, there could be manpower shortage, lack of material, supply chain delays and issues, port blockages, delays because of strike riots and civil commotion or war, and many other risks that we haven't even incorporated in here, such as a pandemic, for example. Broadly speaking, you can say that the project owner and the contractor will be impacted by most of these in the event something happens. And the impact to the property itself obviously has a huge consequence in terms of the starting time for the project and in adding delays. But the non-damage elements probably impact the contractor more from their ability to conclude the project in itself. So how do we transfer all these risks? Many of these risks are insurable through project insurances: constructional risks, delay in startup, marine cargo, third-party liability, and so on. And some of it will be allocated to the owner, and particularly during the construction. But the activity and the risk could be as a result of the contractor's activity as well. The project insurances therefore come in to sit above and across most of these risks and ensure that the overall project risks are mitigated, and it kind of covers a full wrap of this. Sometimes it's coverage that you can't purchase in the insurance market, in which case you'll retain those risks, and some risks that are not insurable at a commercially reasonable terms will then be retained by the owner or the contractor. And typically the policy deductible is a good example of this. I've just quickly highlighted a typical allocation of insurance responsibilities within an owner's controlled insurance policy. There's the project-related aspects which the owner would take on, and then the contractor's risks that we've highlighted here. Some of these are potentially double where there's responsibility for the owner as well for their own employees, for example. But once it's operational and transferred, the contractor is released from their liability, and only the owner will be responsible for the operational or risks policy. So what are the key aspects of procuring insurance? There's some elements that both the owners and the contractors need to consider when procuring insurance. We have to meet the contractual requirements and the responsibilities under contract, ensure that they work in abidance with the legal and regulatory framework in the territories where the risks are located, and then ultimately ensure that the insurances adequately meet the requirements of the project. It's often easy to cut corners when procuring cover, but when the worst happens, the product doesn't quite respond to the loss. In that sense, the quality, the reputation, the financial strength of the insurance markets that are used are appropriate for the risk. And it's important to partner with leading insurance brokers with credible experience and capability that can provide clear advice on the best risk mitigation practices and best-in-class insurance products. Again, partnering with the local insurers and the global insurers together will achieve the best results for any project. How do we as insurance brokers go about this process? It's quite a large and complicated slide, but really when we narrow it down, we have to start early in the pre-bid stage, understand the risk, understand the contractual allocations, and really build a strategy working in partnership with everyone to design an insurance policy that caters to the risk adequately and is also competitive, and the product is of quality that it responds in the event of a loss. So that kind of phase starts in that 1 to 4 element, and then items 5, 6, and 7 is usually where we go out into the insurance markets, both locally in country and in the international ones, to solicit the capacity required to conclude the placement. And once the placement is concluded, kind of the latter three stages on the slide here, we continue to service any changes in requirements and also claims management requirements, of course, through to testing and handover. And once it's transferred across to the operational policy, there will be a separate insurance policy that's fit for purpose for the operational risks involved. Let me just go back to the first slide, and as I conclude on my last
Shivan,
two
okay. I was
great
just going to
slides
say if you could still wrap up, please.
Perfect. This is my last minute. So just to ensure that we successfully achieve the project objectives that we had right at the outset from a risk and insurance perspective, we need to ensure a transparent process, build strong relationships and partnerships with your risk and insurance advisor and with insurance markets, both locally and internationally. This remains critical to ensuring success. From a Marsh perspective, we're the largest insurance broker in the world, and we have a fully owned operation in Uganda, and we continue to invest in that operation in Uganda as a commitment to our value addition in the country. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Shivan. I guess the message there is we cannot cut corners. Insurance is necessary, and it's important that we do identify the risks and ensure they are all covered. I'm going to move quickly to the next speaker. Again, apologies, I am rushing through this, but we've got to save some time. So our next speaker is Mr. Henry Kamuntu, who is the sector head for the oil and gas sector at Stanbic Bank Uganda. And he's going to be speaking to us about the financing capacity to the local contractors, basically looking at what level of financing do the local contractors require and how they can be supported. And Henry has worked in the banking sector for over 20 years in Uganda and brings quite a bit of experience in this space, and is currently responsible for developing and implementing strategies aimed at growing Stanbic Bank's credentials as the leading oil and gas bank in Uganda. Henry, you're most welcome, and over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for that introduction, Pamela. I'll just ask if I can just share my screen. Just let me know if you can see the presentation. And I think whilst that comes up,
yes, we can see it.
Can you see that? No, thank you. Yeah, no, very excited to be here today to share this platform with some very distinguished panelists, and I think this oil and gas journey is one that we've been really excited about over the last couple of years. The way I put it is that one thing that might not have been mentioned, I'm an avid Arsenal fan, and for those that do know Arsenal and how long we've waited for those championship trophies, then you'll appreciate when you do land that trophy. Very excited. So I'm here today to talk about the financing capacity to local contractors, just to give a flavor of what's happening in the sector. But I think to just start off, I thought it'd be very prudent for the listeners, and at least those who are tuned in, to get a flavor of what's happening in the banking sector in its readiness to finance local contractors. It's key to note that as a banking industry, I think we have really grown and matured in our sophistication, and I think there's really great opportunity over here for the oil and gas industry to really benefit from the transition that has happened in the sector. If you look at the graph that I've sort of portrayed down there for everyone to see, the total sector aggregate lending has grown quite significantly. If one were to say portray the 2006 when the sort of first commercial viable oil was discovered, to date, in 2006, talking aggregately, looking at the whole banking sector, all the banks would have only been able to raise 33 million for each individual contractor in the local sector. But this has grown quite significantly as at 2020. This figure had grown significantly to around $380 million US dollars. And it's a significant amount of money. But when you put it also in context of the opportunity that is going to be greeting us, you're talking about anywhere between 15 to 20 billion to be spent over the next 5 years in developing this oil and gas sector, of which 6 billion has been earmarked, 30% has been earmarked for the local sector. So it's a very exciting period. I'm one of those who strongly believes that, if this opportunity had come, even 2-3 years ago, I don't believe would have been ready holistically as a country for the opportunity to participate in it. I believe the delays have created the room for individuals to create the capacity to build themselves for this particular opportunity, and this extends also to the banking sector. I mean, Stanbic alone, controlled almost 20% of the local balance sheet capacity as at 2020, and happy to at least advise the contractors out there who would be keen on participating in these opportunities that we have at least a single obligor limit currently of 70 million. So we can lend up to 70 million off our local balance sheet to any contractor, local contractor looking to participate in this transformational opportunity. So we also have, of course, the ability to use foreign balance sheet where it's necessary to support the local contractors. But I think the essence of this is just to really showcase the opportunities that are there, and just to at least allay any fears that financing isn't available. Just to give a highlight of the sector itself, the banking sector, there's sufficient sector lending headroom to support the oil and gas sectors. And one of the key ratios that the banking sector looks at is the loan to deposit ratio. As you may appreciate, our sector is heavily regulated, and one of the key ratios that we do look at is this loan to deposit ratio. Just looking at the 2020 numbers, if you look at the total sector, loan to deposit ratio is about 59.4%. Stanbic was about 65.9%. We have a regulatory ceiling of 80%. So this really showcases the opportunities that are available to lend to the oil and gas sector, and also the supporting sectors that feed into this, because very critical to appreciate that it's not just oil and gas play in here. You have other sectors like the power and infrastructure sector. You have the telco sector, the consumer sectors that feed into this particular opportunity. Just some numbers that we saw in 2020. The key lending was extended to sectors like the construction and real estate sector, almost 19.8%, personal household loans, about 17.8%, agriculture, 12.2%. So to the audience out there, I think I'd just like to really assure you that there is room to lend. And I think it all just starts with how this is approached and how we can land this particular opportunity. So how has Stanbic positioned itself to support local contractors? I think it's imperative for me to just at least share with the wider audience a view of Stanbic Bank. We are part of a wider group, the Standard Bank Group, that has representation in over 20 countries within Africa. And also, very importantly, we have representation in international markets that include London, New York, and Beijing. And the reason why I even mentioned this is that in our ability to support the local content players, our understanding of all these international players who are coming to play in our oil and gas opportunity, we have relationships, and our ability to draw on these relationships to support these international oil companies with understanding the local market play, because we have a significant local presence. We are the largest bank in Uganda. We are really driven by our purpose that clearly states, Uganda is a home. We drive our growth. And what do we mean by this? How do we support the local content players to begin to participate in this particular oil and gas opportunity. We of course have the expertise, and we like to draw on the expertise of a lot of our players who have been playing in this space for the longest while. You know, the recent kid on the block, or new kid on the block, would be Mozambique, and we have the ability to draw on their particular experiences to lend to this space, because their liquefied natural gas projects are significant. You know, you're talking about almost $150 billion investment over there, and Uganda, you're looking at 20 billion. So how do we draw from those experiences and bring them home? So we're always picking from the best practices across our global network to be able to support our clients.
Henry, if I will interrupt you again, if you could still wrap up,
Okay.
please.
Yeah, sure. So I think it was spoken to earlier by you know, my previous colleagues in the sector. I think we're available to support all our contractors with an end-to-end solutioning, right the way through bidding, awarding contracts, you know, to execution of the particular contracts. We have various suite of services, but I think the value that we really bring over here is the relationships that we have, not only in country, but globally, to be able to support our clients in delivering of these particular contracts. There's been a question around whether or not the financing is competitive, but I think it also really stems from our customers or potential players or contractors looking to participate in this opportunity, having the basic requirements in play. You know, do you have a banking history? Do you have the right corporate governance structures? This oil and gas opportunity is heavily reliant on HSE requirements. So your health and safety requirements are very, very critical. We are very, very fortunate
Henry,
to have set up.
Sorry,
yes,
but
last
the
yes,
MCs are really on my case.
Okay, just the last thing. Now, I think just to let the potential contractors out there know that we have a business incubator to support you in preparing for this particular opportunity. It has been delayed, but we're very, very excited about this opportunity, and would encourage, you know, any of the contractors to, you know, approach the nearest bank, Stanbic branch, or reach us on 0312-224-600 to support you on this particular journey. Excited to have, you know, players like Slumbergen in here and McDermott. We're looking to work closely with them to support them in delivering this local content opportunity. But thank you for the opportunity, and I'm, you know, available to take any questions after. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Henry. It's comforting to know that there is sufficient headroom to support the oil and gas sector, and that you have built a strong local balance sheet in that regard. So thank you for that, and I'm sure the listeners have taken note. I am going to quickly move on to the last presenter for this session, who is Mr. Cyprian Kabis, the Chief Executive Eastern Africa for Bureau Veritas, and he's going to be speaking to us about standards, the challenges and constraints on pre-shipment inspection. Mr. Cyprian, if you'll quickly put up your presentation as I read through your qualifications. He has over 29 years of experience in both technical and managerial roles across various sectors, the most recent being in testing, inspection, and certification. And Bureau Veritas is a recognized world leader in testing, inspection, and certification. So they are really best placed in terms of speaking to us from a standards perspective. Over to you, Cyprian.
Thank you, Pamela. I just want to confirm if you can see my screen.
I don't see your screen yet.
I'll just try again. Pamela, if you could present it from your side.
Okay, control room, do you have the presentation so you can put it up, please? Cyprian, I'm going to ask that you could start speaking to us as the control room puts up the presentation, just so we can save a bit on time, but I'm requesting the control room to please put up the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Pamela. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum for giving me this opportunity. Mine is just about looking at the challenges for the inspection and certification within the context of the oil and gas project we are talking about. And I would like just to draw your attention that this project will, of course, attract quite a number of stakeholders. We have the EPCs, we have the regulators, we have the suppliers and the logistics companies that will be moving equipment across boundaries. And more importantly, we have people who will be dealing with other parties that are little known to them, and then this will be in different geographies. So there are quite a number of complex issues that we will need to deal with. So the question that I would then pose is, how would you then trust dealing with someone who is in China and shipping an equipment into Uganda? What would the regulators be looking at? Are these equipment going to be safe? Are they meeting the required industry standards, et cetera, So basically, this is what we'll be looking for. And I only have 2 slides. I hope, Pamela, you will like that, because I know it's nearly lunch hour at the moment. So if you look at the oil and gas production value chain, right from the sourcing of the equipment, the machinery that will be moving into the Kingfisher oil fields, Tilenga, and all the way to Tanga when we're doing the ECO project. There are 3 distinct areas where the inspection and certification will be required, and for all the stakeholders to observe. And this would be, 1, to minimize the risk, improve performance, and also ensure that whatever we are doing are in compliance to certain standards. Now, in terms of minimizing the risk, this obviously starts from the source, and this is where we talk about the pre-shipment inspections, which is basically looking at the equipment before it leaves the source, whether it is Australia, whether it's China, whether it is the US, to ensure that this equipment complies with the intended specifications. So this will be very, very important. And not just that, you also want to know whether this equipment will bring in unintended hazards. As a country, as regulators, you want to be sure that the equipment will not produce emissions or explosions or vibrations that are not really intended. There are, of course, the environmental impact, and more importantly, you want to make sure that the geographies where the equipment will be moving into, this Uganda, Tanzania, are not becoming a dumping ground. So you want to make sure that the citizens are safe, and there's really not going to be any detrimental effect. Now, in terms of performance, you also are keen to confirm that the equipment will be reliable. When we're talking about heavy lifts, cranes, forklifts, etc., you want to make sure that these are going to be reliable. They're not going just to snap and cause trouble. We talk about the ECO project, and we're talking about a very long pipeline all the way from Hoima to Tanga. You could imagine the number of joints connected to make this happen. And you could imagine what would happen if the joints gave way. So we are looking at inspections in terms of ensuring that the integrity of the joints are well enforced, non-destructive testing. There will, of course, be need to do independent verifications to ensure that the intended volumes are actually flowing through the pipeline and are being received at the far end. It's also important to ensure that there's regular inspections to ensure that the integrity of these systems continue to provide the intended purpose. In terms of compliance, as I have mentioned again, There is a customer, this could be McDonald's, it could be the regulator himself, wants to make sure that the technical standards for the various equipment, materials, chemicals are complied with. There are, of course, statutory requirements, both in Uganda and Tanzania, that we need to ensure that we comply with. We have the industry codes, and of course, we have the health and safety, which is really, really paramount. If things are not done in a safe way, then we are probably not starting to do it. And finally, we are all talking about sustainability. We want to make sure that the activities that are involved in the oil and gas sector in relation to what we are discussing today are actually done in a way that we are giving room for the future generation to also tap into these opportunities. So we don't do it now, and then it cannot stand for the future. Now, on our part as Bureau Veritas, basically our role will be to help all the stakeholders to navigate some of these complex activities, and obviously taking into consideration our robust global footprint, where you have unknown people, we probably know them, and this is where we come in as Bureau Veritas. Next slide, please, Pamela. Obviously, there is the project that is currently going on, and I remember this was mentioned by Michael, the Kabale project for the refinery. One of the things that I picked out is that we will be having some white products, refined products, and what he did mention is that the market will basically be the regional market. And what came into my mind is that one of the challenges that we will have to face, and of course is a challenge that we will need to work on, is currently, if you look at the trade sector, most of the fuels, the white products are actually being imported, and this coming according to very strict.
You need to wrap up as well, please.
So one of the things that we need to do is to ensure that as a refinery, and for it to be sustainable, that the products that come out of that refinery also comply to these standards. Pamela, I'm more or less done.
Okay. Thank you so much, Cyprian, for that presentation. And I just want to thank Maurice, Bob, Juliana, Shivan, Henry, and Cyprian for the insights. I see questions for you. Please log in and answer them. There's a question to you, Cyprian. There are questions around insurance. So Maurice, Bob, and Shivan, if you could pick those up. And then for you, Henry, I think I saw a question that is specific to Stanbic. Just respond to them online. So thank you so much once again, and thank you to the participants for listening. Over to you, Tony.
A two-day conference. Thank you very much.
Oil comes opportunity. Opportunity for you and your business. With the extraction of oil comes opportunity. Opportunity for you and your business. With the extraction of oil comes opportunity. Opportunity for you and your business to grow both in scale and in revenue. But is your business ready? Do you have the relevant ISO and other certification? Can you meet the demand of the sector? Are you health, safety, environment, and quality compliant? Do you have adequate financial backing to help you win the bid? At Stanbic Bank, we have positioned ourselves so that we can help you get your business ready or foster partnerships that will help you be ready for this opportunity. Contact us on 0500-600-098 for oil and gas inquiries and find out more about how we can help you get ready for the oil and gas opportunity.
Okay, welcome back from that break. So next up, we're trying to claw back on some time. So next up, we have our next moderator, who is Mr. William Chizito, who I would like to take a minute to introduce so that he can come and introduce his panel. William currently is the managing partner for Finlaw Consulting, a multifaceted investment advisory firm. He's also the vice chairman, board of directors, Multilines International Limited, and he's a deputy president, Uganda Leasing Association. He's also an advisor on investments for Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. He's an ex-corporate banker with ABSA and NCBA Bank Uganda. William, you're most welcome to take us through the next session.
Okay, thank you, our MCs, Cynthia and Tony. So as we wrap up this conversation on oil and gas, we just felt it would be important to have a few highlights regarding energy transition and the future strategies that the oil companies can have. Now, you might want to listen to the entire pack, but time is not on our side. So I'll ask our panelists to be as brief as possible. We shall have strictly highlights. I might not accept the slides, but we shall share this with all our attendees of this conference. We shall share with you the soft versions of this. Allow me to invite my first moderator, Mr. Eric Olanya. Eric is the country director, UK Department of International Trade, British High Commission of Kampala. Eric, I hope you're online. Then we also have Miss Brenda Amanda. Brenda is an engineer, excuse me, with, just a moment. Brenda, are you online? Eric?
Yes, I'm online, thank you.
Oh, perfect.
I'm also online, thank you.
Okay, perfect. So just to give you a brief on who Eric is, before he shares with us the highlights on energy transition. So Eric Olanya is the country director for the Department of International Trade at the British High Commission in Kampala, responsible for supporting trade between the UK and Uganda. He has been the sector lead for infrastructure and oil and gas with responsibilities in agri-tech and renewables. He's key in championing the use of financing from UK Export Finance. He holds a bachelor's degree in engineering, a postgraduate in management and international trade, and a certificate in project finance. Now, Eric, just give us a few highlights. You might not want to use the slides, given the time. Give us the highlights. What do we intend to see in the energy transition?
Thank you very much for this, and thank you to the organizers of the conference. Just because we shall be very brief, I'll just go through maybe 2-3 minutes of what I understand by energy transition. And I was pleasantly surprised that this became a topic in this convention. It means that it's becoming increasingly important in the oil and gas space to think about energy transition, which is defined mainly just as the shift from fossil fuels to renewable energy. From my experience, and I'll be looking at it from a project finance perspective, with much of what I do is in supporting UK companies in Uganda to win projects. Currently, we are delivering over 600 million pounds of projects in Uganda, and there is more. There's a strong pipeline. So just looking quickly at the energy transition space, in December last year, for example, the UK Prime Minister, that's Boris Johnson, made a policy decision that the UK government would no longer support fossil fuel projects. And I can see that trend of thought is going through to many countries, especially in the Western world. And this affects, from my perspective, the project financing space. And the result of this is that companies in the oil and gas space are finding it harder and harder to raise financing for the projects. I'm sure you've seen from the bankers and from others that once the financing is mainly the green campaigners are pushing against the financing and kind of restricting capital to these investments. It makes it even harder. Just a case in point, for example, UKF, we have been in discussion with Total over the Eco project since 2016-17 into 2018, and we were looking at potentially somewhere between 600 million and 1 billion of support to Eco project. But based on this policy shift that has come for the UK, this is no longer possible. And I can see this trend happening across the entire oil and gas chain and across ECAs and financial institutions. And so the trend I see based on energy transition is that capital is being restricted towards fossil fuel projects, including oil and gas, and is being channeled mainly towards green, what is referred to as greener projects. And what that means, therefore, is that in my view, just going through the conclusions of what I had prepared to present, is that there will be, I foresee that there will be stranded assets, oil and gas assets in many countries. And so exploitation at this time is quite important. I also see a shift based on energy oil and gas companies. Companies like Tullow last week said their focus is now on ESG, meeting ESG requirements, and therefore getting greener. Companies like Total that we know have rebranded to become Total Energies because of the energy transitions strategy. And so what I see is that for companies in Uganda, and my appeal to companies that are part of the Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, is that we therefore need to strategize to become not just oil and gas companies, but actually energy companies that deliver across the energy space, because this is going to affect investments, it's going to affect projects going forward. And I think based on time, that's where I'll end. I'll share my presentation. Thank you.
We know you're an expert when it comes to this conversation, but I'm certain you're going to share with us a soft version of this so that we can share with our members. And we know very well, yes, we want to switch to natural gas, but still we shall need the pipeline. So the conversation still remains regarding transition. Erica will allow you to share your soft, which we shall share with our members. Allow me to move to Brenda Amanda. So Brenda Amanda, briefly, is an engineer, previously with Total E&P. She has worked with air, water, and earth. She has 10 years experience. She's simply an engineer whose conversation we definitely would have wanted to hear for about 5 hours. But Brenda, allow me to give you a chance to just give us highlights. What are the future strategies for oil? I mean, for all those who have been listening since yesterday, what are the strategies they need to then pick up going forward? What are those things that we need to have on our dashboards in just bullets? Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you, William, and thank you for the opportunity to share briefly. As you requested, I will only summarize. Luckily, I'm coming at the end, so I can make a lot of reference to what has been said before me, borrowing from some of what Eric has also just hinted on, the transition by oil companies to adapt to the changing times, as rightly pointed out by Eric and by speakers before, and some of the adverts that have been going through during the breaks. Total is retransforming into Total Energies, and this is all in line to become a broad energy company. So not just looking at oil and gas, but also investing in renewables. We are aware that oil and gas will continue to represent a significant demand by the global energy requirements. So the transformation, but renewables are definitely going to be an increasing contributor The discussion is on what oil companies are doing, but I'll focus on what Total Energies are doing, and specifically for the projects that we've been talking about during this forum. So that is Tilenga and ECOP. The presenters yesterday talked about talked in detail about the Tilenga project and the ECOP project. So in particular, I'll just give examples. So in particular, for example, for the Tilenga project, our commitments have been made to no routine flaring. This is a huge commitment that greatly reduces on the amount of emissions that would have resulted from the project. The gas produced will instead be used to produce electricity for the projects. There's going to be LPG recovery that will contribute to domestic supply for energy use. One of the speakers yesterday talked about the disadvantage of the huge demand for biomass. So this would be a contribution. So LPG recovery from the project, solarization of both Tilenga and ECOP. We are looking at nature-based solutions, so things like ecosystem restoration. I'll make reference to this year as well, the Environment Day theme, which was, where it's been declared a decade for ecosystem restoration. So these are things that are being included in our projects, both Tilenga and ECOP. And just to summarize or highlight again the key points. For us, we acknowledge that it's a challenge. We acknowledge that we have environmental and climate change challenges that will be associated with the development of these projects. What we have done at the moment, the topic that we were given was the future strategies for oil companies, but we can all agree that the actions that we take on today will impact the future. So I'll just quickly highlight on what we've done today that we know will reap benefits for the project in the long term. So the projects are compliant with national and international requirements for environment and social. So national requirements, the IFC performance standards. We've done environmental and social impact assessments for both projects. They've been accepted. We have certificates. These studies were done in line with, they were done in an iterative process in line in consultation with stakeholders, and this ensure that we're incorporating environmental and climate change aspects in the design. The last point that I want to make before I leave is that it's very important to note that contractor participation is essential in achieving project environmental objectives. We are working with the contractors that we already have on board, those who are working at the industrial area, Water Angel, those who are assisting in water supply services, GAF. We monitor the operations, we are providing training. This is being done for the current contractors. It will continue to be done for the contractors that are coming on board. We had about McDermott, we had from Schlumberger. These are all measures that we take in place to ensure that we are developing projects that are compatible with group climate change ambition. We have an ambition to achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2050 together with society, and all the measures that we are taking at the moment are to ensure that we deliver these projects that are compatible with the group climate ambition of achieving net zero by 2050. So thank you for your time, and we are happy to share more information on the topic. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Brenda. I was about to ask you about biodiversity. I'm certain if I'd gone that direction, you'd needed an hour. But I'm going to ask Ms. Pauline McRonald to just share with us the recommendations that she sees that whoever has participated in this and intends to dig deep into the oil conversation, what do they need to prepare for? What do they need to have on their fingertips? Because the future of oil is definitely swinging towards new world order. Ms. Pauline McRonald. Okay,
William,
Pauline couldn't make it, but I'll allow Brenda to just give us, just use 2 minutes. Just give us a hint. Biodiversity, Is it part of the future conversation? Should we embed it in our strategic plan as companies dealing in oil?
All right. Thank you, William. As I was trying to use up I was trying to not take up too much time, but you're right in pointing out the necessity of talking about biodiversity. So as many of you will know, we are working within the Murchison Falls National Park, which is classified as critical habitats. And the commitment that has been made by the project and will be cascaded down in terms of actions also towards the contractors is that we've made a commitment to achieve net gain for biodiversity. And what this means in simple terms is that we've got to leave the area in a better state, than pre-project conditions. We have a number of environmental and social management plans, and one of the key ones for biodiversity is the Net Gain Action Plan. So what this entails is lots of different actions that are garnered towards ensuring that while we work first within the Murchison Falls National Park, which is a critical area, but also generally within the landscape, because it's a generally diverse landscape, ecologically sensitive. Our aim or our objective is that at the end of the day, we should have net gain, or we should leave the area in a better state than we found it. In regards to your question on what does this mean for the rest that are participating, it's that there are very high standards or requirements. So in terms of execution of the job, which is why I previously referred to the contribution of contractors, is as the contractors are doing their work.
I'm sorry, I might have to cut you short.
All right. Okay. I hope I answered the question, but thank you.
Of course, given time, I'm sure you would have expounded on more. I'd like to thank Eric and yourself, Brenda, for giving this in the shortest time possible. Sorry we couldn't avail you all the time that you would have needed, but maybe the parting shots that we need to have, all of us, is we need to embed the biodiversity in our policies as entities, highlight the benefits of all these initiatives. And then above all, we need to be mindful of where the future of oil is drifting to. If we stick to the past, there's a chance that we could miss out on either capital or collaborations in the future. Thank you very much. I'll have to get back to Tony. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you very much, William. I know that was a very rushed conversation, but also remember that these conversations are still going on online. The hashtag is Oil Convention 21. So keep tweeting, keep discussing the same online, and we will definitely be sharing more and more regarding the same. We're now going into the final session of our day, a session that is very interesting in terms of looking at what actually happens post-FID, the experience and sharing. And I'm very delighted that some of the faces that are on this panel are faces that Uganda or this project that's happening in Uganda are synonymous with. Of course, one person who really supported us personally in our journeys in the oil and gas sector, Madame Achlem Frigonoy. This session is going to be supported and moderated by Mr. Nicholas Echimu. And Mr. Nicholas Echimu is a partner at S&L Advocates, formerly Sebalu and Lule Advocates. He has 21 experience advising various clients on projects in Uganda and various oil and gas clients across the value chain. He heads the firm's projects infrastructure practice and specific expertise in the energy, oil and gas, and mining. He's also a council member at the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. Nicholas Echimu, please take over.
Thank you very much, Tony, for the wonderful opening remarks. Sometimes when you speak, we get to wonder whether you're talking about us, but thank you for the generous introduction. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And Alem, I am most honored to host you again. We know that you walked this journey with us, and I know that you have very little time. So I'll quickly read your bio and then let you get onto it. And then I will introduce the rest of the panelists a bit later. Ladies and gentlemen, Alem Frigonoy is a seasoned public affairs advisor specialized in strategy and negotiations, and she's been an expert in this for over 20 years with experience in the public and private sector. In August 2019, she was appointed Total's country chair in Kazakhstan and managing director of Total E&P, or Total Energies, in that country. Prior to that, Alem was working for Total as E&P Uganda as a corporate affairs manager. And from 2016 to 2019 June, she worked as the vice president, public affairs, Africa division for Total Group based in Uganda. Elaine, we know you walked the corridors, you've done fantastic things. Tell us about Kazakhstan and what all this means post-FID. When the president signed in Uganda, everybody believed we reached FID. And everybody wants to know how this is going to change their life. And there's no better person to tell them how this is going to change their life other than you. Please take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm indeed very, very pleased and honored that to be with you today. I want to greet everybody. At the same time, I don't want to forget nobody. So really, I hope, first of all, that you are all in good health. And again, it's a great pleasure for me to see you all again. So I'll try to share my screen. If I can't share my screen, I cannot activate the share screen, but anyway. So I was intending today to, as you mentioned, Nicholas, I am here in Kazakhstan, a very, very different country from Uganda, but at the same time, it has some similarities. And I will actually take you through, because FID was taken some years ago here, we are already in full production, and we are actually looking at post-FID and new FIDs to increase the production. And I think what would be interesting is to take you through this journey, what it takes today in our today's environment to take new FIDs and increase production. First of all, Kazakhstan and Kashagan in particular, which is the field on which Total Energies has a participating interest of 16.81%, together with 6 other shareholders, among which the National Oil Company, of course, but also Exxon, Shell, ENI, CNPC, and INPEX, is one of the first major offshore.
You can now share your screen. It has been enabled. You can now share your screen.
Okay, thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your
screen. We can see your screen.
Good, thank you. So this is a picture of Kashagan field. So I was telling you that Kashagan is the first major offshore oil and gas field development in Kazakhstan. It comprises of three fields, which are Kashagan, Aktote Keran, and Keran and Aktote, sorry. It's one of the largest discoveries of the past 4 decades, so 40 years, with approximately 9 to 13 billion barrels of recoverable oil. So it's a huge field. It lies about 80 kilometers offshore from the city of Atirau, in 3 to 4 meters of water depth, and it's deep up to 4 kilometers. The first oil was in 2016. And today, given the scale and the technical complexity of Kashagan, the consortium has decided to develop it in different phases. We are in phase 1 today, and Kashagan has been a very, very expensive field to develop because the first phase has costed something like $55 billion. The potential production today is 400,000 barrels per day. And we are looking at the second phase, as I was mentioning. The second phase is to bring the production up to something like between 650 to 700,000 barrels per day. So it's huge increase in production. And the whole question today is how do we do that in the current context? But first of all, I just want to give you a glance of Kashagan field and explain to you why it is complex and technically, but not only technically complex. It's complex because if you look at this picture, you understand that it has a combined of safety, engineering, logistic challenges. It is in a harsh offshore environment, and which makes it one of the most complex industrial projects currently being developed in the world. It is also complex because the temperature in winter can go down to minus 30, 40 degrees Celsius. So it's difficult to realize in Uganda. I can tell you when I got here, I didn't realize that that could happen, but it actually happened, and it freezes everywhere. So you need to deal with drifting ice, and you also need to deal in this project with the high content of H2S, sulfur, and CO2. So it requires a lot of precaution when it comes to safety and engineering, and then therefore it requires also a larger amount of investment. It's also a complex field because it has a unique landscape. As you can see, there are wetlands, it's home for reeds, ice season, as I mentioned, but it has also unique wildlife, seals, sturgeon, and birds. So in this environment, and considering the context and the international context, both talking about the pandemic, of course, but also what we saw happening in 2020 with a strong drop of the oil price, we need to develop resilience if we tomorrow we have to develop and increase the field in order to increase the production. And I would like to just come back on what Brenda was just saying. The world is changing, and the demand for fossil oil is going down when the call for energy transition and more green energy is going up. I'm sure that most of you have seen this graph from BP, but that calls for a change. We see that by 2030, the oil production would have hit the plateau, and then it's going to decline. So how do we organize ourselves and plan and strategize to make sure that we can continue to produce while reducing the emissions, but at the same time being able to be competitive in a context whereby the oil project will be developed on the basis of a low cost. And this is exactly the challenge that Kazakhstan is having today. So to do that, we need to look at a couple of issues. So what we've done here in Kazakhstan together with the group of the oil and gas companies is how do we make sure that Kazakhstan could develop its competitiveness in the current context. Knowing that if we look at benchmarks, like for instance, Canada is a good benchmark for Kazakhstan because it has similar conditions and environment and similar challenges. Then we realized that Kazakhstan is something between 20 to 30% higher when it comes to cost. So how do we make Kazakhstan more competitive by reducing the cost, increasing local content? I want to just give you one figure. We've run some simulations and we concluded that if we reduce the cost by, or if the costs are reduced by about 10%, then the government take is increasing by about 7%. This in terms of cash means a lot of money. So everybody is interested in making the country more competitive, because it means more revenues both for the countries, but also for the investors. In looking into the measures that have to be taken, we've organized some working groups with the authorities to actually point and have a frank dialogue on what needs to be improved. And of course, we've looked at a whole bunch of issues from regulatory to fiscal to local content. And those are the issues I would like to share with you today. Kazakhstan is a country where probably there could be some improvement in terms of reducing the over-regulated procurement process. Again, to be able to reduce the cost while increasing the competition in the market. So we need to agree on a generic and a globally recognized contracting process that would include as well, because it's important to talk about that, a dispute resolution mechanism when it comes to tendering process. So again, the idea is how do we bring back the global practices and the global standards into Kazakhstan, align that with the international practice and make sure that we increase competition. We of course looked at things like opening competition and transparency over the contracting process to capture the market value. Looking at an issue which is very important is to make sure that the operating companies are in charge and solely responsible for contracting processes. Driving the increase of the competition while reducing artificial barriers to participation in tenders and non-discriminatory access to information. We also consider that it was absolutely critical to have a tendering cycle time that includes approval, which is as efficient as possible when it comes to contract delivery. The lengthier is the process, the higher would be the cost. And of course, the in-country value, so the local content, should be a key enabler to be more efficient, and to decrease the cost. And that is on the basis, of course, quality, standards, reliability, and schedule targets. So,
I'm just wondering, are you about the end?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're mindful about your time, and I know that there are a couple of people who are also lined up to try and...
I will conclude then.
But I still want, before you leave as well, I just want you to tell us, okay, you have gotten to FID. People in Uganda want to hear, what kind of future you paint for them once we get to FID.
No, but so going to FID, Nicholas, is, I mean, of course, you execute the project, and you need to execute the project in the most robust manner. So, and that's why I think it's important to recognize that the current context is key to understand where we are going to and how do we need to go to that. So again, FID has enabled to get to production here in 2016. Today, the production is about 400,000 barrels per day. It brings revenues to the country, for sure. It brings revenues to the investor. We have increased the level of participation of the local players. And that is done and should be done in a progressive manner. So if you allow me, Nicolas, I want to go back on that, because I think, and having been in Uganda, I think it's a good example of what is happening here in terms of what needs to be done to increase local content in the country. At the same time, you build a conducive environment both on the regulatory side and on the fiscal side. So just quickly, I think it's important to understand that there are key enablers and key inhibitors for local content. Key enablers when it comes to business environment are, of course, government incentives to local businesses. I think that's very important, that local businesses are recognized and do have incentives as well. And fiscal tax incentives to corporation. On the other side, the inhibitors are unrealistic directives on local content. And this is something which has been noted as well in Kazakhstan. It's also important to ensure knowledge transfer, to have international technical standard. At the same time, it is an inhibitor to have a mandated vision at the expense of the industry, and to be willing to focus more on targets instead of establishing a sustainable strategy. I think as well that one key enabler, the key takeaway from the Kazakhstan example, is to look at the cost transparency through the supply chain, and to process, to ensure that there are competent suppliers. At the same time, we need to improve procurement processes. Again, the lengthier the cost, the more costly. And to avoid single source and open competition. And of course, the last point lies on the manpower. To enable local content, you need to recruit, but also develop, have development processes for manpower. At the same time, you also need to have enough accredited higher education in the country. So all that has to be built together with the industry and in a progressive manner. And we've seen here in Kazakhstan that the policy that consists of putting 1% in a legislation does not allow for a sustainable local content policy. And that is something that is being worked on at the moment. Few years after the first FID was taken and after the first oil has happened. And we are looking at that today because again, we are about to take other FIDs in few years' time. And we can only do that if we manage to be competitive in the current environment. So that would be my takeaway from Kazakhstan. If I have to give you some input, of course I would have a lot to say about other issues, but I think it's great to take FID. It's great here to have a sustainable process that allows everybody to be able to continue to be a key player over years and decades. I think that would be my final message. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harlem. It's always a pleasure listening to you. And I know that for most of the participants here, who know you, they should be very pleased that today they've seen your face after a bit of a while. And we thank you so much for those insights. They are certainly very welcome at this nascent stage when we are all looking to get to first oil somehow. I know that you have time constraints and you may want to run off at some point. What we will do, we'll take any questions and please allow us to reach out to you so that if there are any email questions you can respond to, we can then send them out to the greater body of the participants. But thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much, Nicolas. I have to rush to another meeting, but it has been a great pleasure. I'm available and everybody knows that. So do not hesitate. I'll be more than happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next panelist who will be talking to us is also somebody who worked in Uganda. And it looks like if you work in Uganda, you're destined for very big things. I am pleased to introduce Mr. Obi Imemba. Mr. Obi is the Executive Director of Total Energies Nigeria Limited, Port Harcourt District. In this position, which he assumed in September last year, he oversees the JV entities of geosciences and reservoir, partners and authorities relations, community affairs and development. He also oversees contracts and procurement, as well as planning, development, and quality performance. Until his present appointment, Mr. Obi was the Managing Director, Total Uganda, the downstream operation. He began his career in Total in 2002 as a technical safety engineer in Nigeria, and since then, he's held various positions in production, projects, and operations management across different countries in the world where Total operates, including France, South Korea, the Netherlands, and Uganda, where he was the Managing Director. Mr. Obi, you're most welcome to this session. And I know that, a lot of us Ugandans who work with you, I worked with Mr. Obi as a service provider to Total Uganda. And I know that you'll be very pleased to speak with us and share the insights of the operations in Nigeria. Over to you, Mr. Obi, if you're online. Mr. Obi, can you hear us? Okay. Maybe as we wait for Mr. Obi to come online, it's my pleasure to introduce our third speaker, as we wait for Mr. Obi, Mr. Hakim Bello Sagi. Mr. Bello Osagi is the chairman of the board of SSBH Holding Limited, which includes among its holdings a merchant bank, an asset management company, and a pension fund. Mr. Bello Osagi is also a member of the Global Advisory Council of Harvard University and the President Council on International Activities, Yale University, and member of the advisory board in Stanford. Mr. Bello has a BA in politics, philosophy, and economics from Oxford University, a law degree from Cambridge, and an MBA from Harvard Business School. Mr. Bello Osagi, you're most welcome, and thank you so much for joining us today. And we're all waiting with expectation on you sharing your perspective about our topic today.
Thank you very much. I think, has Obi arrived, or do you want me to continue?
I think let's continue. We'll give you about maybe 5 to 10 minutes, if you don't mind.
That is very fair.
Get Obi on the line.
All right. Well, look, Nicholas, I have to thank you and Ellie for the kind invitation and also for your very generous introduction. I believe I was here at the Oil and Gas Convention, I believe it was 2 years ago. And I very well remember that occasion because there was a lot of debate as to whether or not FID was ever going to take place. And there was much lack of confidence about this in the outside world and to some extent also within Uganda. And I remember saying very confidently at the time that FID will take place, that is just a matter of time. And part of my confidence was my belief in the people of Uganda, in the president of Uganda, in the political leadership, and the great professionals of this country, and my belief that they would pull it off. And I did say that the next time I speak in Uganda, we shall be discussing post-FID, not whether FID will take place. So I want you to know that I'm immensely grateful and pleased that you have asked me to come back again. And the topic is post-FID, not whether or not FID will take place. So please, I really would like all of you in Uganda to congratulate yourselves on pulling off this feat. It's important for you to recognize your success because you have pulled this achievement off in 3 difficult circumstances. Number one, we have had an unprecedented health crisis, financial crisis, economic crisis, and personal crisis occasioned by the COVID pandemic. But that has not stopped Uganda from moving ahead. Secondly, you are a landlocked country, and therefore you have had to launch a project which involves building a pipeline in another man's country. I want to assure you that some countries that I know of, including my own in Nigeria, it has not even been easy building pipelines from South Nigeria to North Nigeria or from East Nigeria to West Nigeria. And that has been an accomplishment. And third and finally, at a time at which there's such pressure on the issue of climate change from climate change activists, that people are talking of the sunset of fossil fuel development, you have nonetheless managed to launch a great oil project. So please, if you can regard me as a distant cousin, as a Nigerian, sometimes it's a distant cousin who needs to tell his cousin, congratulate yourself, you have done well. And had this been in Lagos, Nigeria, we would have been dancing in the streets, partying, and saying we have done well. So Ugandans, you need to congratulate yourselves and well done. Now, I therefore want to just share with you just 3-4 brief lessons, which I take from partly my experience in Nigeria, my work in Ghana, and looking at other Middle Eastern countries, and things which you may wish to consider as you move ahead. The first is you need to move quickly, and you need to move with all deliberate haste, precisely because of this pressure that comes from the climate change lobby. A few of you may have heard a few weeks ago where a major international oil company withdrew from a West African country. That is a pointer of some of the dangers that we all face in the oil and gas world. Companies are going to be rationalizing their overall portfolios, and therefore it's important that Uganda move with all deliberate speed. One other problem that I think we faced in Nigeria was that in many of our developments, we had a lack of continuity in both government and in both the professionals that were leading. And each time changes were made in personnel, we found that reviews were undertaken of all the projects of execution, and that caused delays. As much as possible, I would like to advise my cousins in Uganda, don't change a winning team. Some small changes may be needed, but proceed with all deliberate haste, because there is no time to waste. The second thing I want to share with you is that some countries have managed their oil resources better than others. This money is going to come. I know before money comes, many people wonder, when is this money going to come? I don't want to start thinking about how that money is going to be managed, because I don't want to count my eggs before the chicken has, or count the chicken before they are hatched or whatever. But it's important now for, I think, Ugandans to realize that how you manage those resources when they come, how you manage the economy in the circumstances of large oil revenues will dictate whether or not you will get lasting benefits from this oil production, or whether or not it's going to be a 10-year wonder that will benefit a few and leave your country heavily in debt. So, in particular, you need to continue to focus on those crops and those exports that you already have and enhance them, and not neglect them because you are now oil exporting. Secondly, this is the time to use the funds derived from oil exports to strengthen your infrastructure, to develop a knowledge economy, to extend education and to extend health, and not to spend all of that money in consumer goods, which leave nothing sustainable within the overall economy. I suggest that you actually set up something like a sovereign wealth fund, in which part of those oil revenues are placed for longer term investments and to create the post-oil Uganda that is going to be necessary. And finally, I also suggest that in the areas where oil exploration is actually being carried out, that you carry along the indigents who live in those areas, because however strict your safety and environmental measures are going to be, there will be some oil spillage. It is going to have an impact on those communities, and you want to avoid what has happened in Nigeria and many other countries, in which the group living in those areas begin to feel hostility and alienation from the oil operations, and do not feel that it is part of them. So please, investment in education, in health, in roads, for the people in that area is a case of ensuring that you spend well in order to avoid spending huge amounts of money on a security challenge, which is what we have in Nigeria. You must avoid that. Then the second, Uganda is blessed with more than its share of brilliant professionals. If Uganda is 5% of the population of Africa, it probably has 15% of the able, brilliant professionals, academics, and so on and so forth. So it is very important that many of these bright people should be challenged into becoming oil engineers, petroleum lawyers, petroleum financial experts, so that the time comes at which you can run the industry yourself. You can run oil service companies yourselves. Yours is not a lack of talent. Yours is not a lack of education. It is simply to have the political will and the determination to make sure that all that talent, a lot of that talent, is challenged, is channeled into the oil industry. And that is why I was particularly happy today to listen to the talk. I believe it was given by Ellison Aruhanga. That great talk showed me that the next generation of Ugandans, the younger ones, are even more able than the fathers. And it tells me that you do have more than enough talent in the young ones to begin to take over these business areas. Then the third area is what has already been talked about, and that is the area of local content. So that is that. Apart from the staffing of the industry, there are all the ancillary businesses, the oil services businesses, in which you have to make sure that you are present. Now, the key issues here I find are, one, the legal framework. Secondly, political will from the very top. Both have to be present. In Nigeria, it became present rather late. You have the opportunity to make sure that the legal framework and the political will are present now. I know many people are worried and concerned that you do not want to reproduce some of the problems that arose in South Africa, in which, and have arisen in my own country, Nigeria, in which it became expensive. It became an opportunity for oligopolists rather than opportunity for new people to enter into these industries. Well, that is the reason why I strongly believe that your government needs to ensure that new groups of people become partners to the international companies in providing these oil services, and so that local content is a way of spreading wealth within the country as opposed to a method of concentrating wealth in the country. I would like to end by reconfirming my optimism about the future, to indicate to you that this is just the beginning, and that I believe that there's an opportunity for more oil development and more gas development in Uganda, and that while we are very pleased with what Total has done, the effort to continue to invite additional oil companies to do additional exploration for both oil and gas should not cease. One success breeds another, and therefore this particular project is not the limit to what Uganda can achieve, and I believe that a time will come when Ugandans are able to double their view as to future oil production. When that happens, please invite me again. I will be delighted to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very, very much, Mr. Akim Bello Sagi. You are not only a distant cousin. I think I need to talk to Ellie. We have to be a close cousin. Those were extremely wise words, and I am glad it's been recorded. I am glad that the PA, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, is on the on this conference today. And I'm really hoping that all the words of wisdom you've shared with us can be carried to the highest authorities and can be cascaded to everybody so that we can see real value from this finite resource. But thank you very much. And given that you come on a 2-year cycle and things happen, I shall confer with Eli to make sure we have you again in probably in the next conference, and I know that things will happen. But thank you very much for giving us that radar and for helping us check our conscience of the country, and for sharing your very, very illustrious experience. I thank you, and I know that most of probably I speak for a lot of people on this call. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if I may just send my greetings to Obi.
Yeah.
And, I was happy to fill in for you and for myself, and I look forward to sharing your comments. It's clear you're already, in fact, in your case, you are a brother of Ugandans since you lived here.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Obi Imemba doesn't need a lot of introduction. I elaborately introduced him here earlier on as his friend and legal advisor when he was still in Uganda. Obi, thank you very much. It's good to see you again. And we're extremely glad that you made this time to come and share your new experience in Nigeria with us as we talk about post-FID and what all this heralds for the people of Uganda. So I'll hand it over to you, and we wait with great expectation to listen to you and to take some learning. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Nicola. Thank you so much. And apologies for the glitch the last time. Actually, I was hearing you very well, and I didn't know what happened. I think my system kind of failed me, so I have to now use another device. So glad to be here. Let me stand on existing protocols that have been recognized today, the ministers, the government authorities, industry executive, and the co-panelists here. Glad to be here today to share my experience with you. I'm glad that I happened to spend some few of my years of experience in Uganda and the most recently. So I'm glad that finally the FID has materialized. I mean, the industry has kicked off. We have a new momentum, a new movement that we need to leverage to see to the prosperity of Uganda. And I want to recognize my senior brother, Mr. Bele Osagio. He's a very well-known person in Nigeria here. So the insights he has shared are quite relevant, and he knows a lot in the industry. My own experience, I mean, I'll be sharing based on what I know on the EMP industry. I've been opportune to work in several countries on the EMP space. When I was in Uganda, I was working in the downstream space, and of course had good insight about the EMP space and what is happening and what's going to happen. So I want to start by saying that personally, I'm a product of, I would say, the industry development in Nigeria. I've worked in the industry for more than 20 years now. And I will say that the exposures, the experience, the training, and everything I got is because of the industry that opened up in Nigeria and gave opportunity to a lot of people to be developed. So there are a lot of positive things. I will say that I'm testifying and giving, sharing my lessons learned. But I will say that I'm one of the, I would say, a product of what you can get from the industry if it's well harnessed, the opportunities. So I would say there are lessons for everyone, every player in the industry, whether you're government, you are an IOC, contractors, even international investors, of people that support in one way or the other, or international partners. But in learning the lessons, we need to avoid the pitfalls. We need to exploit the opportunities, take the positive feedback, take the positive aspect of what we get. The onshore, Uganda is the Tilenga projects, the Kingfisher project, all the projects we're doing in Uganda today, or the oil is resident in the onshore location. And the operating in the onshore locations in most places in the world, especially Africa now, is becoming less and less attractive because of several things, historical things have happened, insecurity, liabilities that are resulting from failed stakeholder engagements, environmental pollution, and all of those. So having said that, but the panacea to this is to think upfront, to think sustainable strategies, robust mitigation measures, take initiative, be proactive, to invest, imagine what will be, the scenario, what the space will be in the next 20 years. What am I doing today? And how would that, be seen in 20 years to come? So the idea is for every player to take a reasonable level of responsibility, not to just think about today, but think about tomorrow, think about the next 10 years, think about the next 20 years, because there's a lot of evolution that take place in the industry. If I use Nigeria as an example, it's a 70-year, I would say, industry, and several things have happened over those years. There are a lot of litigations today that are coming up because of, I would say, sabotage of pipeline. People go break the pipeline, and there's environmental pollution, but the operator is sued. Is liability, on the operator to pay. So, or to pay compensation, or of course, you also have the liability to do remediation. So what can you do to make sure that all the stakeholders are taken care of upfront? That everybody is, that we take initiative, take actions that will make sure that we don't arrive at a situation that would either make people start, the investors to pack their bags and go, or making the communities, their livelihood, not to be sustainable any longer. So I have 4 things that I would just want to mention quickly. Number 1 is to have a very robust framework for the operating the oil and gas fields. And this has a lot to do with the responsibility from the regulator, from the government. So there are a lot of legal, fiscal, and operational framework that need to be in place, and they need to be in place early, and they need to be in place in the right proportion. So we need to create enabling for doing business, ease of doing business, and we should avoid a lot of pitfalls. There are a lot. For instance, Mr. Bello Sagie talked about. Things like introducing local content, and then from there the cost of doing business becomes expensive, becomes exorbitant. It's no longer competitive if you look at other parts of the world. So some pitfalls also include making the project life cycles longer, having a lot of middlemen, briefcase. I would say we want to do local content, but we have people who would just add margin. They're not adding any value. They add margin on imported goods, and to be able to make profit. That's not it. Or creating monopolies without having competition. So those are the pitfalls we should avoid. We should avoid a lot of inefficiencies, over regulation. The contracting process that has been talked in multiple taxations. If I give an instance for Nigeria, the local content aspect has evolved over years, and until 2010, when they had an act that is really very robust, there's been a lot of things that were done, probably not as in a very structured way. So today, what we see is that since 2010, there's a very structured framework that has been able to give some, I would say, some good standard in the industry. But we should accept that there is a journey, there's a maturity trajectory that needs to be in place. we should probably be intentional on maybe how to calibrate our expectations, starting from maybe 10%, 20, 30, 40, until when we want to get to 100%. Maybe we will not achieve the maximum, I would say, local content in one day. So that's patience, that maturity, that's, I would say, structured roadmap to get there is quite important. The second thing I would like to talk about is building capacity building and development. So we need to focus on this to be able to harness the opportunity. We will have people that will just emerge and start and become operators of oil and gas fields, or become a very big, replace the Schlumbergers overnight. We need to be intentional about training, skills development, mentoring. One key thing I want to mention is that there's an initiative that I've seen in Nigeria, local content space. There's what they call Project 100. They identified 100 companies that they helped, that were supported to break entry barriers into the industry. So they didn't have experience, they didn't have a certain knowledge. So they were selected, and there was a project over several years to give them access to the industry, to give them access to finance. My suggestion here is that there should be some level of vulnerability by the IOCs or the international contractors to accept, to mentor, to train, to give these people access to start learning. Because if we put barriers to say, okay, they don't have what it takes, it might take us longer time. I want to have build local capacity with universities, local universities, to develop tailor-made solutions that will be adapted to the industry. It's not just to think about what we import. It's how can we, convert, what creates value from the local, within the local context. What can we create? In terms of R&D, we should start research and development early, so that we can, in the next 20 years, in the next 10 years, we should be able to start developing building materials and the things that can be used in the industry locally, not just importing them. I think this is quite vital. Then the third thing I will talk about is intentional support to the businesses in terms of financing and partnership. That's been, I've heard about said severally, but I want, there's something I have also seen in Nigeria. Recently, a few years ago, there was this $200 million fund that was brought up, that was set aside by the Nigerian Content Development Board to be able to support certain selected companies in several sectors. I don't remember the number now of companies, and the people that has helped companies to develop fabrication yards, line pipe manufacturing, line pipes coating, acquire rigs, logistics fleets. That has even there's a lot of local E&P companies now that are taking marginal fields to operate, or getting farm outs from IOCs to be able to do that. But they are supported with this fund to be able to break that barrier. So it's easy to say financing, but there has to be some intentional, I would say, effort to make sure that they break the barrier to financing, and then there should be that partnership also to train, develop, mentor them on how to deploy this finance. And then the last thing I would like to talk about is the aspect of the human part. As I had said, the operating onshore is very, very challenging, because you are working directly in. If you're operating offshore, we have offshore here in Nigeria, we have deep offshore. There, you're just dealing with sea, and you're managing the biodiversity down at the bottom there. But here you are in the midst of life, of nature. So the human development strategy is very key. And from the lessons we've learned, what the things I will mention are that we need to think about value creation for the local stakeholders that would be for the long term. So we need to invest in the future of those communities where we are going to operate. We need ecosystems around those places. I give you a very valid feedback. You are going to be driving your 4x4, those hillocks, those Land Cruisers, those very big cars. You will be going there, you will be passing them, and they are living in shanties. They are watching you. They will watch you for 5 years, for 10 years, but after you will see that it will not be the same. If you have not created sustainable means of livelihood, creating some little commerce, cooperative enterprises, that can make them also be responsible and the proud members of that community, you will start seeing them blocking you as a contractor. You're driving, you're carrying your rig, and they block you. They will not let you take your rig to sites and things like that but if they are gainfully employed, if they have good enterprises that they are proud of, and you will see that will be mitigated. We should avoid handouts, giving money. If you give money today, it will finish tomorrow, but it will not give you the sustainable impact you have. So we should focus on sustainable social investments that can last long, that can be sustainable, that can make people to be busy. So these are very vital for sustainable operations in the long run. If not, you start having security issues. You will not have the peace you want. You will not have the goodwill you want. And then you start, for every party, both the government, both for the contractors, both for the IOCs, everybody would bear that, I would say, the brunt of that. So it's good to invest upfront, think through it, 360-degree on human development strategies that are sustainable, that are fit for purpose, and that will create the peace and the security. You don't want to be, I will give you an instance, in certain operations onshore here, we deploy, you have an average of one armed security, government security force to every 1 or 2 people working. So with this, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I could speak more and more on this, but there are 4 areas I think that we can focus on to be able to have a sustainable post-FID experience and extract all the opportunities for the long term on a sustainable basis in Uganda. My congratulations to everybody, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very, very, very much, Obi. If I could ask people to clap for you and our brother, Mr. Bello Osagi, I would have done that. But I know everybody's, I've been looking at the chats. Everybody is very excited. Everybody feels that you people have given us very insightful and informative information. And I know that, our bosses here, the PS who's online, Eli and the chamber, we will try to take up all of these suggestions and share them with, the people who make decisions. And we're hoping that from your experience in Nigeria, we can actually, avoid a false start and probably start at a much better pedestal than we ordinarily have done without the kind of experience you shared with us. I thank you very much. I know that we have a bit of time constraint. I know that people would have wanted to ask you questions, but if as a chamber we send you an email and ask you, to share certain additional insights, please bear with us because we want to try and make sure everybody leaves this conference feeling they've got every bit of information that will help them, live post-FID and live responsibly and sustainably through the life cycle of these particular projects. I thank you very much and welcome you to Uganda. Hopefully the pandemic will go down and maybe in the next conference we can meet face to face without masks. but we wish you the very best, our panelists. And we also ask that you stay safe and that your families will stay safe. I'll now hand over to our MCs for the day to take us through the remaining portion of this program. Thank you very much. Over to you, Tony and Cynthia.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. That was a very interesting story, looking at already successful interventions in the oil and gas sector, but also local participation. And one thing, or the two things that really come out of that, is local content, sustainability. And these are things or conversations that we need to continue having as a country in Uganda. Now we have come to the end of this two-day conference. Very unprecedented. We have had over 2,000 people logging in and being part of this conversation. Before this was happening, this was a thing for less than 200 people at any moment. We have shared these experiences with the world, and we are glad and excited to be part of this very interesting story. I'm going to hand over to our chairman, who is going to start leading us into the closing session. And I hope that you have all enjoyed these last 2 days. And as we get into the closing, the biggest question is going to be, how do you join the chamber? What does it take to join the chamber? We are here for you, and we'll be able to answer those questions as we progress using the hashtag Oil Convention 21.
Thank you, Tony. Our amazing MCs, colleagues, great people who have participated in this conference. Our excellent panelists and speakers, joint venture partners, and the tier 1 companies who have come all the way. Mark Damot, and others.
Chairman, can you please turn on your video? Thank you.
Good. I have been wondering, what can I say? I'm lost for words. How, when we were preparing this conference, we did not expect what we got. This has been much beyond our expectations. Each of you panelists who spoke, you really are outstanding. And the way we've concluded the conference of speakers, oh my God, it looks as if it was all well planned and we knew what we were doing. We didn't. I think it was just guesswork. We just landed on honey. Maybe I should just inform the listeners that my friend Hakim Berosagi is right now in London with his only son, who has just been able to survive a serious attack of COVID after he had been vaccinated twice. And we are praying for you, and we know that he's getting out of it. And we thank Allah and God for this. And Obi, it was very nice to see you again. We miss you very much in Kampala. Well, for those of you who are taking on the contracts in Uganda and you haven't yet arrived because of the current circumstances, we are waiting for you with hands open and with big Ugandan smiles. You have to allow me to single out Pierre, Joshua, and Mariam of Total for the cooperation they gave our team as we were preparing for this conference. A hand clap for them. I'm so happy that the speakers opened their chests and told us everything that we had to know, whether we liked it or not. We needed a little bit more clarification from the pipeline, ECOP. But that is coming by because we are going to be having lots and lots of conferences which are appointed. For our sponsors, I have nothing to say because I do not expect people to sponsor a conference when it is organized in this way, but we had very good sponsors. For those who have joined the Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, the new ones, you are almost overtaking the number we always had. This is great for the Chamber, and we are building a great institution. During the presentations, you saw a gentleman who presented for the financial industry and the banking industry, Mr. Patrick Mwehiri. The board of UCMP has proposed him to be the next chairman of the Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. And that proposal is going to be presented to the annual general meeting tomorrow. And we hope that him and Madame Miriam Nampera of Total will be elected chairman and vice chairperson, respectively. We hope they'll be confirmed as recommendations of the board. And the new board is coming up. And for us, as Hakim put it, we, the old guys, should step aside and allow new blood to flow through the brand new veins of our economic ventures that have opened the way. Great moment. We are now getting to our last session. And what a session. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, is going to be talking to us through an emissary, an envoy, by the name Robert Kasandi, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. But Robert is a young, probably one of the youngest permanent secretaries, has been associated with the industry from the time he left university. He's one of the beneficiaries who went on government scholarship sent by President Museveni to improve his education to the master's level. On return, he's one of the few people who went to the Albertine Graben and walked in the national park, dodging lions and wild animals, climbing trees with no roads, without any houses, without any medical attention. But a team of young people went down there and started scavenging for oil. And there is a formation called Kasande Formation. I think you can elaborate on it. So even if he leaves this world, that is a monument that we have in him. Robert, you are welcome. Please, this is one moment in your life when you are speaking as President Yoweri Museveni. You are so welcome, and I'm so excited about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eli. You always have a way of putting your words. At first, I thought that maybe I had been replaced. I thought you're actually introducing His Excellency the President himself. But it's very good to be here. Thank you very much, colleagues, all participants. Indeed, this has been a great convention. Maybe to say bye to the chairman, Eli, you've done very well. As I was preparing to come on, I was debating with myself whether I should straight away go to the speech of His Excellency the President or touch a little bit on the topic that I needed to talk to yesterday. But because of technical hitches, I was not able. But clearly I've been convinced by the two last speakers that I should say something that we have done, because as our cousin, as he put it, Osaji was talking, he said a few things that I felt like thumping in my chest. The policies that we need if we are to do this right, the wealth fund that we need, the legal framework, the preparing of the people to participate, these are things that we have actually done. And before I go to the speech of His Excellency the President, I will touch upon a little bit of what we have done. You may have heard it over the 2 days, but nonetheless, I will just highlight the policy instruments that we've put in place. We actually did this policy having benchmarked very well with Nigeria. In 2007, we went to Nigeria, and this country was not very kind to us. They said, how can you go to a country that has dismally performed as far as oil and gas is concerned? But we were steadfast. We knew what we were doing. We didn't only go to Nigeria. We went to countries like Norway, who were supporting us very, very strongly at that time. And we learned from those who have done it well and those who have had some challenges. But I can tell you that most of the things were put in place. It is because we took that trip to Nigeria. So what have we done? We put together policies, the National Oil and Gas Policy of 2008. We've done laws for the upstream, for the midstream in 2013. We've gone ahead and done both the upstream and midstream regulations in 2016. We have done a specific policy on local content. That was done in 2018. Working with the Ministry of Finance, we put together a revenue management law that indeed articulates how these resources will be utilized. There will be a fund which has already been created, and all the revenues, even up to today, all the tax revenues that we've gotten have gone to the central bank in this wealth fund. And of course, appropriated by Parliament, we should be utilizing those the way that we've planned to do. What are these key policy principles? We are saying we should have efficiency and productivity in the oil and gas sector. This is very key, that you are using the right technologies to ensure that you are maximally producing the oil. Luckily for us, the reservoirs look very good. Many of them are very shallow, so production should be at a low cost. We have emphasized in the policy of 2008 that we should enhance the use of locally available or produced goods and services. And we are working very hard to see that that happens. We are promoting forward and backward linkages, working with ministries like agriculture, trade and industry, the electricity sector that is within this ministry, to ensure that we utilize every element of the oil and gas sector profitably. For instance, the electricity, we have ensured that we will not flare, will not vent gas, but utilize that for either LPG or electricity generation. We've prioritized capacity building, something that Osagi again was talking about, of Ugandan citizens and entrepreneurs. We've emphasized skills and technology transfer for the industry. We have gone ahead and said all licensees, contractors and subcontractors need to unbundle contracts to allow affordability by Ugandans. And we are beginning to see this in the contracting that is taking place now, but a lot more needs to be done. We've emphasized spirit of cooperation and collaboration, not only within Uganda, but also with our neighbors, the cooperation that you are seeing with Tanzania now. We've emphasized transparency in policy implementation. We worked with the Ministry of Finance to put in place the EITI initiatives and ensuring that we are signed on to them, and we did that about 1 year ago. And of course, observation of reservation schemes. Reservation schemes mean that there are those contracts that we should be able to reserve for Ugandan companies. So the policy of 2008 has specific objectives, 2 specific objectives that speak to national participation. One of them is to ensure national participation in all the activities, and the other one is to support the development and maintenance of national skills and expertise. As for the specific local content policy of 2018, we have set out to ensure that we build the capabilities of Uganda's human resources in the oil and gas industry, to promote employment of Ugandan citizens, to develop the competitiveness of Ugandan enterprises, to ensure that there's a part of them that will be able to supply. And we want them to work with the joint venture partners to grow joint venture partnerships, to increase the use of locally produced or available goods and services, and to promote research and development and technology transfer. We have, like I said earlier, reservation schemes preference to Ugandan suppliers of the following goods and services. This you may have heard from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda presentation. Nonetheless, I'll just quickly go through them. Transportation is one of them, security, foods and beverages, hotel accommodation and catering, human resource management, office supplies, fuel supply, land surveying, clearing and forwarding, local available construction materials, and I think we have plenty of those, civil works, environmental studies and impact assessments, communication and information technology, waste management, and crane hire. We have emphasized in all the regulations that we have put in place that these contractors, licensees, and subcontractors in their bid processes should ensure that they have national participation well articulated. For instance, we require that not less than 10% of total value of the contract is reserved for national content. And if two bids are very close, say by 5%, and one is national, irrespective of the being 5% higher in price, we expect that the winning bid will be the one that is has a lot more local content in it. So, ladies and gentlemen, some of those are things that we have put together deliberately to ensure that Ugandans participate. We've gone ahead to capacity build them. We've talked about capacity building. We've been training both for employment and also for enterprises to be able to build their capacity. I'm sure somebody has talked about this in the last 2 days. The onus is on us to ensure that we position ourselves very well. This is not the only resource that we are planning for. We've gone ahead to continue to license, to continue to do exploration, and we're very optimistic that the Albertine Graben in particular, which now the reserves that we are planning for is only within 20%. That 80% that is left, at least the 60% or thereabout of the 80% will find more oil. And this we need to do because the infrastructure that we are putting in place, the refinery, the pipeline, will require a lot more crude oil to be sustainable. And with that, we are making all effort to license more and explore more. So I thought that's what I would have said quickly yesterday, but unfortunately I was not able. Luckily, I got the opportunity to come back. Now allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to get to a role that have been assigned by His Excellency the President. I am pleased to have joined at the closure of this 7th Annual Oil and Gas Convention. I wish to recognize and appreciate the efforts of Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, the organizers of this event, together with their partnership, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. This partnership has brought a limelight to Uganda's oil and gas sector. Such platforms are very crucial for attracting investment, and I think you've seen that over the last years that we've been doing this, spotlighting the opportunities for Ugandans to take up. Policy formulation can be informed by fora like this, encouraging transparency of our oil and gas sector, and also for benchmarking. The speeches that you just heard from the colleagues from Nigeria are very good for benchmarking. Looking at the topics that have been discussed in the past 2 days, they have been very informative for all of you. Indeed, it is time to take the lessons, the acquired knowledge and information, and fully consolidate our participation in the development of the country's natural resource. Ladies and gentlemen, 2021 has seen tremendous developments. There's been progressive growth of the industry and a very promising future of Uganda's development of the oil and gas sector. You may recall, some of you, that on Sunday, April 2021, we witnessed a very historic milestone in the journey to first oil. This milestone marked the launch of Uganda's oil and gas projects. The event, which culminated into the conclusion of key agreements, was graced by High Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, One of the key agreements signed was the host government agreement. This is an agreement that is between the government of Uganda as the host of the pipeline and the investors in the pipeline. The second one was those investors signing between themselves, what we call the shareholders agreement. And this has seen the shareholders, Uganda National Oil Company, who will be participating with 15%, the joint venture partners, Total, with 62%, Sinuk with 8%, and Tanzania Petroleum Direct Development Corporation with another 15%. This particular agreement, the shareholders agreement, is significant because it constitutes the ECOP company. In other words, now we know who is investing and their responsibilities. And this will now guide the funding in the shareholding and also agreeing on the governance of the company. The third agreement that was signed on that day was the Tariff and Transportation Agreement, which defines the rights and responsibilities of the owners of the crude oil on one hand, and the transporters on the other hand. The owners and the transporters. The Tariff and Transportation Agreement was signed between the transporter, that is the ECOP company, and the shippers, the people who own the oil. That is the government of Uganda, UNOC, Total, and Sinok. I would like to thank the private sector for their efforts in developing the oil and gas sector. It is these key milestones that were reached on the 11th of April that have enabled such interactions with the award of the main engineering, procurement, and construction, the EPC contractor, and other tier 1 contractors for the ECOP, the Tilenga, and the Kingfisher projects. You may have heard through the presentation by Total that the groundbreaking at Tilenga has commenced. Local companies should now be more vigilant and ready than ever, since what we have been talking about and preparing for is now happening. We should not miss this opportunity to provide the necessary goods and services through tier 2 and tier 3 contracts. The signing of these agreements once again, and the launch of the oil and gas projects, more so during this ongoing COVID pandemic, was an assurance of commitment from our investment partners towards the sustainable development of Uganda's petroleum resources. Uganda's oil and gas project is the only major project in sub-Saharan Africa to be sanctioned since the pandemic started, which attests to the profitability of these projects and the country as a favorable investment destination. These are significant investments, ladies and gentlemen, and they are to enhance the gross domestic product of the country, expected to reach above $40 billion in the next 5 years, and will significantly be boosted through sectoral linkages by close to $9 billion, which is 22% increase of the current GDP by the end of the construction phase. These are multiple benefits already witnessed across the region, like skills development. You may have heard from the Petroleum Authority that we launched a project that will skill small and medium enterprises along the ECOP pipeline, both here in Uganda and also in Tanzania. So these linkages, we're already seeing them and these benefits. There will be massive employment, especially during the construction phase. There will be growth of demand of agricultural produce. We've been working with the Ministry of Agriculture and the communities where we do our operations to be able to prepare. You may know that we are also building an international airport, the size of Entebbe Airport, about 3 kilometers runway. And we expect that these linkages, the supply and the agricultural growth will not stop at supplying these operations, but also utilize the airport and the airlines that will come to export directly from the farms to the markets overseas. The convention has been very well themed, harnessing opportunities in the oil and gas sector post-FID. Now we have had the opportunities and know what we need to do to secure our position. Let's not let the chance slip by us. Once again, I would like to thank the Chamber of Mines and Petroleum and all the partners for organizing such a convention that provides an opportunity for potential investors to gain an insight into what the Ugandan entities are capable of doing to perform and deliver on the available contracts and opportunities. And also providing a united platform through which this vital information is shared publicly without segregation to all Ugandans so that they plan, invest, and act with an informed mind. The government of Uganda is ready to cooperate with the chamber and the private sector to create an enabling environment for collaboration and jointly start the first phase of construction and development of the Tilenga, Kingfisher, and ECOP projects. All these good things are happening when, amidst constraints and dangers caused by the global pandemic. I urge you once again to observe the advice I have given you through my directives. Recall, I'm reading the speech of the president. So his directives to listen to the experts and to keep safe for the good and prosperity of our nation. I now take the pleasure to declare this convention closed. I thank you very much for God and my country.
Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Robert Kasande delivering the speech from His Excellence, the President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. We thank you so much for delivering that address. It's well received, and it's something we're looking forward to listening to. So thank you so much. And continuing to appreciate, I would like to wind up by really appreciating our board of Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, the advisory council members who've managed to put dedicatedly their time and resources to make sure that this conference is well organized. I'd like to appreciate the panelists who've been very selfless in sharing knowledge with us, taking time to organize, even in these difficult moments, everybody pulling their weight and doing their best to make this two-day convention the success it has been. I would also like to thank the various moderators for an excellent job done. We really are grateful for your contribution. And I would like, of course, to thank the sponsors. Now, this convention, as you heard earlier from the chairman, Honorable Dr. Eli Karuhanga, was sponsored by over 19 sponsors who I would like to really just mention very quickly. They include Total Energies, thank you so much for sponsoring, CNOC, UNOC, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, thank you. Toyota Uganda, thank you so much for sponsoring, Stanbic Bank, MASH, the Insurance Consortium of Oil and Gas Uganda, Minet, McDermott, thank you so much. ATOGS, NCBA Bank, Uganda, thank you so much. Uganda Insurers Association, KPMG, Kampala Associated Advocates, HIMA Cement, thank you. Solid Rock Life and Business, thank you so much. Motor Angel Uganda and Absa Bank Uganda. These have been our sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, for the two-day convention, to whom we are so grateful, and that's why we've been able to come to you. But as I wind up the appreciation, I would like to recognize the people who've had sleepless nights and made this possible. And they're none other than the Secretariat of Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum that have been led by the very competent and agile CEO of the chamber, who I would like to invite here to just appreciate and to also recognize the team that has managed to put this together. So Catherine Wabomba, please join us on the stage so that we can recognize your contribution, and you will introduce your team so that we can appreciate them. As Catherine joins us, I would request the team to please come close by so that we don't waste any more time. Yeah.
His Excellency the President, represented by the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Robert Kasande, our Board of Trustees and the Council, the Governing Council of Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, our members that have joined us from all over, and especially our partners and sponsors. We have come to the end, indeed, of a 2 days engagement. We have been online since 9 a.m. It's now over 6 hours, and we still have over 400 tuned in delegates. We don't take that for granted. It's something that we realize that is very well appreciated. And without really going so much into what, we've already spent a lot of time online, and we really appreciate you for giving us company, because it wouldn't make sense if we organize this and then we don't have the audience on the other side. And so we want to thank you very much for spending the time with us. We have an entire big team that has been helping to put this together. We've had quite some sleepless nights, but we believe it was totally worth it. We have got very good feedback. There are some actionable points that we have taken on that we'll actually act on. Evident is the need for more engagement, sector by sector, and our chairman really highlighted that. And so it's something that we picked up that we will definitely have to take forward. And we have also seen a lot of comments about the presentations and sharing with our participants. It's an action that we have picked up, and we make sure that they are shared. But then also we have put the proceedings of this conference online so they can be accessed at any time. So anytime you log on, we have shared the links on the various chats and on social media platforms, and we'll continue to make sure that at least we share, because it is valuable information that we believe that will be very beneficial for everyone who's intending to take advantage. I must apologize. I feel like we're going on and on, but we must close. I want to thank in a very special way our partner, the Ministry of Energy, led by the Permanent Secretary, who have offered us a lot of support in putting this together. And special appreciation really goes to the GM and the Deputy GM for Total Energies. We have practically gone through hard calls late in the night trying to put together an engagement that would be meaningful for that would be beneficiaries for the sector. And so that we believe that the effort was totally worth it, and really appreciate Mr. Pierre Jesso and Mariam Nampera. Thank you so much for the sleepless nights you put into, guiding us, and the input that you put into the program. And of course, a special thank you to our speakers. If we organize and we didn't have people to communicate these messages, it would still be in vain. So we want to thank our speakers who have spared time. And of course, last but not least, our moderators and the MCs. I want to believe they have done an excellent job. They have kept the audience engaged, and really we appreciate everything. Thank you so much. God bless you. We'll keep in touch. We had over 2,600 registrations. So we'll make sure that we are in touch with every one of those because we believe then you're hungry for information. Our secretariat will make sure that you're kept engaged and you're aware of what is going on. Thank you very much. God bless you. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you very much. And that comes to that brings us to the end of the two-day oil and gas conference. One where we've been talking about harnessing opportunities in this oil and gas sector. We hope that this has been very beneficial to many of you, and we pray that you get involved with your businesses in the oil and gas sector, but also through your manpower. For businesses that want to really get into this, I just want us to selfishly end by saying the Stanbic Business Incubator is here to support your businesses to do or become compliant to be able to engage. Thank you so much, and good afternoon from the Sheraton Hotel, Kampala. It's been a great one. Good afternoon.
The Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum is a not-for-profit member-based organization that was founded in March 2010. The Chamber's purpose is to be the coordinating and facilitating center for information and administrative support to prospective and current investors in the mining and petroleum sectors in Uganda. It represents companies with active interest in the mining and petroleum sectors while promoting, encouraging, protecting, and fostering responsible exploration in these sectors. Its primary goal is to create value for all stakeholders. The Chamber advocates for a beneficial business environment, creation of synergies and partnerships, information dissemination, and capacity enhancement for effective national content promotion. Membership in the Chamber is open to all players across the entire value chains of mining and petroleum. National content is our flagship, and at UCMP, we believe that together we can achieve more. To register, info@ucmp.ug or call +256 393 516 695.
With the extraction of oil comes opportunity. Opportunity for you and your business to grow both in scale and in revenue. But is your business ready? Do you have the relevant ISO and other certification? Can you meet the demand of the sector? Are you health, safety, environment compliant? Do you have adequate financial backing to help you win the bid? At Stanbic Bank, we have positioned ourselves so that we can help you get your business ready or foster partnerships that will help you be ready for this opportunity. Contact us on 0500-600-098 for oil and gas inquiries and find out more about how we can help you get ready for the oil and gas opportunity.
Tomorrow has a way of sometimes surprising by presenting things that you certainly weren't expecting today. Africa's tomorrow. Our future is predictable. Billions are being invested in infrastructure. Our middle class is growing. Agricultural sectors are thriving. The world is looking to us to replenish their energy and mineral resources. Our entrepreneurs are making their mark on the world. Today in Africa, a prosperous future can be assured if the risks of tomorrow are secure.